Things are nice in the afterlife. Everything looks so clear and bright. We all become ghosts after we die. Every ghost is the same color, white. Everyone of me is so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is the fucking greatest. So I was expecting some redneck shit. I thought all whites were supremacists. But all I see is white excellence. You should never feel white guilt for it. Everyone I meet is so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is a fucking greatest. There's no more crime and no more fights. All I can hear is the afterlife. But if I ever get sent back, I pray I don't come back black.
Oh, shit!
We are all sisters and brothers, but ghosts only come in one color. Now that I'm white, I have to admit, being white is the fucking shit. Everyone I be is so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is the fucking greatest. Everyone I meet is so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is the fucking greatest. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah.
You ain't got a front, nigga, be yourself. Ooh. You ain't got a front, nigga, be yourself. Ooh. La 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 la. La 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 la. I don't care how much money you make. Don't care about the chicks you date. Don't care about the fights you've been. I don't care, we all get women. We all been in situations we had to be tough. Nigga, we all got nuts. You niggas front too much. Oh, bragging, boasting. Real niggas know silence golden. Keep things in motion. Get money on the low and be cool. You niggas move with too much shit to prove. Ooh, trust that energy felt. You ain't got a front, nigga, be yourself. You ain't got a front, nigga, be yourself. You ain't got a front, nigga, be yourself. Ooh. La 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 la. La 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 la. I'm just coolin', bottle of brown, watching what y'all niggas doin'. It's way too much. Real recognize real. You on that type of shit we don't feel. Just be chill, get your bills. Stay out the way and build grown man shit. You ain't gotta front, nigga, be yourself. You ain't gotta front, nigga, be yourself. La da da da. La da da da. Girl, let me hit that coochie chakra, coochie chakra, coochie chakra. Oh, girl, let me hit that coochie chakra, coochie chakra, coochie chakra.
Say she want hood nigga, I keep the perk by the pound. The trunk stay bumped and y'all know we run the town. Hood nigga, and I keep a bad bitch around. Thick bitch, long hair, yellow, white, red, brown. Hood nigga, and my Chevy sitting on 24s. Flats look like flapjack, pancake you ain't no. Hood nigga, I'ma play the game how it go. They can take me out the hood, but I'ma keep it hood for. All the whole jocking, be steady knocking, middle of the stage, got the whole club rocking. Nigga, you can hate, but the chick steady watching. Bet you can't do it on the stick. She poppin', we bottle poppin'. You cock blocking, told you girl you're out, but your CD flopping. You say you're getting money, man, we ain't seen nothing. Your girl is persistent, she ain't stopping, man. She said she want hood nigga, I keep the perk by the pound. The trunk stay bumped and y'all know we run the town. Hood nigga, and I keep a bad bitch around. Thick bitch, long hair, yellow, white, red, brown. Hood nigga, and my Chevy sitting on 24s. Flats look like flapjack, pancake you ain't no. Hood nigga, I'ma play the game how it go. They can take me out the hood, but I'ma keep it hood for. Jocking, be steady knocking, middle of the stage, got the whole club rocking. Nigga, you can hate, but your chick steady watching. Bet you can't do it on the stick. She poppin', we bottle poppin'. You cop blocking, told you girl you're out, but your CD flopping. You say you getting money, man, we ain't seen nothing. The girl is persistent, she ain't stopping, man. She said she want hood nigga, I keep the perk by the pound. The trunk stay up and y'all know we run the town. Hood nigga, and I keep a bad bitch around. Thick bitch, long hair, yellow, white, red, brown. Hood nigga, and my Chevy sitting on 24s. Flats look like flapjack, pancake you ain't no. Hood nigga, I'ma play the game how it go. They can take me out the hood, but I'ma keep it hood for you. Man, she say she want a hood.
They tell me there's words that I can't say. All their stupid rules are fucking gay. They want me to think the N-word is wrong, but I'm not gonna play along. Nigga, I feel like saying nigga today. Oh yeah, I feel like saying nigga tonight. Alright, when I'm with my son sitting in the park, I say nigga with a heart. Oh fuck yeah. I don't care if you get your feelings hurt. Your reaction to the word is worse. I'm just trying to watch my son play tag. Now please step away from my bag, nigga. I feel like saying nigga today. Oh yeah, I feel like saying nigga tonight. Alright, but when I'm with my son sitting in the park, I say nigga with a heart. Oh fuck yeah. I yell the N-word every time I get robbed. Don't blame me, that's what they like to be called. I'm not a hater, I just love free speech. Now please keep your kid on a leash, nigga. I feel like saying nigga today. Oh yeah, I feel like saying nigga tonight. Alright, when I'm with my son sitting in the park, I say nigga with a heart. Oh fuck yeah, I feel like saying nigga today. Oh yeah, I feel like saying nigga tonight. Alright, but when I'm with my son sitting in the park, I say nigga with a heart. Oh fuck yeah.
Be a rock superstar, live large, a big house, 5 cars, you're in charge. Coming up in the world, don't trust nobody, gotta look over your shoulder constantly. I remember the day when I was a young kid growing up, looking in the mirror, dreaming about blowing up. The rock prospect, buddy, you want the honey, not autographs or whatever the people want from me. Just funny, when possible dreams manifest in the days that be coming with it. Nevertheless, got the gold from the dust up, but you don't know. Got the blood, sweat, and tears, losing some of your peers, losing some of yourself through the get past. Go by, hopefully it don't manifest. Later on in life, egomaniac, in the brainiac, don't know how to act. Just think, 48 tracks. Gangsta backs on the deal, think he's gonna make a meal, but never will. Newly crosses over steel. Still in your head with fantasies, number these, just the sacrifice it takes to make the dream. Wanna be a rock superstar in the biz. Take shit from people who don't know what it is. Not what you want to know for the days, but the price of fame is high. It's so can't take away. Be on traffic, what you rap in the back. Tell me what happened when you lost clap the rock. You don't start and collapse and no fans, no face, no respect, no change. Look at everybody speak to your name. Wanna be a rock superstar. Live large, a big house, 5 cars, a rich car. Living up in the world, don't trust nobody. Gotta look over your shoulder. Be a rock superstar. And live large, a big house, 5 cars, a rich car. Living up in the world, don't trust nobody. Gotta look over your shoulder. Don't let it ever have big dreams. I'll make a big cream, big shot, heavy hitter on the main street. Wanna look 20, independently. Be a star man, never act straightly. Wanna have big fame? Let me explain what happens to these stars in their big big surprise. Come on, fire weapon. Get it out. I'm in a sympathy. You know my town that way. Function in the game. The way the
You cannot lose the keys. Who wants more? What's it? Who wants more? This time around, I want everybody here. What are you looking at? Looking at me? Yes, you. I want everybody here in Phoenix. To come breathe with me. Breathe with me. Breathe. 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 Move with that. Move with that. Everybody in Phoenix, come rock with that. Come dance with that. Jump with that.
living cycle. Coming in hard, coming in low. Everybody feel it. Lead with that. Move with it. Psychosomatic. On the MC. He's the addict. The age, the year of panic. He's still here! He's still here! That's what I like, that's what I like! Psychosomatic, I'm the MC, he's the addict, the year, the age, the time of time. Everybody freeze! Bring the pressure, come play the game on this year! Psychosomatic, I can say. Bring the pressure, come play the game on this year! Step right up! March! Push! Crawl right up on your knees! Please! Five! I want a little bit, a piece of that. Take some dead. I don't wanna know it. Don't like the look of it. Don't like the taste of it. Don't like the smell of it. I wanna watch it go. Doesn't it make you feel better? Doesn't it?
Piercing radiant moon, the storming of fortune, all the life running through her hair, approaching guiding light, a shallow years in front, dreams are made winding through my hand, through my and God is empty, just like that. Darling. The world is a vampire. Sex and drain. Secret to strong. Hold you up to the flame. What do I get from my pain? Betrayed desire. And I'm piece of the game. No, I suppose. Show all my cool like a joke. Spite of the ring, still the rat cat. Spite of the ring, still the rat cat. Some say what's lost never be said. Spite of the ring, still the rat cat. Now we're naked. Now
wanna get crazy with that said, don't you know we're loco? Jump, 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 jump around, yeah, jump around, come on, jump around, yeah, jump around, come on. Black, 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 black.
Burn the cockroaches. Burn the cockroaches. Seal in the demons. Seal in the demons. Seal in the demons. The demons. Seal in the demons forever and ever. This is where they belong. Here. Forever.
Dear God, how have you been then? I Yeah. Hello, 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 everyone. Hello. It's showtime. It's showtime. Let's go. Turn it up. Turn it up. It's showtime. It's showtime. Where's that little pissant? There he is. There he is. Real men don't beg for shekels. Hello, everyone. Hello. It's good to have you here. Hello to TG. Hello, Rose. Hello, Carmen. Great to see you. Hello, Trace. The beautiful Trace. Great to see you. Hello, Ren. Hello to Louise. She'll be hopping in and out. Pump up the volume. Pump up the volume. Let's go. Who else is here? Anthony's here. Hello, Anthony. I saw him earlier. I'm scrolling up through the chat here, trying to make sure I hit everyone. Hello, Salty Siren. Hello. Hello, Maryse. Maryse. Hello, R.I. Hello, Tony Copeland. Hello, Anthony. Hope you're doing well. I hope everyone here. I hope you all are having a beautiful, gorgeous, glorious, glorious day. A glorious day, a magnificent day. That's what I wish for you all in my kingdom. You're here tonight in my kingdom. Right here. And I like to get people pumped up. I pump up the audience. Creep Alley, that Creep Alley says that he goes and pumps up his audience and he tries to get them pumped up. Yeah, I get them to feel alive. I want people to feel alive. I want you to feel good. I don't want to bring you down and be a downer. Some of your shit shows are like a funeral home, Creep Alley and these other channels. They're a downer. They're morbid. They're depressing. They're draining of energy. I'm trying to pump people up. Trying to pump you up. Get you to feel alive. Get you to feel alive in your bones, in your blood, in your bones, in your mind, in your spirit. I don't want people walking around like the Walking Dead, like some of these other channels. That's what they're doing. I have fire in my veins. I'm not a walking corpse like Ian. Some of these pieces of shit on YouTube, like that Rot Blood that's a fake. He's a liar. He's a fucking asshole. He's a loser, preying on people's emotions and their care. He's a piece of shit. This corpse here is Ian. He looks like a walking corpse. He could have been in Weekend at Bernie's Part 2. I mean, Jesus Christ, look at that. Does that look alive? Does he look like he's living? Does he look like he's living? Think about it. I'm trying to pump up the volume and get you pumped up. I don't want you going in the recycling bin like this guy here. That's the Panoverse. Looks like he's eating some oatmeal cream pie cookies in the fucking recycling bin. Look at him. Look at him. Just look at him. He's a misfit. I know he's a famous YouTuber. He's disabled. And he has a sense of humor. But listen, this is what they're doing. They're hopping into the fucking recycling bin. Look at this creepy creature here. Looks like a corpse. They look dead. Their live streams, it's like their energy is like a fucking corpse. And it's not just him. It's Creep Alley. It's all of them. It's all of these losers. They're losers. Do you understand me? Do you understand what I'm saying here? They're creeps. I thought this guy was JG. I put it up on the Methsiah channel. T-Jack, Tommy T-Jack. I thought this was JG. I thought it was him. I thought he was a transformer. I was asking him last night, is that you? This is his doppelganger. He calls others. That looks like JG. What's the difference? That looks like JG with the teeth, the nose, the face. Just get a bit of a haircut. That's JG. I mean, think about it. That's JG from the Panelverse. All right? So I'm exposing these creatures. I'm showing their twins, their doppelgangers. I'm putting them out there. I'm fucking putting them on blast. Like this one here, this creep here. With the creepy Sanpaku psycho eyes. He's got the crazy eyes. I'm showing you what they are. They're miserable fucking creatures. And I'm pumping up the volume. I'm getting people pumped up. Faking their hello red pill option. Yes, faking their death on YouTube is absolutely disgusting. There's another one that did that as well. By the way, Ignorance is Tits, Ignorance is Bliss channel disappeared and they think he's dead. He might be faking his death too. What the fuck is with these mental case psycho attention seekers? What is with them? The fuck is with these Team Evil psychos? Right? Or as another Tommy Rogers, Tommy Truth Dodgers is what I call him, says, right. What's with them? He doesn't move his jaw. He's like a corpse of a Rod Stewart. He's like, he looks like a Rod Stewart that's just a complete fucking walking corpse. He looks like he's had 20 strokes this year. He's just completely fucked up. And all he cares about is growing his weed. So much fake shit in the Panelverse, the shitverse, the demonverse, the damonverse, the damonverse, the damonverse. And this creature here, he's a real fucking little creep. He's another creep. They're all creepy. This one here is creepy. Look at his eyes. Look at this fucking thing. Look at this fucking thing. Look at this thing here. If you can look at these daemons and say they're not creepy, then you're fucked up. I don't want you around me. I just don't want you around. You can't see. You've got a spiritual blockage at best. If not, you're a demon. I don't want you around me. If you can't see what this shit is, you've got issues. It's obvious what these creatures are. And I've been exposing all of them, not just one or two, but all of them. That's right, black woman. I said all of them. Yeah, all of them. Once again, all of them. I've been exposing all of them, all of these fucking creepy creatures, including this one here. There's a lot of them on YouTube. There's a fuckload of them on YouTube. These creepy fucking cockroaches, these cucarachas on here. These cucarachas. These gas huffers. These goddamn drug addicts, druggies, and losers, absolute degenerate, homeless bums, filthy and stinky, living out of their vehicles, stinking up the place like this one here. This homeless bum and this corpse here. Fuck them. I'm the king. I'm the king. I'm the king. And so is iGuru and El Diablo. And these idiots on panels when I'm Black Jesus, they keep saying Stephen, and I have to correct these low IQ fucking fools and say Black Jesus, just like I've had to do with iGuru This on the screen is I Guru. Don't call him Steven. Don't be stupid. Learn something. Think before you speak. That's I Guru. Okay? Do you understand? You got that? You picking up what I'm throwing down? Niggas. Come on, my niggas. Come on, my niggas. Pump up the volume. Pump up the volume. Hello, Anna Faye. Good to see you. I felt that was one of the most fucked up things I've experienced on the internet. It was sickening, and I had a headache, and I couldn't sleep that night. That rot blood should be locked up. He's fucking sick, and what he did should be illegal. To waste all those services to do that shit. This creepy creature should be fucking locked in a cell. Fuck him. And I said it that night as well. You don't play with people's emotions. You don't waste ambulance, police, resources, all that. You don't do that. Dispatcher. You don't waste resources that way. Critical emergency. You don't do that shit. That's mental. That's fucking evil. That's demonic. And that's stupid. And it should be criminal. I don't know if it is in Indiana, but it should be. If it isn't, it should be. It's evil. It's evil, all right? That's what it is. And I've been telling people for years that they're demons. They're fucking demons, and they'll try anything. They don't have a moral compass. They have no ethics. They have no morality. They have no values, no principles. They're shit. They're fucking demons to pull this. You go and care about them, and this is the way they behave. This is the fucking way they behave. Okay? Absolutely, Red Pill. I said that night, I was yelling over the stream, fucking arrest them. Lock them up. I don't have it, like, to pull that shit is so fucking wrong. I don't care if he was trying to get Cage back. There's people trying to make excuses, saying it was all about Cage. No, it wasn't. It was live with people watching, and then people watching on my stream and me getting involved, and I didn't know what the fuck was going on when I went over there. I walked right into the middle of it. So no, it wasn't just Rat Blood. The defenders, the enablers on channels saying it was all about him and Cage. They're fucking morons. They're too stupid to see, oh, well, it was live, though. There was other people involved that were dragged into this emotionally. That's how fucking stupid people are. They can't see that. They can't see how wrong that is because there's psychos in the Panelverse. There's psychos, okay? Flogay and Tommy, T-Jack and others. They're psychos. And JG. Where's the JG? Where's JG again? Just a second. Put him up on the screen. Is this him or I'm confused now. Can somebody tell me, is this JG or this Mushroom? I don't know who this is for sure at this point. Someone's got to help me out on this, please. Is that JG or is that... Can somebody help me out on this? Because I don't know. Is that JG or is that Mushroom? They look so similar. I'm confused. I don't know for sure. That might be Mushroom, but it could be JG. It looks a lot like JG. It's not labeled, this screenshot. I don't know if it's JG. Do you think JG might be a transformer? Like I was calling him on Tommy's shit show last night? It looks like a lot like JG, doesn't it? I think so. Does anyone have a picture of JG? Anyway, I'm going to move on with the show here. They're so close. JG, I don't want to assume your gender. I don't want to assume your gender, you fucking weirdo. You got that, JG? You fucking weirdo. That's what you are. You're a kook, JG. You're a fucking kook. Weirdo. He was drinking a can of diced tomatoes last night. He was looking like he was stoned or something. He's a real weirdo. If you want to join me live, there's the link, everyone. I'm going to drop the link in the chat room. And what's going on here, my niggas? What's going on here? Let's check this out. This is a tribe. Watch this. Are we all the same? Are we all equal?
Onne ami kama ahabi. Mane bitu matai chaka. Ringu aku. Aku api atai. Aku sini chati.
Peta namo shoko ji peta namo.
Ambo kita sipurna.
Peta namo shoko ji. Sapa damu.
Chaishi na kata ba.
Tita makoko.
Onne ami kama ahabi.
So what's the difference? I've seen him eat that like that at Popeyes and KFC. What's the difference? What's the difference? Same hairstyle. What's the difference?
Mane bitu matai chaka. Ringu aku. Aku api atai. Aku sini chati.
Peta namo shoko ji peta namo.
Ambo kita sipurna.
Peta namo shoko ji. Sapa damu.
Chaishi na kata ba.
Tita makoko.
Onne ami kama ahabi. Mane bitu matai chaka. Ringu aku. Aku api atai. Aku sini chati.
Peta namo shoko ji peta namo.
Ambo kita sipurna.
Peta namo shoko ji. Sapa damu.
Chaishi na kata ba.
Tita makoko.
Onne ami kama ahabi. Mane bitu matai chaka. Ringu aku. Aku api atai. Aku sini chati.
Peta namo shoko ji peta namo.
Ambo kita sipurna.
Peta namo shoko ji. Sapa damu.
Chaishi na kata ba.
Tita makoko.
Onne ami kama ahabi. Mane bitu matai chaka.
Girl, let me hit that coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. Oh, girl, let me hit that coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. My spiritual chick, ooh, my spiritual chick is always tight, incense lit. Bring the crystals, I'll bring the pipe. Do yoga on my shit all night, all night.
Things are nice in the afterlife. Everything looks so clear and bright. We all become ghosts after we die. Every ghost is the same color white. Everyone of me is so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is the fucking greatest. So I was expecting some redneck shit. I thought all whites were supremacists. But all I see is white excellence. You should never feel white guilt for it. Everyone I meet is so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is a fucking greatest. Ow!
33 people watching. Please get those likes up, everyone. Should be over 30 likes by now. A bunch of people tuned in have not hit the like button. It takes a second or two. Please hit the like button, support the channel. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody.
There's no more crime and no more fights. All I can hear is the afterlife. But if I ever get sent back, I pray I don't come back black. Oh, shit! We are all sisters and brothers, but ghosts only come in one color. Now that I'm white, I have to admit, being white is the fucking shit. Everyone I meet is so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is the fucking greatest. Everyone I meet is so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is the fucking greatest. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah.
Get those likes up, everyone. Then the show will continue. Got to be at over 30. Got to get over 30 likes. There's well over 30 people tuned in. Get those likes up.
There's words that I can't say. There's stupid rules of fucking game. I'm listening to my favorite rap song, and I just want to sing along, nigga. I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. Gonna make you understand. Gonna say nigga today. Gonna say nigga tonight. Gonna say nigga today. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, when I'm home by myself and I'm rocking in my car, always say nigga, well hard on. I don't care if you get your feelings hurt. Your reaction to the word is worse. I'm just trying to celebrate black art. Now please step away from my car, nigga. I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. Gonna make you understand. Gonna say nigga today. Gonna say nigga tonight. Gonna say nigga today. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, when I'm don't blame me, I didn't write the lyrics. I'm not a hater, I just love rap songs. Please just let me sing along, nigga. I just wanna tell you how I'm feeling. Gonna make you understand. Gonna say nigga today. Gonna say nigga tonight. Gonna say nigga today. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, when I'm all by myself and I'm rocking in my car, always say nigga. Well, hard off. Gonna say nigga today. Gonna say nigga tonight. Gonna say nigga today. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, when I'm all by myself and I'm rocking in my car, always say nigga. Well, hard off. Gonna say nigga today. Gonna say nigga tonight. Gonna say nigga today. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, when I'm all by myself and I'm rocking in my car, always say nigga. Well, hard off.
Hello, hello. Back to the show. We got 31 likes now. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, where were we? Oh, okay. I was going to cover something. Here. Right here. TikTok. Serving black people. Here's a TikTok video.
Yeah, got any show for y'all. Got a damn.
These guys are creepy. These guys are both creepy. They do this stupid thing. Look at the demonic eyes rolled back in his head. It's like they're demons. They look demonic. Look at this guy here. He's got the demon eyes.
Yeah, got any show for y'all. Got a damn good show.
So this dude did a TikTok video criticizing black people, and after that, his whole channel got banned. He must have been speaking a lot of truth in that video. But before we get to today's video, don't forget, got a new giveaway. Turbo Ram 2500s, turbo diesel, $10,000 in cold hard American cash. Get in to win? Just go to officialhorsetwins.com. Anything you buy on the site, get you automatically in to win. Like my damn good coffee, Mifflin Blue t-shirts, anything on my site. Get you automatically in it to win. Check this guy out.
Realize that black people are the most annoyingly entitled people you'll ever serve. And
Hey, man.
I'm not speaking on everyone, just my experience. I've
No, all
never
of 'em.
had a good one with black people. I worked at Waffle House for a full year, okay? I spent the first 6 months giving
Waffle House.
everybody a chance, treating everyone with the utmost respect, all right? And you know the only people who didn't reciprocate that respect? Black people. You know the only people who were rude to me and didn't tip? Black people. I have nothing against black people outside of my job, outside of serving. Yes, I love y'all. The culture is amazing. But when it comes to serving y'all and having to tend to your needs, you're very needy and you're very disrespectful when it comes to, you know, getting what you need.
Wait,
when you need a
stop it. He said the culture is amazing, but they don't tip. And they're rude and obnoxious to you. I wouldn't say that culture is amazing. I would say a detriment to our society. That's what I would say. Yeah, well, you know what? When he's doing this video, he's like, I can't come in too hard on him. Yeah, I'm gonna bump him up, and then I'm gonna break him down slow. Yeah, but no, you just need to break him down.
refill. You yell at me. You know what I'm saying? You yell at me and rush me to hurry up and get your food to you. And it's just a fact. You come to Waffle House expecting a home cooked meal. And I'm not kidding. Everything had to be cooked a specific way. And when I had to deal with a family of 10 people and y'all all want specific meals, yeah, it gets hard. Yeah, it gets annoying, especially when on top of the fact that y'all all want special shit, y'all are also annoying. Y'all also want refills every 10 seconds and you also leave me no tip. And I'm not kidding. I cried when I had to serve a family of black people. I did. And what, y'all think I'm gonna serve a whole family and not try to get a tip? Yeah, I tried. When it was a whole family, I tried to treat them the best as possible because I'm hoping, like, yes, I'll get a good tip maybe. But yeah, it just never happened. It never did. It never did. So yeah, I gave up. Yeah, I sure did. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Like,
hey, kid, when I go out, and we go out to these restaurants, and when I come in, and then it's like I had my daughter and then her boyfriend. Her boyfriend is African, right? He's total black, right?
He's pure blood.
Right?
He's a pure blood.
Now, I noticed, like, when we go out, like the waitresses, they look at us like, yeah, come over here. Sit right here. I'm gonna say, I was like, why she treat me this way? And I always tip them good. And when I give them the tip, they be like, oh my God, thank you. Yeah, stereotypes are not given, they earned. Yeah.
Like,
they delete his TikTok.
TikTok does.
For that video. You know what's crazy? You could be black and be the vile, disgusting racist. Nothing will happen to you. Like on all these black people on TikTok talking about Carmelo Anthony. Yeah, just in general, you could embracing what he did, saying he did the right thing. Yeah, you could be vile, disgusting, just the epitome of racism. Nothing will happen to you. Yeah. You say any little critique about black folks, your video comes down. Yeah. He responds after he gets banned on TikTok. Don't feel bad. We got banned too. Like 30 times.
My TikTok account with 12,000 followers, 1 million views, and in one day, it just got banned. And it hurts. It hurts really bad, you know, because I had a lot of money waiting for me in that account that I was depending on to pay for things that I need. But you know what? Instead of laying down and crying, because I really do want to cry, because it took me a long time to get 10,000 followers. It took me a long and to ban me for some shit that y'all said wasn't against the guidelines. I made the same videos over and y'all swore it wasn't against the guidelines, and you're gonna ban me for the same video. And it just doesn't make sense to me, bro. It's like, now I have to make a whole nother account and do this again. Like, what the
That's what happened when you talk about black people.
Yeah, we had a count. It was what?
We had a
2 million.
Yeah.
Then we had a second one. It got over 1 million. Gone.
No, we had a 2 million followers. Gone.
Yeah.
Then we started another count. I think we got up to 600.
Yeah.
Gone.
Yeah. I got one that is 260. They kept removing it, but I just gave up.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, why even bother? They're going to delete it.
I put comments down to get deleted.
On TikTok?
I leave a comment. You are such a clown. It gets removed.
Okay, you can't call people clowns. That's violence.
Well, they call me clowns all the time, and nothing happens to them. Well, people on the left.
Well, we're clowns. You didn't know that? We're the clowns.
And it's like, I always say, minor setbacks, major comebacks. I'm gonna come back harder and stronger than ever. It just sucks, you know?
He said the N-word, so he's probably mixed.
Yeah, he's definitely biracial.
You ain't one of them.
Yeah, you're not one of them. You only about half.
Yeah.
You only about half sub-Saharan.
They'll never accept you.
Yeah. Even when you said that word, it didn't even come off like it was you. You're trying to put on this facade like that you're black. You're a biracial black guy.
Yeah.
You're a biracial white guy.
The only people that really think you're black is white supremacists. I can see them. Look at his hair.
Yeah.
Look how curly it is.
Yeah, he's got that sub-Saharan in him.
Yeah. I bet you his nuts is black.
Hey, wait a minute. I was going to say something, man. You cut me off and said something stupid.
Look at his hair.
Look, black people, when they look at you, they don't see a black man.
I'm telling you, I speak from experience.
Yeah. And I'm 56 sub-Saharan.
And my hair is not as nice as yours.
Yeah. I got a little curl going. But you got the curls for the girl.
Yeah,
got the light eyes, got the light skin. Man, I'm telling you, you could pull some white women. People don't see you as black. I don't see you as black.
You just biracial.
Stop trying to be black. Just be you.
Yeah, you're biracial.
Yeah.
Took me years to get to 10,000, bro. Years. And it's banned. And one day, just like that, just banned. Like, what the is it, like, banned, like, permanently? It can't be banned for a week or something, like, permanently? And I have to start all the way over? I really just want to lay down and just cuddle up in my room and just die. Like, I want to die. Because this was the only future I saw for myself.
He's like late teens. Yeah. He's young. He's young. He thinks the world's going to end, but it's not.
And they just threw my whole account away. I had so much money waiting for me in that account.
Yeah, that sub-Saharan coming out of you now. Yeah, I can see that sub-Saharan. I can see that lack of violence. Yeah, that lack of impulse control. I can see that sub-Saharan, that white man trying to suppress it as much as he can, but that Negro is coming out of you. You need to start a YouTube channel. You got a chance. TikTok, that is straight communism. You can't post anything critical of black folks. You can't criticize the LGBTQ, black folks, especially the LGBTQ. You get on there and criticize white people all you want. You probably get 1 million followers over there. If you was a black supremacist, you have 10 million followers right now.
Ikinipelekesha okucatata bawa cacetene tontana kwakene onodomanga iyo iyakohane ababi ani ayina mibi chaimal ababi ani akongolo bawa ile ono cacetene tontana ko ike Welcome. Iya tabe na tabe. Kung chagwa kicha iname. Tashi na pe apola ta. Kanyo nyo tumika. Ikinipelekesha okucatata bawa cacetene tontana kwakene onodomanga iyo iyakohane
One ami kama mana bitu matai cakap.
Ringu aku api atai aku chati
Pete namo shoko ji pete namo.
Ambo kutasipuna.
Pete namo shoko ji. Sapa zamu.
Chaishi na kata ba.
tadi tamakoko.
One ami kama mana bitu matai cakap.
Ringu aku api atai aku chati
Pete namo shoko ji pete namo.
Ambo kutasipuna.
Pete namo shoko ji. Sapa zamu.
Chaishi na kata ba.
tadi tamakoko.
Only I'm in Klama. I never do my take out. Ringu aku. Aku api atai. Aku sedih cati.
Pete namo shoko ji pete namo.
Ambo kita si puna.
Pete namo shoko ji. Sapa damu.
Iya, ciao.
Ale.
Zate. Zate.
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 We're here to talk about more of these woke fatiguers. What's going on YouTube? I am back, and yep, we're here to talk about more of these woke fatiguers, and people seem to like these videos, and if you keep watching them, I'll keep making them. That's the way it is. I love talking about this stuff, but as I said, we're talking about fatigue, and we got some absolute ghetto trash in this video to talk about. We got some crazy customer service interactions. We have an Indian guy showing the way you should stand up against these fatiguers when they come in with a bad attitude, a prank gone wrong, and lots more as well. But as I always say, first up, if you're sick of this nonsense, hit the like button, and if you're new here, hit the subscribe button as well. Help me get to 280k, almost there, because I'm struggling here. But not as much as this professor. She tried to cash in with all this racism stuff, trying to paint the white man as the bad guy. Turns out, no one gave a shit, and she has faded into insignificance. We've got another example here. Let's see. Why is she wearing a diaper? Look, ma'am, if you've got a medical condition, go see a doctor about your bowel problems or maybe your bladder issues. I'm sure they could help you out. There's no need to walk around in a diaper like a baby. It's not helping you.
Hella Gabrielle. Bam, 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 bam.
Yes, celebrating this behaviour. That's really helping the community, isn't it? God help us. That's your problem right there. Don't celebrate this shit. This Indian dude behind the counter. He did great because he didn't back down. You never back down.
That's how they behave. You got to stand up to them. Grab something, whether it's a baseball bat, a shovel, something that can open letters, or something that pew pew. You got to stand up to these fuckers. They're very emotional. They have no impulse control. Start learning the differences.
Down to these types of people, okay? And when he got in his face, this guy in the hat proved what a bitch he is. But this guy tries to prank someone, and it just ends up being cringe as fuck.
Stop doing that!
Whoa, chill. You don't want to donate to the Black Lives Matter organization? $100, look. $100.
What's going on?
The Black Lives Matter organization. Well, let me show you. Look. Wait, let me show you.
Nope, can't do it.
Yo, I appreciate it, man.
Look, no one cares about your low IQ prank. Do something you've never done. How about you read a book?
What?
You cannot do that.
I thought you wanted to donate $100.
I don't care.
So you don't like black people?
No.
So you don't like black people? So you don't want to donate to the Black Lives Matter organization? All right, it's a prank. I'm just joking. It's a prank. It's a joke. It's a prank. Nothing happened to your card. I was just pranking.
What an absolute dickhead.
It's just me. Why is this in the box?
Oh, man, she says she want hood nigga. I keep the perk by the pound. The Trump stay bumped and y'all know we run the town. Hood nigga. And I keep a bad bitch around. Thick bitch, long hair, yellow, white, red, brown. Hood nigga. And my Chevy sitting on 24s. Flats look like flapjack. Pancake, you ain't no hood nigga. I'ma play the game how it go. They can take me out the hood, but I'ma keep it hood for.
This is really a box.
As you can see, the products in the protective casing are ones meant for people with darker complexions, whereas the other ones for lighter complexions are not in the protective casing. And again, that's based on their experience in that store, that the ones for darker complexions are stolen more than the ones for lighter complexions. And this is in the UK, by the way, not the US. We have one of these wokies here, just like the US, just like Canada, just like the UK. This is just a regular supermarket. It's allegedly in Parramatta in Sydney.
I'm a black woman that apparently
And guess what she's been stopped for? She's been stopped for allegedly stealing groceries. It's like, how can this same pattern be repeated in all these other countries, but we're supposed to not acknowledge the similarity? To be fair, I'd be that angry as well if my hairline looked like that. Okay?
I will be reporting your ass. I will. I will. I will. What's the store number? Just give me my change, bitch. I ain't got time for this. I ain't got time for it. I ain't got time for it. Honey, I done had better people. Thank you. Bitch, show my money. Show my money. Hand me my goddamn money in my hand. I didn't throw it to you. Hand me my money. Hand me my money in my hand, bitch. You don't throw no money in me. Hand me my money. I didn't throw it at you. Don't throw it at me. Don't throw it at me. Don't throw it at me, bitch. I'm gonna have your job. Fuck you, dog. Fuck you.
Oh, that's assault.
But again, it's more of this low impulse control. How many times have we seen this exact behavior? But there must be something inherent among people like this that causes them to act in a similar manner all the time. And now this chick here is in Paris, and we all know Paris is an absolute dumpster fire these days. Not the city of love. These days, it's known as a dirty cesspool, overpopulated by third world immigrants. That's pretty much what it is these days. But
I mean, sure, a normal person probably would have let that go. I mean, sure, a normal person probably would have let that go.
I don't think she understands that this behavior tends to happen when you're at a place which is a tourist attraction. You'll get tourists taking pictures. Is it really that surprising? What does she want? A private viewing of the Eiffel Tower. Is that what she wants? Is that what she wants, really? Her own private experience with the Eiffel Tower. Look, come on, get the hell out of here. Imagine being a mother writing that. Where are your morals, your decency? Got none of it. It is just, oh God. I think that could be accurately classified as ghetto as fuck, but that's what's...
Girl, let me hit that coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. Oh, girl, let me hit that coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. is tight, incense lit. Bring the crystals, I'll bring the pipe. Do yoga on my shit all night, all night. Ooh, Phantom of the Opera. Girl, let me hit that coochie chakra.
Things are nice in the afterlife. Everything looks so clear and bright. We all become ghosts after we die. Every ghost is the same color white. Everyone be the so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is the fucking greatest. So I was expecting some redneck shit. I thought all whites were supremacists. But all I see is white excellence. You should never feel white guilt for it. Everyone be so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is a fucking great. There's no more crime and no more fights. I like it here in the afterlife. But if I ever get sent back, I pray I don't come back black. Oh shit! We are all sisters and brothers, but ghosts only come in one color. Now that I'm white, I have to admit, being white is the fucking shit. Everyone be so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is the fucking greatest. Everyone be so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is the fucking greatest. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah.
Girl, let me hit that coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. Oh, girl, let me hit that coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. Coochie chakra.
That's what's going on. Jeez, out of here. Imagine being a mother writing that. Where are your morals, your decency? Got none of it. It is, oh God. I think that could be accurately classified as ghetto as fuck, but that's what's, that's what's going on. Jesus, it's a mess. But there was just a few more examples of this fatiguing behaviour. If you like these videos, let me know in the comments. I'll keep making more. But as I always say, hope you're having a good day as always. And as I always say, get the peons the hell out of my stinking house.
So here we are, people, once again in the present moment, as always. Or that's where we should always be. But we're not really there, are we? Truly. So here we are, people, once again in the present moment, as always. Or that's where we should always be. but we're not really there, are we? Truly. Are we really there when we repeat the stories and the history and these characters and who said this, who did that, what happened then, which was written by these same beings that have lied to us about everything, and everything's backwards. So why take any story as truth, or internalize it as something, or apply it to anything, or believe it to be so, or even matter in the present moment? What does it matter? What does any story or character and what they've done, what they said, or what they're going? So here we are, people, once again in the present moment, as always.
I thought this was Bextra Large, but it's actually Trigglypuff. This is Trigglypuff freaking out.
You have to obey the rules of the onion. But this is free speech if you're so concerned. Yes, it is. Hate speech out of this campus. Keep your hate speech out of this campus. Keep your hate speech out of this campus. Keep your hate speech out of this campus. Utter madness. You're not welcome here. Stop talking to us like children. You're not welcome here. Stop acting like a child.
I thought this was Bextra Large, but it's actually Trigglypuff. This is Trigglypuff freaking out.
You have to obey the rules of the onion. But this is free speech if you're so concerned. Yes, it is. Keep your hate speech out of this campus. 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 Utter madness. You're not welcome here. Stop.
Think if they, but yeah, there's so many industry plants, bro. I'd have to do it more on one specific guy rather than industry plants as a whole. I still don't know what you mean by Love Inches Few. Is that like the name of a channel?
Fake Jake is a fucking liar.
Oh, look who showed up. A loser who can't get any fucking views. Hi, I'm King Steven. I'm gonna go show up to Jake's channel because nobody likes to watch my channel because I'm a fucking fat lop loser. Hi, I'm King Steven. I've never had 500 people watching me before, so I'm gonna go over and troll Jake's channel. He's a diamond. He's a demon. Why are you triggered right now? You're so triggered. Look how triggered he is. He's so triggered. Fat loser ass Steven. What are you doing here? You fucking stupid fat lop. Why do you care what I'm doing so much? Go continue your 12-hour fat lop streams where you stream about me and other fucking shit for nobody. You loser.
You're a cowardly little fucking grifter. A demon.
He's a diamond. Look at his eyes. He's a diamond. You can see it in his eyes. Look at how triggered he is. Look at how triggered he is. Sanity machine. Fat lop ass loser. Get lost.
Jake is fake. Jake is a greedy, creepy little liar, a little deceiver. He's a little man-child, a little cockroach.
Some of the fucking loserous bitches come over and try and troll me because they're so fucking jealous that nobody watches them. So they think if they come over here and talk shit, that my audience is going to go start supporting them or something. That's never worked for fucking anybody. Fat lop ass loser. RL says, what the fuck up, Jakester? Oh, nothing much. Streaming. You know how I do. Doing my stream thing.
Jay Lewis coming in with a super sticker. Thank you very much, Jay Lewis. Coming in with some super sticker love.
Jake is fake. Jake is a loser. He's a trashy little cockroach grifter.
And another new one from Jay Lewis about the industry plants. Maybe it'll clear things up about my confusion. It said, meant do a live on industry plants in 2025. Maybe top 5 or 10 who has influence on kids. Oh, for sure. So like at the top of that list would be guys like fucking Logan Paul, Jake Paul, Mr. Beast. Like just cringy people who my audience is like, my audience hates hearing anything about, Logan Paul or Mr. Beast. Just saying their names, people are going to be like, no, I already know I hate them, Jake. So most of my audience already knows Mr. Beast is a fucking plant. So me being like, hey, you guys, did you know Mr. Beast is an industry plant? Yeah, Hollywood and these old school celebrities, they're dying. So now they have to prop up these new celebrities through the form of streaming on social media and making videos on YouTube. And so now they've created new industry plants in the form of Mr. Beast and Logan Paul and Penguin Zero and whatnot. Understand? My audience is going to be like, duh, we already fucking knew that. So my audience is typically really hip to all this shit already. So I'm not trying to make content that my audience is just going to be like, duh, we know, right? The only time that works is if I'm telling people football's fake. They already know football's fake, but they want me to continue showing them examples. That's like the only thing I can keep repeating over and over again that consistently works. Anything else, I'm just preaching to the choir. All right. But I could probably do a bit of an expose on some of their shit. Like, I think there's another fake fight that's going to come up with Jake Paul. So perhaps I could expose how Jake Paul's going to have another fake fight soon. And then maybe we could figure out who's going to win that. Try and get out in front of it before it happens. But yeah, there might be something that I could do. Those names might draw some eyeballs. Oh, another one. So I got a man asking me for change.
I did not ask you for change. I told you I was asking for change.
He sits in front of the 7-Eleven and he begs for help. And then when I try to ask him, hey bro, no matter what I do to help you, if I was to give you $100 bill right now, you would fucking end up here within a day or two later. If I gave you $1,000 bill, if there was a such thing, and I can fork over right now $1,000 to you, and you know what would happen? Within 2 or 3 days, you would be right back here in this same position, acting as if someone did it to you. So I'm going to ask you, why are you in this position? Why are you sitting here, bro?
I decided to stop here.
What?
I decided to stop here.
You decided to stop here. So why did you ask me for any sort of assistance as I walked out the door?
So I was asking you to make a phone call so I could ask for someone else for assistance.
You want me to make a phone call on your behalf, so you can't afford a phone?
My phone's dead right now, and I do have a service, but it's not active right now, so I need to repay my bill. So yeah, that's what's. Yeah, actually, I have a phone, but I need to pay my bill. It's dead.
All right. So you have a bunch of excuses. Do you realize most grown folks don't have these excuses?
It may seem like an excuse, but maybe it's a reason, like an explanation of the benefits of use. So yeah, there you go.
So
there you go. It may seem like an excuse, but maybe it's a reason, like.
So the guy says it may seem like an excuse, but maybe there's a reason. Look at this piece of shit looking back at him. It looks like there's a burger place there. Is that Whataburger? I don't know what state he's in, but that looks like it could be a burger place over there. He's at a 7-Eleven convenience store, it looks like. Says it's at a 7-Eleven. Look at the evil demonic look back at his camera. A lot of people, that's what I'm trying to show you, Red Pill. That's what I'm trying to show people. I don't cover this stuff for no reason. People have to start thinking, including on my channel. I know they're not going to other places. I realize that. That's the point. I'm showing you what Jake is and that people can't see it. I'm showing you something if you pay attention. And I'll keep playing it. Jake said in the video in a comment, you've already played this 4 times. What are you going to do? Play my 7-Eleven berating the homeless guy again? He knows most people won't catch on. Most people in this realm are lost causes. They're FUBAR. You can show it to them. You can explain it to them. They don't see it. I'll keep playing this. If I have to play this every week, I'll play it till people get it through their heads and start seeing what it is and start realizing what it shows, not only about Jake, but about his followers, this realm. It shows a lot. I show this stuff for a reason, but you got to pay attention. You got to remember that you've seen it a week from now or a month from now. I've shown this multiple times before. There's people that were here and they don't remember this. I hope people learn something. That's the whole point. Trying to show you something about where you are, even if you weren't the guy sitting on the ground, even if you weren't there at 7-Eleven to witness this. He's showing you something, and I'm showing you something. Showing you what surrounds you. He used to sell these shitty t-shirts, Lunar Module, Tweaker Shelter. He's wearing one of his shirts that he made tens of thousands of dollars selling to dummies. It's all about making shekels for him. That's all he cares about. Some of you don't get it. You'll say he's running a truther channel, Steven. You don't get it. You're brand new. People have gotten dumber on YouTube in the last 10 to 15 years. 15 years ago, people would have seen through him. He's a scammer. He's a grifter. He's evil. They would have picked up on it. Now people need weeks and months and years of having it drilled into their heads until finally they go, well, he might not be just a nice truther. You just don't get it. You got a lot to learn and a lot to see. And I hope some of you wake up. But there's not many who can see. Day in, day out, you're showing me something. I'm showing you something, and you're showing me something. How people are slow to be able to realize the most obvious demonic behavior and looks that I could ever share with you, and most of you have to be spoon-fed to be able to have a chance to see it. And it is frustrating because you should be able to pick up on this instantly. And I'm not saying that to put you down. I'm saying it because it's true. You should be able to pick up on this fucking instantly. And most can't on YouTube. They can't.
So you have a bunch of excuses.
Why does he keep looking back at his camera and smiling?
Dead right now, and I do have a service, but it's not active right now, so I need to refund.
Why is his grin or his smirk so evil looking? Why are his eyes so evil looking? Why is he berating this man? What does it have to do with him? Why doesn't he just walk away and walk home if he's left the store? Walk away. No, he's got to film this for content. Some of you have a lot to learn. You have so much to learn, but a lot yap in the chat room like that Romulus guy. He said nothing the whole time he was here tonight and other nights. I can't think of a thing that he said that made sense, that made me stop and go, oh, I'm going to comment on what he said. Just yapping away, distracting. That's all he did. He didn't learn shit. And then about black people, all he could say is not all are bad. What the fuck? Like, it's just like you're useless. You're not bringing anything. that matters. You're just distracting. So I hope people start learning. That's why I share this stuff. Some of you don't get it. And you'll say to me in comments, I don't know why you focus on these channels or share other channels or you have beef with these people. You don't know what I'm doing. You think you do, but you don't. You should drop that great big ego blindfold, take it off your eyes and say, I'm going to listen to what he's saying because he's explaining what he's doing. Some of you can't do that. A lot of you can't listen for 5 minutes. You don't have the attention span. And I'm aware of it. I'm aware of it. Like the Romulus guy, he's watched some of my videos. He called this a hell space. Was he talking about my channel? Was he talking about this realm? A lot of you don't make sense. You should think more before you type. You should get in the habit of saying, I'm going to actually think so I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Most people don't do that. In the realm, they don't. They're more like this on the screen.
My bill, so yeah, that's what's. Yeah, actually, I have a phone, but I need.
They get out their camera to make content. Look at them pointing at this guy.
It's dead.
All right. So you have a bunch of
He'll
excuses.
keep looking back at his camera.
Do you realize most grown folks?
It's dead.
All right. So you have a bunch of excuses. Do you realize most grown folks don't have these excuses?
It may seem like an excuse, but maybe it's a real.
He goes to 7-Eleven half drunk and buys more beer, whatever he bought, more alcohol. He's a fucking loser. Jake is fake, and he's a loser. Fake Jake.
Reason, like an explanation.
And some of you need this explained, I'm telling you. And I can tell. I can tell because if I don't show this shit and explain it, I'll see some people showing up on shit channels like this. And they'll make the excuses here. They'll make the excuses to me. I didn't know, Steven. I was confused. Some of you follow every shit channel run by demons that there is on YouTube. And you think you're going to get out of here? Trying to wake you up. And it's not easy because a lot of you don't want to see. And that's what I notice. You resist seeing. You'll say he's not a demon. He's just a messed up human, or it's just the alcohol. It's not narcissism. It's not him being malicious, a malignant narcissist. It's not that. It's just he's a little bit drunk. So he's acting this way. Some of you make excuses for demons. I've seen it thousands of times on YouTube, on other channels, and here on my channels. I've seen it so many times. Some are making the excuses in your heads. You won't type it out, but you're thinking he's not a demon. You're thinking Steven calls everyone a demon. I've seen that too. People saying, oh, he calls everyone a demon. This guy's really getting off on mocking a homeless person that didn't even ask for money. Just ask, hey, could you make a phone call for me? Could you please make a phone call to someone for me? He needed some help. That's what he said, not money. He wasn't even begging for money. And Jake begs for money on YouTube. And people need this all explained because they have no memory. They just can't remember. Oh, he's covered it. I just showed it. He's begging for shekels on his channel all the time. You got to start fitting the pieces together yourself.
There you go.
So you always need somebody else's help to get whatever you need done. Do you realize?
That should be enough, but some of you can't see what that is. So you're in trouble. And I'll ask you, if I have to ask people like I did earlier with Romulus, why are you here? If you can't see what's on the screen, why are you here? What are you tuned in here for? Obviously, just entertainment. You just want drama and entertainment. And you'll say that you're just here for fun. And some leave and say that. I don't want you here. I'm telling you, I don't want you. I want VIPs only. I want people interested in learning something. Yes, the show has an entertainment aspect, the live streams, but some of you aren't here to learn anything. You don't focus on what's being shown. You'll look at what's on the screen, and I could show this every week, and you'll say in your mind, it's not a demon. It's just a guy smiling. I don't want you here if you're that type. If that describes you, go away. I don't want you around me. Whatever you are, scurry away like a cockroach on the fucking sidewalk. If you can't see this, you've got such issues, I can't fix you. I can't help you. This is as obvious as it gets. This might as well be Rockefeller with his evil demonic face, smirking away as he harms somebody that feels ashamed and is sitting down on the ground. Might as well be. And some of you can't see that. So I don't want you here. I don't know what you are spiritually, but you're not like me. You're the type that will go to these shit channels and say, they're not all demons. You can't see. Go away. You're not wanted here.
Do you realize when I go to 7-Eleven to buy my fucking shitty ass beer, I'm not trying to help anyone else. I already have my own shitty fucking addictions that I'm serving. So whenever someone like you is always asking for help, I always ask, what did you do to end up here?
My apologies for bothering you. I just used my independence to ask you for some assistance.
You use your independence to ask me for assistance. What does that mean?
The guy sitting there is very respectful and patient. He's putting up with a lot of shit from a belligerent, drunken fucking asshole that has an addiction. But his addiction is no excuse. And that's unfortunately what a lot of people do. If someone has an addiction, some of you make excuses for them, enabling them, saying, well, it's the drug, it's the drink. That's not them speaking. It's the alcohol, it's the drugs. Why are they on that to begin with? Because a lot of demons like having these addictions. That's the reality. A lot of you feel sorry for people or demons just because they're addicts. I don't. Why don't you look at their behavior? You're feeling sorry, some of you, for the guy standing on his feet, Jake the asshole, instead of the other guy. I know there's people tuned in right now that are doing that. You have things ass backwards. You have sympathy and tears for demons. It's going to cost you one day. I promise you that. It will cost you. And I won't have to do anything to you. You will cost yourself.
Your independence to ask me for assistance?
Are you that cryptic, or are you that much of a simpleton?
You're the one asking for me to give you my phone. You want to use this phone?
I asked you to give me your phone. I asked you if you make a phone call for me because I know how sketchy people can be asking for someone's phone to make a phone call.
There you go. He said he didn't ask for your phone. He just asked him to make a phone call for him, which is free. And look at the mockery here. Look at it. Look at him laughing. He's enjoying every minute of this because it makes him feel good to believe that he's better than this guy that's seated on the ground. You're such a fucking demonic piece of shit, Jake. That's what you are. That's all you are. And I'm not the only one who sees it.
So you don't know if I'm going to run off with her or something. Look, you look for entertainment, dude? Are you really that bored? Does rejection bother you that fucking much that you're fucking lonely that you need to ask? You're trying to get entertainment and shit? What the fuck, dude? Fuck off, man. God damn. That's fucked up, dude. Whether you realize it or not, that's fucked up, dude. For real.
So we're going to use this phone.
Sit on your fucking, on your
We're going to use this phone so that you can make your phone call so that you can get out of this situation that you're in.
Are we going to, or you decided to say yes to the
Is that what we're going to do? Is that what we want to do? Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Did you not just insult me?
Yeah, I did.
See, yeah, you insulted me. So guess what? Not going to do it. Not going to help you. Have fun being a homeless fucking loser all night long, bitch. Don't you wish you had my money? Don't you wish you had my change? Don't you wish you had my beer? Don't you wish you had my change? I got $1 in my pocket, but you can't have none. I got $2 in my pocket, but you can't have none. I got 50 cents in my pocket. Do you want it? You can't have none. I would have gave it to you, but you fucking insulted me, so fuck you, biatch. Woo, woo, titty in the butt, motherfucker. Woo, woo, boop, 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 boop. What? What are you gonna do? 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 Oh, fuck you, biatch. Woo, woo, titty in the butt, motherfucker. Woo, woo, boop, 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 boop. What? What are you gonna do? 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 I'm sitting here talking to you. What are you gonna do? Nothing. Beggar.
Burn the cockroaches. Burn the cockroaches. Seal in the demons. Seal in the demons. Seal in the demons. The demons. Seal in the demons forever and ever. This is where they belong. Here. Forever. They can devour each other here forever and ever and ever.
If you can't see demons before you leave this realm, then I do think you will get recycled, whoever you are. Even if I like you, whether I like you not, know you or not, whether you're a friend or not, a stranger here or a regular, it's my hope that you start seeing. And that's something that most people put up great resistance to. They hold back. Few people will call them cockroaches and demons. They'll make excuses. Some people make excuses for pieces of trash like that for years or decades. Ones that aren't even family of theirs will do that on YouTube. Just strangers that he doesn't give a shit about you, and you'll make excuses for these fucking demons just because you watch their shit channel on YouTube. And they'll say, well, he told a couple things that were true. Anyone can do that. Anyone. He has a baby truther channel with basic fucking topics. Baby truther shit. Baby truther shit. And some of you are just so desperate. Go. You don't belong here then. Okay? Do you understand? This is for VIPs only. I don't want shitheads on my channel. I don't want you. If you're a baby truther that support that shit, go away. I don't care how many views I get. I'm not like these fucking losers. That's all they care about. Views and donations. I don't need your money. I don't have my hand out.
Person. Let's get real honest here. That is the intention with living this life to the fullest that we can. It's about being honest with yourself. Quit gaslighting yourself. This is something that we've learned and been exposed to and traumatized to our whole life. Connect with that little part that you have and be honest without any defenses, without any justifications, and just be honest. It's okay to not like this place. It's okay to think and feel that this place is in.
This guy's so fucking weird and condescending. Such a creepy Gingy. A real creepy Gingy.
In complete opposition to everything right and just. And your moral compass is just spinning in circles constantly, day in and day out, because you're in a inhospitable environment. But if you're not honest with yourself, you will allow the battle of the ego. All right. I think it's been enough time for me to make this video. Bliss, where the hell are you? Why have you disappeared? What the hell happened? I don't know, but I've been thinking about you ever since. That was weird. Some Matrix interference there. I've been thinking about you ever since you went MIA. I'm not sure what happened. All I know is you were exploring new theories. You were getting some pushback from certain people, even in the Discord, and you were really gung-ho about these new theories and ideas. And I guess some people that you respected kind of pushed back a little bit on those theories. And the next thing I know, the Discord is gone, deleted. Your YouTube channel is gone. It may be on private, but as far as I know, it's deleted. And I thought at first, well, maybe he's just taking a break. Maybe he's taking a break from all of this because it takes a lot of energy and it drains you like anything in this realm, but especially talking about true, real things, it takes a toll on you. And then you have people online who love to come in and criticize and dictate how and what you should think and feel when you're the one putting yourself out there. You're the one being courageous and brave and putting your ideas out there so that other people can hear and listen and give their feedback. I'm not talking about legitimate I can't even think of the words now. Legitimate constructive criticism in helping you, each other, people in this community, get to a better understanding. That's totally fine and healthy. But when people come and attack and criticize and downplay you and all these things, that's not beneficial for anyone, especially those people who don't put themselves out there themselves and then want to come and tell you how you're wrong and blah, 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 blah. Okay? And we've all done this, okay? It's not just these random people. It's the battle of the egos. The battle of the egos wants to be right, even when you're wrong. So I'm not saying that he's never done this, or I've never done this, but it's just hard to put yourself out there. And I get it. I get why you'd want to take a break. I get why you'd want to shut all this off for a little bit. But it's been almost a month, and we've heard no word. We don't know what happened. It happened so suddenly without warning. And I was always told that from him that he would keep all his videos up. He would let us know if and when he was going to decide to leave this place. And to have it happen all so suddenly, it just makes me feel a little uneasy about it. And if he is gone, I wish him all the best. I salute him for everything he's done, for putting himself out there, for sharing his thoughts and theories, and for leaving this bitch-ass existence, as he would say. This is a bitch-ass existence. Quote, bliss. It's hard when someone who's at your level of understanding is no longer here. I would not lie that it brings sadness. But I can't think on just the human level. If he is gone, that means he's out of this bitch-ass existence. And he's made it to wherever the hell you make it once you get out of here. And I know that someone like him, who holds the convictions that he does, and the passion and the gnosis, that he's just not sitting idly. He's doing whatever it is that needs to be done to get the hell out of here for good. Any layer that's holding anyone here, he's working on shooting through all of that. So I salute and commend you.
Walks smiling down the street, people way down low. Ain't no sound but the sound of his feet. Machine guns ready to go. Are you ready? Hey, are you ready for this? Are you standing on the edge of your seat? Out the doorway, the bullets river to the sound of the beat. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Sing it. Another one bites the dust. Sing out. Sing it. Another one bites the dust. And another one gone, and another one gone. Another one bites the dust. Shoot it. Come on.
However, sadness. But I can't think on just the human level. If he is gone, that means he's out of this bitch-ass existence. And he's made it to wherever the hell you make it once you get out of here. And I know that someone like him, who holds the convictions that he does, and the passion and the gnosis, that he's just not sitting idly. He's doing whatever it is that needs to be done to get the hell out of here for good. Any layer that's holding anyone here, he's working on shooting through all of that. So I salute and commend you. However it was you got into this hell realm, I salute you for dropping your gnosis, trying to help others, and leaving this bitch-ass existence, if that is what happened. If you're still here, please reach out to me. Let's talk. There's nothing... I'm the kind of guy who arguments and disagreements and even people who come to disrespect you or be rude and all that kind of stuff, if I don't hold grudges, I try not to hold grudges, because I realize that we're all going through this hell. It's all been set up to bring this sort of thing about, and it's impossible for anyone to agree 100% with anyone else. That's how this realm's set up. Unless you're an NPC, then you'll agree with whatever is presented to you. But for us free thinkers, spirited beings who have awoken to this level, we want to keep our sovereignty, our individuality. So, of course, we're going to have disagreements. Of course, we're going to try new things. We're going to do things that other people don't agree with or haven't even thought of themselves. So, I don't hold grudges. The only grudge I hold is against this fucking place, man. For putting us all through this. And for having us war against each other and fighting against each other, when the main enemy and perpetrator is sitting back, got his feet propped up, has his bag of popcorn, just laughing and just enjoying every second of this shit show, and trying to pit us against one another. If you're against this place and you want this place to end, and you want the suffering to end, and you want freedom, actual liberty, freedom, and justice for all of the shit this place has put every living thing through, then I consider you part of the resistance, so to say. Whatever you choose to do about it, that's your own individual journey, your own individual will and choice and limited free will that you have. There's no point in me dictating to you what you should do and how you should do it. I only have control of myself, the very limited control that I have. And most of it is battling the body programs and the mind control and the programming of the mind, the body, cultural influence, government restrictions. Hell, I can't even fly. I can't even float out of here. I gotta walk my bitch ass in the rain all the way back to my car. You just gotta laugh at it sometimes.
Their laughter always is at nothing funny. It's forced, it's fake, it's bad acting. It just seems like if I went right now, that's how it comes across. It's just like you got to laugh at it. It's so fucking contrived and fake and phony. And people don't have the ears and mind to hear it. Most in this realm are on the frequency of believing and following lying demons. And it is frustrating. I wish I could help more people, but honestly, I've said this privately to some of my friends. It might be 5 or 10, 15, maybe 20 that I find outside of here one day, because most of you just, there's something that you don't get it. You don't seem to get it. There should be way more people interested in this stuff if they were real truth seekers in this realm. There's hardly anyone that's interested in studying it and learning and seeing and coming to my channel and sticking around. And there's something wrong. It shows a lot about this realm. And there's losers that say we're outnumbered. Obviously, duh. Of course we're outnumbered by the millions. There's millions of demons for every one of me. I'm aware of that. It doesn't scare me. You're going to be fucking roasted here. And some of you are going to go over to Team Evil before this is all said and done. It's already happening. It's happening all the time. It's happening now, as they say on these shit channels. It's happening now. Go ahead. You don't hurt me by abandoning my channel. You're hurting yourself. Go ahead. Leave.
So with that said, Bliss, fucking love you, dude. We all may not agree on everything, but I know that you're a spirited being. You've helped a lot of people out. I salute you. Wherever the fuck you are, man, thanks for being who you are. Your scripted character, thanks for having this scripted character of Bliss here. Even though I don't want you here. I wish you never came into this existence, because I wish none of us ever came into this existence. But I'm dealing with reality, and reality is you were here. So I'm grateful that you did what you did to try to help other people. And you may be wrong about so many things, but at least you fucking tried. So thank you. I'm not saying you were wrong about a lot of things. I'm just saying, even if you were, you fucking tried, man. You did your due diligence, put yourself out there. You faced ridicule, harassment. You faced people calling you crazy. You faced all the gaslighting tactics of this matrix. Fucking respect, dude. Fucking respect. Because it takes a hell of a lot. A hell of a lot to talk about the things that we talk about. Put your fucking face out there and to say,
So I haven't seen Lomik in a long time on my channel. I don't know that I've ever seen him comment on a single one of my videos in my Esoterica series, but Lomik is commenting over there on Joshua's channel.
the battle of the egos.
This is Bored Monkey Lomik. Remember him? So there he is. He watches Joshua's channel. And he has the Sanity Machine and Demon Slayer channel, or not Demon Slayer, what am I talking about? El Diablo Radio International channel. And I think I have seen him on Demon Slayer's channel. But here he is on Joshua S. John's channel, commenting about where are these lovely park paths you have around you. I'm shaking my head because obviously he watches this guy's shit. He probably watches Ignorance is Bliss as well, thinking he's real. It's just incredible to me. Like, it's, look at this. He exited about 3 weeks ago. Really? Exited. So this channel's claiming that he exited. R.I.P. to Ignorance is Bliss. I don't know what his name is. They called him Ignorance is Bliss and Bliss, which is weird. Who used the self-checkout line. This could be fake. Who knows? I don't have a way of verifying this. Who's Lizard Hunter? Look at this. He achieved the highest form of intelligence? Really? Well, he said we're all just part of God's dream. Those were his final videos. Even this black girl said, R.I.P. Lauren Taylor. This one says, really? That's 6 I know just in the last 3 weeks. And they give the 666 sign in response. Can't make this shit up. The 666 emoji is the response to that 6 that she claims to know. But who knows for sure? Could all be fake. Are you sure he is gone without a question mark? This is the level they're at. And then a skull and crossbones is a response. You can't make this shit up. They're at such a low level that they can't even communicate and type a few letters. They're that lazy. The laziness has gotten to that level. Hope you are as you are. Hope you're in a better place giving these archons. They call them archons. They believe the Gnostic story. A run for they money. Is Lizard Hunter, are they black? Are they a Negro? Probably.
Yeah.
Do something. Do something.
What am I gonna do?
Do something, boy.
Do something. What are you doing standing there staring at me?
Do something.
You fucking creep.
Do something. Do something.
I'm about ready to, dude.
Do it. Do it.
I'm about ready to.
Do it. I want you to do it.
Okay.
Do it. Do it.
No, I'm not getting arrested for that.
Do it. Do it. Do something, motherfucker. Do something.
Is that what you do?
Do you see what kind of demons are out there? Are you starting, even if it's not in your neighborhood, are you starting to understand that this realm is bigger than you and your block, your street you live on? It might be a bit bigger. You might want to take a bigger picture look and think about it and realize where you are. It could help you. A lot of you don't want help. And that's why I say, what are you tuning in for? Go away.
No, I'm not getting arrested for that.
Do it.
No, I'm not getting arrested for that.
Do it. Do it. Do something, motherfucker. Do something.
Is that what you do? You fucking put on your fucking cop lights and scare everybody?
Do something.
Is that what you do?
Do something.
I am doing something.
Do something.
I just did something.
I want you to do something to me.
I just did something.
Do it, motherfucker. I dare you, bitch.
You're a creep, dude. Stop staring at me. Stop creeping on me, you fucking creep. Motherfucker's creeping on me, dude. He's sitting here staring at me. And then he turns on his cop lights. Whoop, whoop. I'm gonna do something. Do what I always do. You'll see. Watch me. I'm doing it. See what I'm doing? I'll even do a little jig for you too. There you go. That's just for you, buddy. There's your big ass. Don't give a fuck about that. I'm probably gonna do the gun.
Is Lizard Hunter, are they another homeless bum? Is that what they are? Are they a homeless bum? A whole 21,000 views on his channel, and it's been up since 2020. You know, El Diablo channel has more than that, I think. Let me check this. 21,160 views. If you search for the Bex Factor, this is what comes up, everyone. Yeah, he does have reptilian eyes. He does. Ignorance is bliss. Had reptilian, has or had. The Bex Factor. I don't know if they're alive or not. I don't care. To be honest, I don't care about these pieces of shit. These fucking demons on YouTube. The Bex Factor. If you search for her on YouTube, it's all my content. All they'll find is exposing her. This is what happens when you hide, demons. All that's left is my videos exposing you.
Put that on
That's
my
all
list
that's
of
left.
things to do, because I think if I just find the right panels, I'll be okay.
Yeah, I'm with you though. Let's bring some new blood to the panelverse. I'll go looking for some too. And I don't.
Demons. They are demons. I'll go looking for some too. They're so fucking creepy and weird. She's obsessed. She has me in her avatar. She's really obsessed with me. She's been obsessed with me for years. Years. If it were a man doing that, obsessing and stalking, they'd probably be in jail. She's fucked up. Why do I make these videos? To expose. That's why. So that people can see and they know how fucking demonic and evil they are, and perhaps save a few people from harm by these creepy, creepy creatures. And they are creepy as fuck.
Oh, how many shorts are gonna be made of this one, you guys? Shorts but at least with this one, you guys, I got the finger puppets on. Isn't it fucking perfect? I'm gonna start it with finger puppets from now on. I'm gonna get a pineapple. I'm gonna get a pineapple. And I'm gonna have a big fucking background that you can see 2 + 2 somehow in. 2 + 2 = pineapple. So if
Bjorn used to be on my channel a year ago. I remember he was a regular. What happened to Bjorn? Is he still alive? He stopped coming around. But that's not the only one. There's a lot of them that disappeared. It's interesting. It doesn't faze most people, though. They don't think of that. They just don't think of it. And it's okay. You don't have to understand. You don't have to put puzzle pieces together. You're not obligated to think. You can just go in the recycling bin for another spin. If you don't put any pieces together, that's where you end up. I don't have to force you in there. You end up in there. You put yourself in there in the end, out of laziness. There's a lot of lazy people in this realm. A fuck of a lot of lazy people. Thinking is the last thing they want to do. They don't want to think. They don't want to think. You don't have to. I promise you don't have to. It's easier not to think. Just go in the bin. Just hop in the bin for another spin. Take another spin in the bin and see what you get. See what you get. You go right ahead. I've made it so clear for people for years. I don't know how slow some people are. If you don't get it by now, I don't know what you're waiting for. What more do you need? What the fuck more do you need? What's wrong with you if you don't get it by now? How slow are you? You'd have to be slow. Have to be. How long will it take you to start to understand, to just begin to understand what the fuck is wrong with you. 35 tuned in right now. Going to go over to El Diablo channel analytics. And I'll just share this with you. The last 28 days, 170 new subs on this new channel. 3,000 views in the last 48 hours on a channel with 200 people, 222 people. Look at the views, 33,000.3. I love it. I love it. I love it. The views. That's awesome. 33.3. I just happened to see that as I'm sharing this with you. I have more views than the shitty channel that I just shared with you. That guy's had a channel since 2020. El Diablo is a new channel. Already have 33.3 thousand views. Eat your fucking hearts out, demons. Eat your hearts out, demons. Fucking demonic bitches. People do watch my channels, you fucking losers. It didn't take me 5+ years to get over 20,000 views. Like that guy's channel had 21,000 views. I've got 33,000 views already. Just a matter of, what, a couple of months? People are tuned in. 33.3K views. El Diablo. El Diablo Radio International. The greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. And you know it's true. You know it's true. Ladies love El Diablo. Ladies love El Diablo.
Girl, let me hit that coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. Oh, girl, let me hit that coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. My spiritual chick, ooh, my spiritual chick is always tight, incense lit. Bring the crystals, I'll bring the pipe. Do yoga on my shit all night, all night. Ooh, Phantom of the Opera. Girl, let me hit that coochie chakra. Chakra, coochie chakra, coochie chakra. Oh, girl, let me hit that coochie chakra, coochie chakra, coochie chakra. Spiritual heal it, spiritual heal it. Hit so hard your ancestors feel it. Spiritual heal it, spiritual heal it. Hit so hard your ancestors feel it.
All right, everyone. That's to celebrate the 33.3 thousand views so far on El Diablo Radio International. That's what's going on. And one of my newest videos here is my Esoterica series, Frequencies and Spirits One day ago, 241 views, 43 likes. Obviously, I wish it was 43,000 likes. But at least it's reaching some people that are curious and open-minded and want to see how this reality actually works. Instead of being baby truthers for life, little baby truthers on shit channels run by demons with their hands out begging for shekels. Maybe some of you have advanced past that. Not all have, though. I suspect some of you still are addicted to shit. You love shit channels. Hello, everyone. Hello. I have some thoughts tonight on frequencies and spirits. I think there's a connection between frequencies and spirits. Now, what is a voice? It's sound waves. Frequencies are built into our voices. Some people recognize someone as being authentic right away. They'll say they resonate with them, or they trust them right away, or they know they're telling the truth. People have said this to me quite often in my lifetime, including on YouTube. And it makes sense. But what I'm getting at with this is, I think it's an indication of a species of spirit and another spirit that relates or is the same kind of spirit or close to it. Just like when someone says, "Oh, I love your voice. I love hearing your voice. Your voice is so soothing, calming. I know that you're real, authentic." Things like that. It isn't just a compliment. It's deeper than a mere surface, "I like your voice." It's deeper. It's more meaningful. Do you understand? And I think it's an indication. When someone loves my voice, I think quite often, perhaps not always, it might be 90% of the time, might be 95%. It doesn't have to be 100% of the time. But quite often, it seems to indicate that they relate with me beyond just my voice. I think it's that way with me as well. When I hear someone else's voice, and their voice is pleasing, the frequency of their voice hits me a certain way in my spirit, not just my ears. It isn't just pleasing to my ears, it's deeper than that. It's spiritual. That's what I think. And I think it's an indication of what species someone is. I'm showing different images here because I want you to understand it works both ways. What do I mean by that? Well, I'll get into it. So far, I've spoken about someone loving the sound of my voice, and I'm using myself as an example because you're listening to my voice right now. That's the only reason for that. I could use other famous voices, let's say, as an example, much more famous than I am or will ever be. And some people love their voice and others can't stand to hear their voice. Like it really bothers them in some cases. And there's a huge difference, a huge chasm, a disparity between the ones that love, let's say, Michael Jackson's voice. He was world famous, only using his voice for that reason. And others, some love his voice and others despise it. They can't stand to hear that voice and that high-pitched voice. And it sounds phony and fake. All right? It's the same way on YouTube, on the internet. Some people can't stand my voice. And I think I understand why now. Spiritually, they are very different from what I am. I don't think they're just saying it to be mean or to troll me or try to, get under my skin or whatever, which doesn't work anyways. But I think it's different than that. I think it might be something other than their hearing or hearing different frequencies, or it just doesn't sound like what they like. I think spiritually they are very, very different from me. That's what I think. That's my theory. The frequency of my voice is revealing of my spirit and my species of spirit. And to them, they can't stand it. No matter what I'm speaking, it's not a matter of me speaking truth that they can't stand. I could be telling them the weather. I could be reading them a page of their favorite book. It's not about the topic or the truth. They hate my voice and they hate me. They despise me. No matter what I say, no matter what I do, no matter what I share. I think they are very different spiritually from me. They're a different species. And I said that one day I will go into this deeper. I'm trying to make it as clear as I can, expressing my thoughts. Now, do I have scientific proof where you can get out a device that measures like a ruler or a scale or a blood test? No, I don't. Because that's measuring the physical. And I'm speaking about the spiritual and the metaphysical. I'm speaking about the metaphysical things here. Species of spirits. Frequencies affect us differently as well. Sounds affect us, not just someone's voice, but sounds in the air. There's certain sounds that I'm sensitive to that others may not be whatsoever. And I think some people would try to rack that up as, well, their ears are different. Their hearing is different. I think it's beyond the physical, though. I suspect it's spiritual. It's beyond just the physical differences. Now, am I saying that the way that you hear something is exactly the way that I do and the way you see something is the same visually as I do? No, I suspect it's different. But I think it's still deeper than the physical differences of seeing, hearing. But there are frequencies that some pick up in the air that others don't. Some pick up coming out of the ground, out of the earth, that others can't detect. It bothers some, and it doesn't faze others at all. So we are different in many ways. And if you're observant, you'll notice that we are different. By we, I'm speaking not about you versus me. I'm speaking in general. In general, humanity. You could say humanity. Ones in meat suits. Spirits in this realm are different. Some of you may be very much like me. Some of you might really not only love my voice, but it might soothe you in a spiritual way. It might calm you. It might come across as very authentic and trustworthy and real as a spiritual being. That's great. I'm glad you found my channel. I'm not sure what else I can say about that. I love that, and I'm glad you're here. But I'm trying to understand the ones that despise me as much as I want to understand the ones who enjoy me and my voice, my way of speaking, not just my voice, my way of speaking, my language, the speed, the pace of my speech, everything about it. Some people really adore my voice and my way of speaking. My voice right now is starting to get worn out because I've been up very late into the night and speaking a lot. I did a live stream before this video, but I don't think I'd be able to sleep until I recorded this. There are times when I feel something is that important that I have to put in the extra work and stay up and wear out my body and do what needs to be done because it's important and I feel the importance of it, not the importance of myself, but the importance of the work, the message, whatever I'm trying to share. And in this case, I'm trying to share something that I think is an insight into frequencies and spirits, how some of us are very alike, and right away we have an understanding. And it's beyond a likability. It's beyond you like me and I like you. It's just beyond that. That's one level. It's many levels beyond that in a lot of cases. Where I think it how can I explain it? It feels like, and I almost hate to say feels like, but it seems like we've known each other somewhere before this. All right, we have 35 people tuned in. I noticed that there were 40 people tuned in a little while ago. 5 people left. They get bored of truth. They want drama and entertainment. That's what most want in this realm, not just on YouTube. Most in this realm want entertainment, Netflix, drama. That's what they want. Reality TV. They want garbage. People want trash. People want trash. That's the way it is. Go for it. Gobble it up.
The hardest people to deal with within a relationship are those who are prideful and hard-headed. And unfortunately, when it comes to having this universal relationship with one another as different communities, different groups of people.
So people want to watch this Negro, 11,000 views in 7 hours. This is the type of stuff that people want. Real basic, real simple, real mainstream. They don't have to think too much. They can just tune into this guy's channel and say he's saying a lot of things that they think, and they just want things parroted back to them. That's what most people want. They don't want to think too much or too hard. Keep it simple, stupid, for the simpletons. That's what people want.
Etc. Some of the hardest people to get through to are black folks. I just have to say it outright. Some of the hardest headed, can't tell me nothing sort of individuals are black folks. And I got to say more specifically, more liberal leaning, right? More quote unquote progressive or woke black folks. Let me quantify. Woke black folks are the hardest headed, hardest people to get anything across to. Okay? You can't tell them a damn thing. These are the types of individuals who would tell you that you literally can't tell them nothing. I mean, it's literally one of the most popular phrases used by said demographic of individuals. If the shoe fits, then damn it, wear it. Can't nobody tell me nothing. You don't know me. You're not my mama. You're not my daddy. Who are you? Those sorts of things. As opposed to thinking to themselves, okay, I'm looking to get better results out of life. Let's say in relationships, I want to get a better result. I want a better quality of relationship. Instead of listening to the people who have successful relationships, they continue to double down on their own dysfunction while telling everybody else that they don't give a damn. You can't tell them nothing. Ain't no man gonna tell them nothing. Like imagine, you want to be with a good man, and a good man wants to tell you exactly what they desire from you, and instead of listening to that individual, you bash them, and in some cases you're ready to fight them. And so the reason this all came up to mind is because I ran into this clip and I thought them, and in some cases you're ready to fight them. And like imagine, you want to be with a good man, and a good man wants to tell you exactly what they desire from you, and instead of listening to that individual, you bash them. And in some cases, you're ready to fight them. And so the reason this all came up to mind is because I ran into this clip and I thought that this by itself, it's a 30-second video, but this by itself was a reason for conversation. We got to get into this because this is so damn good. My mouse is not mousing. For some reason, it jams up when I'm using the mouse pad. So mind me if I do a little experiment in real time. Anyway, this video right here is absolutely necessary. And it's essentially a young man explaining why it is that most white folks and even black folks and everybody else have not been telling the ghetto-minded black folks that we're tired, please stop. Now, I'm not one of those because I talk about this on a daily basis. This part of my mission and purpose in life is to eradicate that victim mentality from as many people as possible in order for us to have the best quality of life. Now, I'm called a sellout for that. I'm called Uncle Tom and every other name out the book. But the reality is the reason why people are not telling you to your face is because they don't want to deal with the very same thing that they're tired of, which is a lack of emotional regularity, a lack of emotional maturity, the inability for you to control your damn emotions. So that being said, let's get into this video and I will give my synopsis on the back end.
You know why people won't talk about black fatigue to your face? Because a lot of you guys are really violent and you do impulsive and irrational behaviors, and you'd probably Carmelo Anthony anybody that said anything critical of you. You see, that isn't a flex or saying that you're right. That's just saying if an idea upsets you, you will commit acts of violence. And that is not characteristic of somebody that belongs in a civilized society.
He said what he said, and I'll triple down on it. I'll triple down. I am an advocate for us separating, quote unquote, delineating ourselves, extricating ourselves from these people. I am. Actually, I've done so in my own personal life, right? I've gotten rid of every toxic element that I can possible. I am unapologetic about it. And after I let go of this identity nonsense, I have felt such a deep sense of freedom because the people I engage with, it's no longer about me owing somebody something because they look like me, right? That's used as a manipulation tactic oftentimes. Support black business because you a black man. You just want my dollar for not having to earn it. Earn my dollar. Have the best business. Have the best product or service. I should not just give you something because we are both melanated. That is what I call manipulation. And so, again, I just wanted to start our conversation off with that right there because that's a whole entire bar. Why won't you say it? Simple. It's because y'all act the hell out when somebody tries to tell you anything. So if somebody tells you, hey, you're the problem, you spaz out. If I find myself in a relationship with
Hey, what's happening, guys? What up, baby? Another day, another stream.
Hey, what's happening, guys? Hey, guys, I'm gonna hit my bong here, guys. Right at the beginning, I'm gonna wait till I'm recording, till I'm live, and then I'm gonna do this and show off for you guys. Every live stream, I start off by lighting my bong. I do this on purpose, guys, because, guys, I think I'm cool. Guys, am I cool? Guys, is this cool? Guys?
How y'all doing today, man?
I'm 41 years old, guys, and I act like a 15-year-old trying to show off that I smoke weed, guys.
Hey, I got no messages from the creepy little Steven boy. Isn't that something? Ain't that something? No messages. Today or yesterday.
I'm obsessed over King Stephen, guys. Guys, I'm Uncle Fester, and I'm creepy. Look how demonic I am. Look at my face, guys. I'm obsessed with King Stephen. If he doesn't message me at all for days, guys, I get like this. I'm obsessed over him, guys.
Ain't that something? Poke back. How y'all doing today, man? Hey, I got no messages from the creepy little Steven boy. Isn't that something? Ain't that something? No messages. Today or yesterday. Ain't that something? Poke back for 1 second and shut the little creepy boy down that quick. Jeez. I'm not done, though. I'm not done. Nowhere near. I'm actually just getting started with that fuck boy. That victim shit ain't gonna work with me, my dude. That victim shit ain't gonna work with me. I got motherfuckers I love out here killing themselves. Either I'm worried about somebody I can't stand fucking off themselves. Fuck you, boy. What up, T? God damn, I didn't remember. Yo, don't forget live chat, T. What up, dude? But yeah, T, I didn't get. What up, odd one? I didn't get a message from that creepy boy yesterday or today. I started sending messages back. That lasted not even a week before he gave up. He's done. Cat's got little creepy boy's tongue caught up. That was an easy arc on
piece of shit trash agent to deal with. Literally, I went back at him for what, a couple comments, about 4 emails now. Today I sent him emails instead of him sending me emails. Fuck you, boy. You ain't off the fucking hook. Though he deletes every fucking video he's made about me and apologizes to me directly, I'm gonna dig into that fucking creepy boy. I'm gonna dig into it. We call that how fucking stupid and ugly and gray and fat and retarded he is every fucking second. All the emails. I'll share them. I don't give a fuck. I'll share every single email he sent me. I already got it on one. I already accepted it, I think. Yeah, I'll share it to you. I got nothing to hide. I didn't do anything wrong. Show how much of an asshole he's been. I mean, I say it all the time. I say it all the time, like, oh, some more emails from the creepy boy. Oh, some more emails from the creepy boy. Like, it's not enough I'm saying it. I got to show it too. He was, oh, Jake, the asshole shit. Jake makes fun of him hella hard too. Does a great impression. No, really. I don't know. People can see. I know, but people can see. I don't care if people believe me. That see, that's the thing is, I don't really. He's annoying. I don't really give a fuck if people believe me. I speak the truth all the time. All the time. Like, all the time I speak the truth. And if people haven't picked that up by now, man, I don't know what to tell people, dude. I don't know what to tell people. I could show the emails very easily. I showed some of the, all the emails I had with that original video where I said my reply to the sanity machine or whatever. To reveal that he's an idiot. To reveal that idiot. He reveals himself every time he. So do you think he's not revealed to you right now? Do you think there's still like NPCs that believe him and trust him and think he's Mr. Right? Like he's telling the truth. He's the victim and everybody's actually attacking him. That's what's going on. Okay. Bruh, if people actually believe that retard, I don't know what to tell them. They're okay. I can't cure stupidity, bro. I'll do me and I'll let the intelligent folks figure it out. The dumb fuckers can stay there. I don't want them over here anyways. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are they going to add to this channel? Do you really think during a conscious conversation it's going to progress forward with those dodo birds here? Like, I don't give a fuck about them dumb motherfuckers. I'm not a drama seeker. I'm a truth seeker. Drama seems to find me everywhere I go, though. It's sort of the reality's little way of fucking with me. It's kind of annoying, kind of corny, but I'm used to it. Embrace chaos. I don't care. And life is good. Yes, sir. Embrace the chaos, John. You've got 2 choices in this reality as a conscious soul. You can either embrace the chaos or off yourself. Cry about it, bitch about it for the rest of eternity, or you can embrace it. Some people hear, oh, does that mean turn evil? I don't know. Are you a nasty, evil person? Because in your case, then, yeah, I guess it does. But that's not what I'm saying. When I say embrace the chaos, I'm saying get comfortable in hell. It's pure chaos. You're literally in the exact moment that the plane is crashing right now. It literally pause framed. We were in the plane crashing. Boom. The second it exploded. We're in that frame right now. It's pure chaos. There's nothing good about what's happening here. There's nothing good about what's happening here. Hey guys, pizza. Sorry to interrupt the dude. Come. Pizza, 100% loyal. I just see it as an end game. I just see it as a game, period. That's my outlook. Just witness the shit. Yeah. What up, Crunchy B? Pizza it is. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, loyal, those are like my 2 favorite foods, pizzas and burgers. Those like 2 favorite things to eat. But I wouldn't, I couldn't tell you in good conscience on a live stream to eat McDonald's, especially on a truth channel. You'll be unsubscribe. I'm just kidding. I mean, I'm not. I mean, anyways, who knows what's in that food, bro? Who knows what's in McDonald's? I just don't see that many cows around, bro. I just don't see that many cows around. Yeah, yeah, eat it. Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. Hey, man, you are right, bro. Jesus. You are out embracing the chaos. Me, loyal. Maybe I should have put embrace the chaos unless it's really bad for your health. One of my neighbors is actually holding up pretty well for like being, I think she's in her 70s. Well, man, that just goes to show me people that stay physical, she's always doing something. They just live healthier a lot longer. It really is just sitting around with people who say, oh, I'm going to try this diet. I'm going to try this diet. I'm going to try. Why don't you try getting up off your fucking fat ass and walking around a little bit instead of talking about what you're going to eat, because you ain't going to change it anyways. You ain't got the willpower to change your diet. You're still going to eat all that dumb shit you've been eating. But if you add a 1,000 calorie burn to every day of your life instead of a 1,000 calorie sitting around on your fat ass, maybe you'll lose some fucking weight. I know it's difficult for people. Everybody wants like a magic wand to get them in good shape. Everybody wants like this. I want to be able to eat my cheeseburger. I'm not talking about you, loyal. Enjoy your pizza or burger, whatever you get. But I'm just saying in general, they want to enjoy like eating like a pig, sitting around and still lose weight. It's just like you're asking for something that's like against the laws of physics. I'm like 150. Yeah, T, you are the opposite. You need to eat something. Go get a fucking like rotisserie chicken or something, dude. Fuck a can of beans. You ever played Halo? Master Chief's numbers 117. Wasn't that your number? It's one of my numbers, Core GB. Yeah, I was born 1117. So anything with ones and sevens. I see these numbers all the time. So 11s, 17s, 117s, 1117s. I also see 711, which is like the 7 in front with ones. I see 707. That one, not as much. Yeah, I see a bunch of weird numbers all the time. I'm in total agreement. Vegan, laugh out loud. Diets are stupid. Just burn as much as you eat. Yeah, T, I know you're vegan. You need to go eat a cheeseburger, bro. That house with rats and roaches was 117. Friend's house before this one I stayed at was also shitty, was 17. 117. That's crazy. That's crazy. She always calls when I'm streaming. Yeah, guys, I gotta take this. Just give me a minute. Just a minute.
He has his phone wrapped in tinfoil. He has tinfoil wrapped around his fucking phone. You see that? He has tinfoil wrapped around his goddamn phone. Do you understand the level they're at on these other channels? I pointed out constantly, some people need some help realizing the difference between their channels and mine, their minds and mine. Some people have difficulty. It's unfortunate. If you're retarded, I can't help you. I can't help you. He probably will. He'll make a nice little tinfoil hat like the Tin Man from The Wizard of Oz. He should make a tinfoil hat like the Tin Man.
Yeah, guys, I gotta take this. Just give me a minute. Just a minute.
Really stressful moments caught on camera. That's a stray dog fighting back when a pack of coyotes surrounds and attacks that dog. A KTLA viewer's security camera capturing the dog as he struggled to protect himself.
Yeah, tonight we're learning more about that brave dog who was able to get away. Is now being cared for at a local shelter. Rachel Medetoff live in Brea with more on this brave dog tonight. Rachel.
Micah, Sandy, this dog stayed pretty calm in the face of some aggressive coyotes, as you saw there. But you have to remember it is breeding season. Coyotes and their pups, they're coming out, they're burrowing, and they're looking for food sources in trash, rabbits, small cats, and yes, dogs too. It's a showdown between a pack of coyotes and this one-year-old German Shepherd Lab mix that's getting a lot of attention online. The group surrounds the stray dog. Several lunge at the pup and continue to intimidate him for all of 45 minutes. All the while, the lab is able to retreat. At times, he appears submissive and calmly fends off the wild animals without injury. Melissa Shatinsky captured the amazing encounter on her Ring camera outside of her Brea home in Orange County.
And it's almost as if he knew how to protect himself and fight them off and kind of back himself into a corner against that little area there where the dogs were kind of facing him, and one would kept going around, but he was able to fight them all off unbelievably.
The dog ended up taking off into Brea Canyon. Shatinsky says she spotted the timid animal again, but couldn't seem to corral him. Eventually, the dog gained enough recognition online, and someone was able to trap him and bring him into Orange County Animal Care, where he earned the name Duke and is officially up for adoption. It's hard to say for sure, but Animal Control says what you're seeing here could be a fight over the same food source, or the animals protecting shared territory.
It's normal to see them hunt in packs, but you also might see a one-off coyote who maybe wandered away from the pack. You'll also see a mother with her pups sometimes, and for sure you do not want to get in between a mom and her pups.
The attack is renewing concern among pet owners and parents with young children like the Asfar family.
Actually, I don't walk with him by myself anymore.
Yeah.
Now I'm always with somebody.
Animal control officers advise residents not to leave pets unattended, particularly overnight or around dawn when coyotes are most active.
And we've heard in the middle of the night a couple of times, it's sad, but we've heard maybe a dog or a cat being chased by them. You could just hear that, you know, they're screaming for help. Yeah, it's pretty sad.
And OC Animal Care says Duke is doing really well with his training. He's happy, healthy. He would make for a really good companion, probably a pretty good guard dog for anyone looking to adopt. That's the very latest from Brea tonight. I'm Rachel Medetoff. Sandy, Micah, back to you.
Wow, that is brave.
Yeah, 5 on.
I hope he goes to a beautiful home with loving people that care for him, and what a great dog. And what a fucked up design of Hell Realm yet again, that this is the way it's designed. Most people are okay with the design. They'll never think about it. They'll never look at that and think, what does that mean? What's going on there? And think beneath the surface, deeper, and see what's actually going on and ponder it. Even if it's explained to them in videos, they won't do it. I don't believe that most in this realm have the capability. They don't have the capacity to understand that. They couldn't look at that. All they'll do is do what those women said, is it's sad. And then they move on. They block it out of their minds. That's a defense mechanism that most people employ. I'm not saying it isn't sad, but they say it's sad and they put a period and they kind of move on. They don't say, wait a second, what does this indicate about nature? Why is nature so fucking brutal and cruel? They stalk this dog, these coyotes, a pack, for 45 minutes. What does that show you about nature? And that's in a suburban area, neighborhood. What about out in the wild, the real wild? People just don't understand, and they don't want to. See, that's the part of it. A lot of people think, well, they're innocent, Stephen. They don't get it. If they were just shown the truth, they'd understand. No, you're wrong. And that's something that some of you need to learn. You need to give your head a shake. Some of you have gone swimming in a river or swimming pool and you shake the water off. That's what you need to do. You need to give your fucking head a shake, because a lot of you don't want the truth. You don't want it. When you're shown, I show you all the time how nature works. You want to believe otherwise. You want to believe in a magical way that it doesn't work. You want to believe it works in a way that isn't true. You want to believe in fiction. You want to believe in Disney cartoons. That's what you really want. A lot of you. There's a few core group on my channel that actually do see and face nature. They don't like it, but they see how cruel and brutal it is. But most in this world don't. And that includes hunters and people that call themselves outdoorsmen. You know, the latest thing is we're outdoorsmen. Outdoorsmen like Tommy. He can't even face what mosquitoes are. He's a fucking loser. He's programmed by religion. He's a religitard with a blindfold on. He can't face the truth. He's not strong enough. Some of you need to realize this, that it takes strength to face where you are and how things work. A lot of you aren't strong enough. You're weak. And I'm going to call you weak. I'm not going to call you what you aren't. I'm not going to lie for you. That's what some of you want as well. I'm aware of that because most people in this realm are that way, including ones that call themselves truthers, conspiracy theorists, panelverse fuckheads. You're liars, and you lie to yourself, and you hope that others will lie for you and enable you and say, oh, no, you're not weak. But you are weak, and I'm going to call you weak if you're weak. If you can't face the truth, then you are weak. By definition. If it hurts your feelings, then go boo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Go over and cry with Illumitami and the other crybabies that cry on their live streams. I don't cry here. They project and say he cries. I don't cry. You've never seen me cry. None of you. You never will. They lie and they cry. And they can't face the truth of this reality, this realm. I can. I do more than face the truth of it. I don't need somebody guiding me by the hand and spoon feeding me and teaching me, being a tutor for me and explaining it to me. I can see it on my own. And I share it with you and explain it for you. I go above and beyond just seeing it on my own. I'm trying to share it and teach you. The willing, though. If you're unwilling, you don't belong here. Go away. This is not just an entertainment, drama, comedy channel. There's plenty of those on YouTube. Go away. This is VIPs only. I don't want crybabies here that when somebody tells them the truth, they start boo-hooing and crying. I don't want that. I want Viking warriors here. And I'll keep filtering them out. I'll keep filtering them out until that's what I have left. I'll filter out the weak and the criers, crybabies, and the liars and the deceivers and the two-faced Janices. I'll keep filtering you out and filtering you out until you're all fucking gone. All of you. I don't want you around me. Don't want you near me. In so-called real life or on here. I don't want you. I don't want fake crybaby liars around me. I don't want scumbag, degenerate, loser, cockroach drug addicts around me. And the panelverse is full of that shit. Check out this story. This is a feel-good story. I don't always share as the panelverse would call it in their simpleton minds, the quote negative. They call everything negative that they don't want to look at. They call it negative, because they don't want to face it. That's a way of dodging the truth.
When a grandfather named Byron lost his wife of 59 years, their beloved senior cat Mackenzie was all he had left of her. As his own health declined, he often refused to go to the hospital because he didn't want to leave her behind. And when he passed peacefully at 85, 14-year-old Mackenzie was left without her home. She wasn't exactly cuddly, and Byron's granddaughter Angela had never felt particularly welcome around the feisty cat. But she couldn't bear the thought of her grandfather's best friend ending up in a shelter shelter, so she brought her home. Slowly, Mackenzie warmed up to Angela. She started going on beach walks, boat rides, and even kayaking. As Angela shared their adventures online, people kept asking about Mackenzie's name, and Angela's reply was always, "I didn't name her, she's my grandfather's cat." That one sentence sparked a flood of comments with stories of grandparents' pets who had nowhere to go. Inspired to help, Angela launched My Grandfather's Cat on her grandfather's birthday in 2021. The nonprofit helps seniors and terminally ill people find loving homes for their pets, letting them choose their pet's new forever family so that they can truly be at peace. My Grandfather's Cat has now helped over 800 animals and 5.
Good for this young woman or girl for starting this organization. I think she said, if I'm not mistaken, it's nonprofit. 800 animals helped by My Grandfather's Cat. That's fantastic. You can help in certain ways in this realm. Can't fix the realm. I won't lead you down the wrong path. I won't lie to you. You can't fix the realm, but you can help in ways like this.
500 families, all because one man now helped over 800 animals and 500 so that they can truly be at peace. My Grandfather's Cat has now helped over 800 animals and 500 families, all because one man loved a cat and one granddaughter made sure she had somewhere to go. I'm Jen, and I post something positive every day.
For an elderly cat, wow, that cat was in great condition. Very healthy for an elderly cat. My goodness, it must have been well cared for. Good news, girl. My grandfather's, just a second. I'm going to drop the link right there for that video in case you want to watch it again or help out somehow. I'm more of a dog person than a cat person. I do not hate cats. I just tend to prefer dogs. That's probably just my personality. Plus, I've only ever had pet dogs in my life since I was a young boy. We had a dog. We had a couple of dogs. One of our dogs, a female, had puppies. I was enthralled with the puppies. So I got attached as a toddler to dogs and puppies. If you can show me anything better in this realm than puppies, I would be amazed, because puppies are just wonderful. Where are we going, people? Are we in the present moment right now? Are we in the present moment? Oh, hold on. It looks like someone has joined my Quack has joined backstage. Give me a second. I don't know who that is. Probably a porn bomber, so I'll have to be careful here. I'll check it out. Just give me a second. Hello, Quack. Who is this?
Hello? Am I coming in clear?
Yes, you're coming in clear. Who is this?
Well, I'm a viewer of your channel, and I've had conversations with you in the past. I guess you just don't remember, but
it's been a long time. Are you the Quack, the young black guy that chatted with me on the Sanity Machine?
Yes.
Quite a few months ago. Yeah, I didn't know that you were still around. I haven't seen you in a long time.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I just haven't joined your live streams as a guest in a while, but I've still been watching and paying attention. You don't see me in the chat. You don't, like, I lurk, you could say.
Yeah, you were off the radar completely. I haven't heard from you in a long time, but you're still tuned in. What are your thoughts tonight? What did you join to? You have something on your mind you wanted to discuss?
Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to discuss general things about this reality with you. If that's okay, of course.
Yeah, sure. It's fine by me. What are you interested in talking about in terms of this reality? What are your thoughts on this reality or whatever I've been sharing tonight? I'm not sure when you tuned into this particular stream, but what are you thinking of?
Well, one part of your model is you've discussed on your channel, you've discussed what you call the governor
Yes.
on spirits and consciousness in this realm, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I wanted to, I guess, add, or it's possible that you've already thought of something like what I've thought of, but I just wanted to, I guess, expand on like that aspect of your model, the governor, because I think it's very important. And the reason why I think so is because I think and I've suspected this for my entire life in this realm, or at least for most of it, that what you express as like the governor, it functions in this realm as a kind of, I strongly suspect that it functions in this realm as a kind of limiter on intelligence, if you see what I mean.
Okay. Well, I think that the governor affects spirit, consciousness, body, and mind. It's something that affects everything, but I tend to a lot of times talk about how we have a governor on the body, the brain, our ability to think, our superpowers, abilities. It limits us in so many ways. It's like if you took a very powerful animal, an elephant is huge and powerful. Elephants can stand and step on crocodiles and crush them. And a crocodile could tear a person to shreds, but an elephant is so much bigger. They could just step on it and squash it. And they've done this. There's videos of them showing big elephants doing that, and sometimes using their tusks. If you mess with one of their babies, an elephant can kill a human, like easily, can kill a water buffalo, can kill a rhino. They're huge. But if you take that elephant and shoot it with a tranquilizer gun, powerful tranquilizer, and put it almost unconscious and then chain it up and do all these things where it's limited, then it's still a big, powerful animal, but it's been limited in so many ways that it can't even move. It can't think the same way. It's chained down to the ground, let's say. I'm not saying this to do this. I'm just using this as a hypothetical example. It's still a bigger, more powerful animal than us, but it's been limited down by technology. Because most people would have to admit, is the elephant bigger than you? Yes. Is it stronger? Yes. Does it weigh more? Yes. Could it kill you? Yes. If it wasn't chained down, and tranquilized. Yes. So I think that's what's been done to us in this realm. The governor is like being tranquilized and chained and limited in all these different ways. It doesn't mean that we're small and weak beings, but in this realm, we have a governor on us, a straitjacket, chains, We've been drugged, tranquilized. We've been subjected to a lot since we were in the womb, right? You get what I'm saying?
Subjected to what exactly in the womb? Like, what? I'm not sure what happens specifically in there.
Well, okay. Well, I'll put it this way: there's mothers that get all kinds of big pharma medical treatments from doctors. They get injections that go into their bloodstream and into their baby in the womb. You're getting fed through nourishment of your mother. You're getting food that's been messed with. As your mother eats it, it's not natural food. It's not healthy food. It's GMO, and it's all kinds of frankenfoods. All kinds of things, chemicals go into you. So you're being affected in the womb before you're born. You're affected as soon as you're born with drops put in your eyes, hung upside down in a cold room with fluorescent lighting, and slapped on the ass, spanked. You're brought into this realm, held upside down in a cold room, and slapped and given pain as you're greeting. So you're subjected to a lot of things in the womb, during birth, right after you're born. There's a lot of things that affect you. I don't know if you were aware of that, but yeah, there's a lot of things that affect you before you can make any free will choices whatsoever.
Yeah. Okay. So I actually have heard of what you mentioned with the various ways that a fetus can be contaminated.
Well, some of those ways affect you for life. They can affect your hormone development. They can affect your brain development. There's all sorts of things that they do to you. They put things in the water that affects your IQ. And if your mom's drinking that tap water, that affects you in the womb. You're affected all the way along. Do you know that if they cut the umbilical cord right away, you don't get the all the nutrients in it for your immune system as a newborn baby? They should let that stay connected for half an hour. They cut it instantly when you're born, immediately, on purpose. They have your mother's legs up in the air so that it's harder to give birth and it's more trauma for her and the baby. I mean, I can go on. I've looked into all these things. You are affected in the womb, and while you're being born, and right after you're being born, bright lights shone in your eyes, drops of certain things I can't mention due to YouTube, dropped into your eyes, needles given to you that shouldn't be, etc. I mean, you're poisoned right off the bat. And that can affect you and your IQ for life. You're helpless when you're born. Would you agree with that? Were you standing up, walking, and speaking as a 1-minute-old newborn? You'd be the only one in the world. You're completely helpless. Things are done to most newborns in this world where it's against their free will, and you're completely helpless, and it affects you for life. It begins then in the womb, and it goes all the way to the grave. They have a governor on you, on your life completely, on your body, your brain, your mind, your spirit, as much as they can. Religion itself is a governor on your spirit. So is politics. So is the mainstream media, the mainstream culture. They're limiting you and controlling you and degrading you throughout your whole lifetime here. And that's just one lifetime. Think of 1,000 lifetimes here. You'd be turned into mush. That's what most people are.
Yeah. I think another element of the spiritual degradation that you've spoken about in your model is the constant energetic leeching from evil entities. If you see what I mean, like
absolutely
the non-corporeal evil entities that are always trying to leech energy.
Well, have there been times in your life when you felt tired for no reason and you wondered, why am I so fatigued? It's not like I ran a marathon or did anything extremely physical today, and I'm just exhausted. My body's exhausted because I think your spiritual energy was exhausted and drained and leached. Whether you want to call it loose or spiritual energy, but they got to you. Something was feeding on you.
Yeah, yeah, and to add on to that, it's not just the non-corporeal evil entities doing this. There's also the demons that are in human bodies that like to do that a lot. The energetic leeching, I mean.
Yes, they do. Rose said in the chat, you don't have, just a second, it scrolled on me. You don't have to say yes to all the interventions in the hospital, but parents don't know any better. They don't know they have the right to say no. Well, that's true, Rose. That's true, but at the same time, I'll say that most are affected. So what I'm saying is true. You don't have to say yes, but most parents do. So then most children are affected without having a say. So what I'm saying is true. They are affected in the womb, as they're being born, as a brand new newborn, toddler, etc., going to school, getting their first shots, all that stuff. And it's beyond just shots. That's just one aspect. I've been trying for years to try to get people to think bigger. It isn't just jabba dabba doos or this or that. It's all the combination of things. It's a full spectrum attack on people. It's a myriad attack. They're attacking you from all directions. And I don't say that to make people afraid. I just say it so that people are aware. Most people don't want to face that. If they could face that, they would maybe set off the light bulb. Oh, this isn't a good place. This is a bad place. This is a dark place. This is a place of evil and demons and leeching energy and trying to limit us and degrade us and control us. Then it might click with people. But if they don't face what's going on and happening all around them, they'll never see it. And the way I look at it, the only way most people, unfortunately, will ever get out of here is if they're released by others. They won't be able to do it on their own. They show me no signs of their ability to do it on their own. They can't even face where they are. That's step one. That's not the end. That's not climbing the ladder. That's step one. There's a lot more steps after that. And most in this realm can't take step one and face where they are, what this place is, and what happens. They don't even take the first step. They reject this. My whole model, just before, they can't even take the step one to say, you know what? He makes some great points about what this realm is. And he shows evidence. And he tells us to look at the evidence that's all around us every day in the real world and see if it matches up with what King Stephen's saying on YouTube. Most people don't do that. So how the hell are they ever going to get out of here?
Well, they just won't.
They won't unless someone sets them free. Like I said, that's the only chance they have, because their next lifetime's not going to get easier. It's most likely going to get a lot tougher, and they're going to be drained and degraded more. So their chances decrease lifetime upon lifetime as they get drained, degraded by the realm, by more reincarnations, more recycling. They get recycled, and they just end up losing more of who they are, and their chances of getting out decrease. I know they don't want to face that because it doesn't sound nice. They'd rather go to a channel that tells them that 5D ascension is just around the corner and that this is going to be a paradise next year.
Yeah. And like you said, figuring out where they are is just step one, because even after you figure that out, well, then you need to not be deceived by all of the things that pertain to the hell realm model, because like there are so many layers of deception that seem to be set up that seem like they function as just multi-layered traps. So you need to be prepared. Like, you need to prepare your discernment so that you don't end up falling for higher level deceptions that exist beyond the lower level deceptions.
Absolutely. And there are channels on YouTube that deceive people, whether they're low level, mid level, or higher level. There's channels set up to do that, whether they're fully aware that they're deceiving people or not, in the end doesn't matter that much, other than it would make them a real evil piece of shit if they were doing it on purpose. But other than that, the result is the same if they trick people, if they're intentionally deceiving, or if they're just tricked by the hell realm system and unknowingly deceiving people. That's a possibility with some channels. But the result's the same in the end. The system gets the same result if they manage to use YouTube to deceive people, or use things beyond YouTube. It's mainstream media, religion. It's all around us. It's culturally, it's embedded in this system. People think that psychedelics are the answer, to just use DMT or psilocybin mushrooms, or go down to Peru and drink ayahuasca. Well, where do these plants grow? Well, they're growing in the matrix. Plants, mushrooms, it's from here. If they're the solution out of here, why would the matrix give you that? You know what I'm saying? Why would it grow here? Why would they put it here and allow you to have it? I mean, people think, well, it's here for our help. Really? Well, who put it there? Who put it in this matrix to get you to contact entities and machine elves and DMT machine elves and all these sorts of things that people put their implicit trust in and think, got it all figured out now. I smoked DMT and I had a 15-minute trip and I've got it. Well, that's a deception. It's just another layer of deception. That's all it is. I mean, it's the same as somebody meditating and an entity comes and says, you are God, and tells them what they want to hear and gives them a download. And all of a sudden they think they have it all figured out. They think they have all the universe knowledge figured out. And they say, oh, it's just a game. We're all God and we're just playing a game. We'll tell that to the abused children that are suffering every day from horrendous abuse. Kidnapped children, tortured children, child trafficking. There's horrendous, I could speak for hours on the horrors of this realm that makes that not add up whatsoever. That theory that people are now jumping on board saying, oh, we're all God. We're just God dreaming and having an experience here. The things that I see in this realm happening to children, I would never participate in and join with any so-called God entity, mass consciousness, whatever. I would never join that and be part of that to cause that kind of suffering and trauma. It's sick. And I don't care what, to me, it doesn't matter if people in the New Age say it's just an experience. They're wrong. They're simply wrong. And that's a word that's almost been taken out of the vocabulary in modern times. Most people are not willing to say that a group or a person is wrong. They won't do it because they've been programmed with the don't judge programming to say, well, I can't judge anyone. Well, what do you mean you can't judge anyone? Would you judge someone if they kidnapped and tortured someone you love the most in your life? I do judge. I judge demons and demonic behavior. I think the other way is wrong, to just enable them and say that, oh, we're all one. No, I'm not one with demons. I'm not one with evil. I'm against evil. And I think that's a huge deception. But I agree with what you said, Quack. There's layers of deceptions within this matrix. It isn't just, this is a deception, this is a deception. Just like there's layers once we leave our body as a spirit, when the body perishes. It's not just don't go into the light, which some of these channels say, and they say, the soul trap is bullshit, the light, why would they rely on that? They don't just rely on that. They have millions of deceptions beyond just the light. That's just one little piece of the whole puzzle. So these channels that claim that, oh, the soul trap is just, why would they just rely on the light? Or, well, they don't rely on one trick. They rely on millions and millions of layered tricks and layered traps. It's not just one. It's a complex system of deception.
Yeah. And speaking of deception, I remember. So I don't know if you remember this, but I remember during one of our previous conversations, you had said something like the entities of this matrix are possibly the worst entities that have ever existed anywhere ever. And I would say that there's definitely a very real possibility that that's what these things really are. They're that they are the worst of the worst, the absolute worst.
They could be. We don't have any evidence that there is anything worse than what we experience here. So they definitely could be, as far as we can tell, until we get out of this. Until I get out of this and see worse, I'm going to say that it's a definite possibility that they could be the worst anywhere to ever exist.
Right. And another reason why they could be the worst of the worst is because there could be other levels of this matrix that are hell realms, like at the level of perhaps something like what's depicted in the Bible in this realm. There could be like real realms that are like that in this matrix that are real hell, like not this sort of thing. You know what I mean?
Well, I think the level we're on right now will be turned into a more real hell, or more biblical type of hell, with fire, brimstone, gnashing of teeth, screams, them wishing for the demons sealed in, wishing for death and not being able to die, all the things described. I plan on making it that way for them.
Right.
So they can never
I was
out.
just saying that there could be layers of this matrix that are that way already.
Yeah. Yes, there could be. There also could be layers, levels of this realm that exist that seem more like heaven, but they aren't heaven. They're still fake. They've tricked people with the seventh heaven. Heinrich Klossum, I don't know who this guy is, but welcome to the show, I guess.
Oh, thank you, Stephen. I'm honored to be on your show. I was the person who just came to your channel about a week ago. I never actually commented on any of your stuff. No idea why. How are you, man? I just saw your
never
link.
commented on any of my stuff. I'm great, but you don't watch my channel, but you're just here to chat, or what are you here for?
Your secondary is primary channels, the Sanity Machine. I used to watch a lot of your videos, but it's just quite interesting that your channel, you have just stopped having any live streams on your channel, on your primary channel. Why is it so?
That's what you came to ask me, why I stopped live streaming on my so-called primary channel?
No, I used to actually watch your primary channel, Sanity Machine, and I thought you just took a break for some reason, and you never
I just
actually
don't
live
remember
stream.
you. I've never seen your name before, so it just seems like you have a fake name, Heinrich Klossum.
No, actually, I'm from East Germany. Well, whole lineage is from Germany, so we're Klossen's families. I think you know about them.
No, I don't know about them. I don't know about them.
Yes, whatever, man.
No, I don't.
Actually, another question, man. In regards to a video about this attachments, I do have some question. What if we are not? What if there are certain attachments of emotional connections to certain childhood items or memories which we still have in our brains? However, will it affect in our reincarnation loop as well? Our memories?
I don't really understand your question, to be honest.
Oh,
It's hard
actually,
to understand what you're saying.
Actually, English isn't my. Actually, English isn't my primary language. Actually, speaking German mostly. Yeah, actually, this question is in regards to my emotional attachments, connections, which you have intriguingly mentioned in your videos. What if we are truly attached to certain memories and items which we have in-depth emotional attachment to? Will it affect our in our escape from this realm in once we die in reincarnation loop?
Do you plan on escaping from this realm? You don't want to come back and be recycled here, Heinrich?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I would say that they could just use it against you. Entities could put something in your mind that you're attached to. If you have an emotional attachment strong to something, then there's a possibility. I'm not saying that you instantly get recycled or tricked, but they would just use that against you or try to. It doesn't mean that they automatically succeed. But of course, evil is going to use whatever it can against you, your weak spots.
Mm.
Do you understand?
Absolutely. Yes, I have certain fragility in regards.
I'll give you an analogy. Hold on a second. I'll give you an analogy. Let's say you're wearing.
Yes.
Do you know what chainmail armor is?
I'm sorry, pardon?
Do you know what chainmail armor is? Chainmail
No.
armor.
No idea, sir.
Germans wore that in the medieval times. Chainmail.
Mm.
Do you know what a sword is?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so you're wearing armor, but it doesn't cover your whole body. And they can see, oh, well, his belly's not covered and under his armpit. So if they get you to lift up your arm, they're going to stab you where there's no armor and pierce your body. That's what the entities will do with your weak spots mentally and spiritually. That's what evil does. They try to attack your spots that are not armored, your weakest spots. Do you understand, Quack, what I'm saying? Because I don't think Henrik or Heinrich Clausen, what is it, Clausen? Gets what I'm saying. Clausen?
Yes, Clausen. No,
Are you the same guy that was trolling me recently, trying to troll me on my channel here? You were coming on here trying to troll. It sounds like your voice, you were using a voice changer.
Have you been trolled before? I never actually knew.
Yes, I have been. Is it you? Is that one of your tricks? Playing games?
I don't know what they're talking about, man. Absolutely no idea what trolling. I never actually tried to troll because I don't even have any YouTube account. I just came out because you just sent your link.
You don't know what trolling is?
Trolling. Yes, I know what stories about troll in European folklore about trolls. Yeah. But I don't know specifically what trolling actually means. I don't know.
Do you know what trolling is, Quack? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I am familiar with that term.
By the way, Stephen, have you ever been to Germany? Have you came here before?
No, I've never been to Germany. No. I heard there's a lot of Muslims there. There's a lot of Muslims in Germany.
Not just Muslims, all across the world. A lot of this illegals in our country, man.
Do you support that?
Why would I support something like that? No.
I don't know. Millions of people do.
Yes, most people in my workplace, they are just absolute brainwashed. Actually, your voice is kind of distorted. There's a lot of distortion in voice.
Are you the same one that was on Ratblood's channel recently?
Who is Ratblood?
Axis Ratblood channel. What other channels do you watch?
Channels do I watch? Actually, I'm not actually not much YouTube, but yes, there are a few ones. I actually do watch. This British guy used to cover up. What's this name? I don't even recall. The British guy. You used to have reviews about him. What's his name? this esoteric series and stuff?
I have
Hold
an
on a second.
esoterica series. I don't
No,
know
no.
what you mean.
Who's the British guy? The English guy. You review. Hold on a second. Yeah. Tony Sayers. Yes, I do watch sometimes stuff. Not just Tony Sayers.
I don't know, but you're changing the subject. You're kind of taking away from what Quack and I were talking about. I think you came on to troll. I think you're trolling because I've never seen you in my chat or my comments. I don't think you're real. I think you're kind of trolling, and maybe you're obsessed with me. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe you're one of these guys that's kind of obsessed with me personally because you might not have a life or something.
Stephen, how can I even comment on your channel if I don't even have an account?
Oh, you don't have an account, but here you are talking.
Yes, I just saw your link for Restream, so I thought you could actually have conversation without having an account. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, you asked me what channels do I watch. I watch Tony Sayers. I watch certain channels like the guy with the blonde long hair. I don't recall his name. He does esoteric stuff. The Satanist. What's his name? You know him, right?
I don't know. Who are you talking about? A Satanist? You watch a Satanist?
No, just for entertainment. Yeah. What else should I watch then?
What do you mean? You watch just for entertainment?
Yes, I watch your Satanist stuff for entertainment, and for serious topics and stuff, your channel is the ideal one.
Can you type something in the chat room in German?
I don't have an account. How can I even type something?
You don't have a YouTube account?
Yes, I don't have a YouTube account.
Yeah. All right, back to just you, Quack. Are you still here with me?
Yes, I am.
Sorry about that. I don't know why that guy. No, I kind of just turned off his audio. I don't trust the guy. Like it doesn't add up.
Yeah.
Do you think people that play games like that, do you think they're going to get out of this realm?
Well, I would say it would depend on what kind of being they are. Like, because you could have an evil being that is actually intelligent who would play games like that and could actually get out of this place because they're smart enough to.
Are you so sure, Quack, that it just relies on intelligence getting out? Have you considered other possibilities that I've spoken about, sealing in demons?
Well, no.
Intelligence.
This isn't a question of like whether
I'm
they
just
deserve
saying,
to get out. I'm just saying that an evil being could if they were smart enough. That's all I'm saying.
Do you think that to get through the gates out of this place, it just is only intelligence required?
Well, maybe not only that. Maybe
that's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at. To walk through the gates, it might not just allow evil beings through.
Well, that would. I mean, like when you say it wouldn't allow that. Well, I would say that it would, unless someone like you change that, because this is an evil system. So if it's an evil system as it is, I don't see why the gates wouldn't let evil beings out. You know what I mean? Like, unless you change it.
Well, but there's evil here now that does want to get out. They don't know how. They're here with us. They don't like this realm and they want out because they're evil, but they don't have any money, power, etc. here. And they don't know how to get out. There's a lot of them in this realm. There's a lot on YouTube that are evil that would like to get out of here because they're not rich and famous. They're evil, but they're not a billionaire. They don't have mega yachts and mansions and they have bills. They don't have money to not worry about bills. They're not wealthy. They don't have the lifestyle they want. They don't have lives of leisure. They're just evil, demonic slaves that work at shitty jobs, and they hate their life and hate this realm. They want out, but I don't necessarily think what I'm getting at. I'll use an analogy. Have you ever seen the movie The Never-Ending Story, where he walks through that gate and it detects what you are? I think there might be already something to this system where it doesn't just let everybody through.
Right, but if something like that, I haven't seen that movie, by the way, but
Okay.
if something like that existed, what, like, if you think about what kind of when you think about what kind of construct this is, wouldn't it make more sense for that to be an inverted system where it doesn't let good beings out and it lets the evil ones out? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you're still relying on some assumptions. Not all the evil here agrees with whether you want to call them entities, archons, demons, whatever. They have enemies of their own that they want to keep here. So yeah, it's a little bit more complex than just keeping the good in and letting the evil out, the way this is designed. I don't think it just relies on who's the smartest can figure the way out. I think it might be more than just that. Also, time is not linear. So when you said it would rely on somebody putting that on this system, who's to say that I didn't put that on this system in the future and it's already retroactively on this place as it is?
Okay.
Because time is more fluid than the way most people think. So yeah, the future affects the past. That's something they'll never teach you in school, but the future affects the past and the present. What's happening now? Yeah. So when I say that their fate is sealed, I mean that in a very literal way. I'm not saying it's going to be. I'm saying it is. When I speak to demons saying your fate's already sealed, that's truthful. It already is. It's already happened. They just haven't seen it yet in this matrix time. But they will. What they think is they can stop me before it happens. It's already done.
It's already done.
Yeah. Their fate's already sealed. They can't get out. They think that if they murder me or something or stop me somehow, and there's a lot of death threats that I get, that they'll be able to stop me from sealing them in. But their fate's already sealed because they don't understand time. Time isn't a straight line of past, present, future. I've spoken about this on live streams. It's not linear. It's more like an ocean. It's all around you. And it's a construct within this place. This is artificial. This is matrix time. Time itself is trickery that they don't understand. Most evil in this realm doesn't understand time. They don't even understand how to make money, much less the time. They don't understand anything. The way they usually make money is making deals with evil entities and selling out so that they get the lifestyle they want. But they don't understand what time is.
Yeah, time is definitely, it's definitely not as it presents itself. And speaking of time, I've thought about time myself, and I've always had the intuitive knowing that it's some kind of illusion. But even with that, it's just, for me, it seems as though the artificial experience of time in this realm, it's so it's so convincing in some respects that throughout my life I have kind of been deceived by it, sort of lost in in the in the appearance of time, because it just seems so convincing at points. If you follow what I'm saying.
Yeah, I follow what you're saying. A lot of that, though, would be because you notice things changing, like bodies aging, your own body, other people's bodies, things like that. But is that really time, or is that degradation of something within a false construct?
Yeah. I know what you mean. Yes.
Yeah.
That the aging thing, it's an artificial thing in this reality that that helps to construct the artificial impression of time.
Yeah. Like a car rusting. If you let a car sit in the field and the paint peels off and it's there for 50, 60, 70, 100 years, it'll turn to complete rust. If you've ever seen these rusted out old cars that dumped in farmers' fields and they're just left there in person or in videos, things rust and they degrade and eventually they just fall apart. The sides will fall off, the sheet metal, everything will just rust and it'll just be basically, after long enough, it'll be unrecognizable. It'll just be rusted metal getting absorbed into the ground. So does that prove time, or is that the degradation of the elements and the way this realm is designed to degrade matter? Whether it's physical matter like us, bodies that are conscious, or things that are not conscious, inanimate objects, metal, or whatever the case may be, food. You can see food rot. But really, is that time, or is that just degradation in front of your eyes? If you left a bowl of fruit for long enough, it eventually starts to mold and rot. And if you leave it long enough, it basically almost goes away in the bowl. If you left it there for years, that's what happens. So some people would say, well, that's time. I view it as degradation. Everything degrades here, and that's something you can observe, whether it's with fruit, with people, animals, with waste, with metals, with what we build. Everything eventually degrades and falls apart and gets eaten by the earth. And that gives the illusion of time. But really, that doesn't prove that there's time at all. That is degradation that you're witnessing, but it doesn't prove that time is real. Because outside of this matrix, there might be zero time, timeless, and nothing degrades. And if nothing degrades, you wouldn't even have any illusion of time passing, where things get older and die and all the things that give the illusion of time here. It's set up to give you an illusion of time.
I think another element of the illusion of time, I think the governor on consciousness and spirit also participates in the creation of that illusion. Do you see what I mean?
Okay, sorry about that. I'm back. Yes, I do see what you mean. I do agree. the governor on us does a lot of things, and that's part of it, along with cognitive dissonance, cognitive biases. There's a whole list of cognitive functions that are designed to work poorly. But yeah, our perception of time, some of that is due to the governor on the brain-body system that we're in. So we're in a vehicle. If you view the body as a vehicle, because we can walk, now a vehicle can roll, travel like a car, or it could fly like a plane. We're in a vehicle that with legs that can walk, at least the majority of us, and move around, move our arms, legs, travel that way. And the governor does affect our perception, including perception of time and perception of other things, as well as the spectrum of light. We're limited in that respect. We only see about 1% of the light spectrum. So we don't see all that's around us, light, radiation. We're limited in terms of hearing, in terms of sight, in terms of the way we perceive time, life, death, you name it. We're limited in some, we have to breathe. We're limited in that way. We're limited that we have to eat to survive. We have to eat other life. We have tremendous limitations put upon us here that we don't have out of body.
Yes, and you speak of the governor being on the body and the brain, but I also think that the spirit itself is also governed by the body.
Yeah, I've spoken about consciousness and the soul being like a governor, attaching the spirit to the body, and this whole realm is like a governor on all of us. It's not just the body brain, but yeah, I mean the whole realm, the frequencies that we're subjected to, for example, the mind control frequencies, everything that they do to us is like a governor. And for people that might be tuned in thinking, does he mean like a governor of a state? No, not really. I'm speaking about something like a governor on a vehicle that inhibits the speed that you can go at. Like if you put a governor on a U-Haul truck, you could press the pedal, the accelerator all the way down. It'll push back against you and you could only drive 55. But that engine could go 80, 90, 100 miles per hour if you didn't have a governor on it. We have a governor on all of us, every aspect, brain, body, spirit, consciousness within this realm. And what's around us is acts like a governor as well. The frequencies, the food that we have to eat, everything in this whole matrix realm, this sewer matrix hell realm is designed to limit us and degrade us. So for the people that think this is a good place or the body's good, then why is it all designed to limit us and degrade us? I'd love for them to respond to that, because it's obviously all designed to do that, because that's what it's doing. That's my proof that it's designed to do that, because that's how it's operating. It's limiting us and degrading us. So if this is a good place, I'd love to hear people's explanation for it.
Well, a lot of the explanations that I've seen for this place being good seems to, I mean, there's so many logical fallacies that go on within the minds of those who live in this reality. So
that's part of the governor, that they rely on logical fallacies and they can't think clearly. They're limited in their thinking and their ability to think clearly. They can't do it. Most in the realm can't do it. They can't do it.
Right. And to expand on that, I mean, I think it's so for me, I've noticed what you just expressed about it being difficult to think clearly, Because, even for someone like me who deliberately tries to think as much as possible, throughout my entire life in this realm, I have found it difficult, and unnaturally so, I might add. It feels as though it is unnaturally difficult for me to think and for me to do so in a clear way. I don't know if you can relate to this, but that's how I felt, and that's been my experience in this realm.
I've had times of experiencing something perhaps akin to that, but as I've aged, I think my ability to think more and more clearly has improved. And I think part of that is breaking through shackles, breaking through the programming, breaking through the layers of mind control. And as you see more, your consciousness expands, your spirit is, I'm not saying it overcomes, excuse me, I'm not saying it overcomes everything and is able to just completely within this realm break through, but it partially does. It might be 5%, 10%, might get up to 50, 60%. It's hard to put a number on it, but the ability to think more clearly becomes easier the more that you see through and the more garbage that you get out of the way and dump the false programming and the false, it's like baggage piled up that weighs you down or blocks your vision, blocks your view. I've given the example in the past of some people hang on to all kinds of things that are false. It would be like living in a hoarder's house and somebody says, "Where's my keys?" And you're like, "It's over there under that on that table." And the table's buried in junk right up to the ceiling. But you're not going to be able to find your keys until you move all that junk out of the way. It gets buried. Can't see it. It's the same way. They can't see this realm because their head is full of programming. It's full of junk. It's buried. And even spiritually, I don't just mean programmed ideas or falsehoods about this place. They've been misled in millions of ways from birth. So that's part of what affects them. And then, it's a full-on attack. It's an attack on spirits, not just on bodies and minds. It's attack on spirits, but it's all directions. So it is difficult to have your mind clear enough to see truly and think clearly. Most people can't do it because they're hanging on to so many lies. Like they'll hang on to whatever religion they were raised in, whatever politics their family is, this, that, whatever they were taught in school. They might have believed 1,000 lies in school that they keep for a lifetime. That all jumbles up in their mind and spirit, the fake spiritual shit and all the garbage. It just clouds their vision and it gets in the way. And a lot of people are unwilling to say, "Oh, that doesn't add up. I'm not going to hang on to that." Just like clearing out junk out of your house and you say, "Oh, it's too cluttered. I don't need all this stuff. I don't need all this," and get rid of it. They don't want to do that. Most people don't even want to drop something if they were taught in school and prove it to them. This is false, what they taught you. They want to hang on to that. Like black people, for example, in America, most of them want to believe that they were the only slaves in the world. In the American South, that blacks didn't own slaves, that white people are bad, and only blacks were enslaved out of world history. It's wrong. But most of them will hang on to that for life. They won't change their mind. They'll hang on to that lie, and that will affect them and their relationships within this realm for life. It's just one example, but there's thousands of things that people do that are just like that. They cling to what's false and they keep it. And it's like baggage dragging them down. If I attached 10,000 pounds to you on a harness that you had to drag around, you probably wouldn't be moving too quickly. But if you lost that 10,000 pounds that was strapped to you, you could probably move a lot easier. People hang on to what's not serving them well and isn't even true. That's what they do. They're unwilling to drop their false beliefs and even look into things and say, "You know what, that's not true," and change their mind and get rid of it. They hang on to lies for life.
Right. And ones like that, there's definitely something very different about their consciousness, because they prefer to do that. They prefer to hang on to things that aren't true. Meanwhile, someone like you, and your audience, the real members of your audience that aren't lying deceivers, they value what's true and value discarding what's false. So there's definitely there's something. I think it's actually a very deep difference between the kinds of consciousness that exist in this reality. I think the differences are actually, as you've stated in your model, in your videos, your Esoterica series, the differences seem to be extreme in ways that many in this realm never consider, ever.
Yes, I go into that in Species of Spirits, my Esoterica series, and I brought it up on live streams as well. But yeah, it's extreme, very extreme, and they can't be fixed. And the reason I think it's spiritual differences is because there are people of different races. They're physically different, but they relate to what I'm saying and they understand it. And then there's people of my race, quite a few, that, including family members, quote, blood related, that don't get what I'm saying at all. No matter how I try to describe it, express it, they never understood for years anything of the sort that I was speaking about. So there's people that live in different countries that are different races from me, where their spirit might be more like mine than someone in my own family, a sibling, for example, or a parent. I think that's the way it works.
Yes.
I think it's spiritual differences.
I've experienced that in my life, where I felt more spiritually connected with some that I've met in this reality than with my own blood relatives. And like you said, I think the reason for that is because in my specific case, I think the reason for that is because I'm not as close spiritually with my blood relatives as I am with others that I've met in this realm.
I understand what you're saying, and the explanation fits that there's different spirits, different species of spirits, that it's spiritual differences rather than biological, blood-related, or just material body type of differences, or relating that way. And I think, well, I spoke about it in my most recent video on frequency. I think that we kind of have a fingerprint as a frequency, as a spirit, like a spiritual fingerprint, and that we might be unique in that respect, but it also means that we can't just change someone. So what I'm getting at is I can't just give someone knowledge and their frequency of their spirit change where they can understand me and relate on a spiritual level. They are kind of what they are, just like our fingerprint is what it is. I can't really make it different on my fingers. Well, spiritually, they kind of are what they are. So it's a waste of my breath to try to reach these beings that are so spiritually different. They can't comprehend, and they don't want to. They don't care about the truth. You notice a lot of these, well, not a lot, almost every, quote, truth channel doesn't really get into spiritual things. They talk about material topics in this world, and most of it is events based, politics based, religion, this, that. They'll criticize the New Age, which is fine. Tony Sayers does that, and others, fine. Like, go ahead, they can do that. But they really don't talk about the spirit much. And if the spirit is eternal, which I think it is, I'm an eternal being, then I'm going to be living as an eternal being outside of here. The thing they don't focus on is the thing that seems to be the most important. It's fascinating to me how these truth channels focus on all the material stuff in this realm and what's going on and what politics are happening and what's happening in the world in this place. But they never talk about spiritual things. They never go near spiritual things.
Right. Well, I would say that I'm not surprised by that, considering how this reality works. I never, I mean, I don't really study the other truth channels that you talk about a lot. But I believe you when you describe them.
Yeah, it's what they're focused on is kind of materialistic stuff that is easy to see for the baby truther, the low-level truther, and they can get money out of it. I mean, it makes them money. They're in it for money. I think most of these channels would not be making videos, content, live streams. They have joined their membership club, etc. They wouldn't talk on YouTube and put in the time and energy if they didn't get money. It's money based. It's business based. It's profit based. They run it like this is their business, or TikTok, or it's about the money. If you said you can't earn money doing this anymore, they'd say, okay, I'm not doing it. That's their drive. That's their motivation, is to make money from this. So I don't know how people, or why they would trust them. If money's attached to it, people will take money to say or write all kinds of things in this realm. Money taints things. Money should not be tied in with truth and spirit, is what I'm getting at. I'm not saying don't make money, don't work, don't have a business, but it's different when it's spiritual truths. That should be, in my view, should be sacred, should be separate from profit. If they want to have an entertainment YouTube channel or comedy or talk shows or whatever, why don't they do that? But why are they trying to sell people quote unquote truth and fake stuff like how to heal and remove their chakras and do all this stuff, remove entities and be tarot card readers and fake astrologers and fake psychics? It's all a money-making scam for almost all of these channels. It's all about the money.
Well, I don't, I'm not quite sure how you would know for certain that all of the elements that you just laid out of some of these channels are fake. Like, how do you know that all the psychics are fake, the astrologers are fake, and all that stuff? Like,
I don't know that they're all. I would go on an
real?
individual. I would go on an individual basis. I don't paint with a broad brush and say they're all. But if money's involved, that's a huge red flag right off the bat, because they're not helping you. It's just a business transaction. The same as if you go to a store. If you go to a stereo store or a place to buy a big TV that's, let's say, an expensive one, brand new technology, $5,000, the salesperson's not your best friend. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
If you go into Best Buy and it's a stranger, you never knew the guy before, and they're really trying to tell you, and it's commission based, where they get a commission for selling you that TV, the most expensive one, they're going to try to sell that to you, right? Because they make money. That's their living. It's the same on YouTube. You have to be suspicious right off the bat if they're doing this for money, for super chats, donations, membership club, $50, $100, $300 a month. If money's attached to it, how can you know that it's true when they profit every video? They profit from phone calls. They charge $100 a phone call, a lot of these channels. You should be wary. I'm not saying that's 100% proof that they're fake, but it's one red flag. It's a big one. And then there's other red flags as well. I've spoken to a lot of people that have paid these fakes, and they're on my channel saying they were fake, Stephen. They lied to them. They told them this. They experienced nightmares, seeing demons after they had these readings, and they were worse off after they paid money to some of these creatures like Tony Sayers and Lolita and other channels. And that's common as well. So that's another piece of evidence. I don't just jump to conclusions and say they're all fake. I've been looking into these liars for years, studying them and seeing that they lie, catching them up in lies. So there is evidence in my videos, if you watch them. If you watch the ones on Lolita, for example, to show that she's fake and she's not good. She's not a good being. She's not helping people out of the goodness of her heart. She doesn't care about people. She just wants your money. They buy houses based on the money people on YouTube give them. If they weren't charging money, they wouldn't be doing it. And if you say, well, how do you know they wouldn't be doing it? Because if it wasn't about money, they'd be doing it for free already, like I am. They don't have to charge money. That's a dead giveaway right off the bat. If they wanted to do it for free, they would be doing it for free, man. And they're not. They're choosing to charge lots of money. So there you go. Would you go to a church if they wanted to give them $1,000 every month? Or would you see it as a scam? Say, well, this isn't spiritual. They want my money, obviously. Like Joel Osteen is a millionaire. The mega church, for example. And TD Banks and others. Or JD Banks, whatever his name is. There's one guy with Banks in his name. A mega preacher. There's a Copeland guy that's a televangelist. These guys are millionaires. They're not spiritual teachers. It's all about the money, or they wouldn't be multimillionaires. That's the proof in itself. Just them doing it for money proves what they are. You get what I'm saying? Do you have a driver's license? Let me give you an out. Do you drive?
No.
Okay. How do you travel anywhere on foot, or how do you usually travel place to place?
Well, usually someone drives me.
Okay. If someone were driving you and you were driving from where you live far away, let's say at least an 8-hour drive. Just imagine, even if you haven't done it, just visualize that. You're way far away from your home. You're hours away by car. And your friend is driving you, let's say. And the car breaks down. And some guy stops and says, do you want help? And you and your friend look at each other and go, yeah, sure. And he goes, well, it'll be $1,000. I'll help you out of the goodness of my heart. You got to give me your credit cards. Would that seem a little bit suspicious or shady? Would you think they don't really want to help me? They just want money. Without money, helping out of the goodness of their heart would be offering to help for free, to look at your engine or to call for help, call for a tow truck or give you a ride somewhere, whatever you needed. Maybe you ran out of gas and they said, okay, well, there's a gas station 2 miles away. Do you have a jerry can or whatever, like for free? And I've been helped for free before. I've helped people for free. So it does happen. Now, once the money's involved, their intentions are to make that money, or they wouldn't say, give me money. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes, but
it's the same thing on YouTube.
It is possible for someone to engage in a business transaction that is legitimate and not a scam, if you see what I mean.
Obviously, but I'm talking about treating spirituality like it's a business and your freedom. Saying, pay me or you won't get free from this hell realm. Pay me or you can't watch these videos that are pay only, members only. You have to be a paid member every month or you don't get to see this special content. Money every month. That's what they do with these channels. So It's running spirituality like a business. I'm not against legit businesses. I know lots of people that are business owners. They're legit, but they're not selling people spiritual freedom, saying, give me money and I'll teach you how to get free. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. I
That's unethical and immoral. But selling you a part for a computer and you pay money and you get the part for your computer or you get the laptop or whatever, that's not immoral or unethical. You gave them money and you got the product that you paid for, and they didn't scam you and give you something broken or fake. It's a legit business transaction. But spirituality shouldn't be a business transaction. It shouldn't be a business. But they're running these scam spirituality businesses and courses and stuff on the internet, the same as televangelists that make millions of dollars. That's kind of their goal, to be like that. They're making less money in a lot of cases, but they wish they could make 5-10 million a year. So let me ask you this. If you were a little old lady or a little old man, excuse me, just a sec. If you were a little old lady or a little old man and you could barely pay your bills and you really saw this as a hell realm and wanted the knowledge to get out, but you couldn't afford it, how would you like that being on these channels? If all of them charge money, would you be fine saying, well, they're not all scams? Well, how's the little old lady going to pay for the knowledge to get out if it's paid for gnosis? And she can't pay her electricity bill and her groceries and her heat, and it's winter time, and she's saying, well, I can pay for this YouTube channel monthly membership to get the access to watch the videos that I want, or I can pay my food grocery bill, get groceries, or pay my electricity or my heat. Not everyone has the money to pay for this. What if all my videos on my channel, would you change your view if I charged for every esoterica video and made it members only, where you have to pay a membership fee per month, $50 or $100 a month, or you can't view the videos? That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
Do you want a toll gate at heaven where you have to pay money, and if you don't have the money, you can't get out?
Well, no.
Is that fair? Is that spiritual? Is that ethical? Is it moral to charge for that?
No, I don't think it's good. I guess it's just the nuanced position I'm trying to take on this, that I'm trying to express, is that while it's not good to charge for that information, I guess I'm saying that there's still the possibility that some of the information is true and that it's not false, but that they're just they're tying it in with a bad practice.
Yeah. Well, for one thing, it's a red flag because it's immoral and unethical to charge people for that kind of information or freedom. But beyond that, you could say, well, it doesn't necessarily mean it's all untrue. And I would agree, it doesn't mean it's all untrue. But you could, if you could go down in a sewer, whatever city's closest to you or wherever you live, and you'll find gold chains and rings that got flushed down toilets. And they're in the sewage system. If you open any major city, if you look long enough, you'll find gold in sewage. It's the same thing on YouTube. It doesn't mean that 100% of their information is false. Obviously, they're going to put some truth in to keep their viewers, or it'd be so obvious that anybody could see through it if it was 100% false and obvious. But do you really want to look through sewage to find a little bit of gold once in a while and pay for it? It's people's choice. They can do what they want. If they want to pay $300 a month on other channels and say, well, I'm getting some truth, you can get a lot of truth for free on my channels. I don't charge you anything.
Yeah, that's not something I would do, because really, I mean, my approach, my sort of approach to acquiring truth in this reality, for me, it's always been self-directed. So I mean, even if your channel didn't exist, I would still be investigating this reality and uncovering truth for myself without anyone.
Sure, I would be as well if my channel didn't exist, if YouTube didn't exist, if there was no internet, I would still be trying to investigate and put the puzzle pieces together. But I just see it as a huge red flag when people put a price tag, like those price tag guns that they put price tags on products in stores, on truth and spirituality, spiritual freedom. I don't think it's right. I think it's immoral and unethical and wrong, and a huge red flag that is most likely a scammer, most likely not a being that you should really invest in and spend money on and listen to. They're most likely a deceiver, and they're trying to earn a living off something that should be sacred. It's one of the few things in this realm that should be free, no matter what, freely exchanged. Because there's lots of other ways to make money. There's millions of other ways to make money rather than doing that. And it would be, it's actually worse than somebody saying, hey, Quack, I'll save your mother, but you got to pay out this much money right now, or she'll just suffer and die. Most people would say, well, that doctor could have the skills. Yeah, I agree that, but that's not the point. The point is the ethics of it, the morality of it. He has the skills to save her, but he'll say, I'm not doing it unless you hand me the money right now. It's kind of like spiritual blackmail in a way. Give me the money or you're stuck in hell. That's essentially what these channels are saying and doing. And most people are okay with it. I'm not. Even if everyone on my channel said, Stephen, we're all okay with paying. We'll pay these other channels. And even if they were typing in the chat, Stephen, we would pay you money every month as a member for this. I'm not doing it. I disagree on principle. That's the point. It's not even about if they have some legit truth. Fine. But they're charging for something that not everyone can afford. So some of these little old ladies and little old men or poor people can't afford to watch those videos and paywalled content, so they don't get it because they don't have the cash. Does that really seem like spiritual good, like a spiritually good thing to be keeping it from them just because they can't afford it?
No, it seems evil, and it seems on brand for this realm.
Yeah, that's my point. Even if they have some truth, they're keeping it from people that want it but just can't pay for it. See, somebody could come here that's 85 years old, a pensioner, barely has any money, living off whatever Social Security in the United States, and they could come here and they could watch my live streams, my videos, and I'm not boasting. I'm just saying on principle, whatever I can offer them is free. I'm not going to say to someone, you got to give me money or you won't get this. You can't watch this video without paying me. I don't do that. I don't want people's money. I don't accept donations. I do things differently, and it's on purpose. There's a reason for that. It's not me boasting and saying, I'm so wealthy, I don't need their money. It's not like that at all. It's very different from that. And that's hard for most humans to understand. It really is, because most are not very spiritual, and they're not very moral or ethical. I think a lot of people, if they walked into a store and the store, nobody was behind the counter, a lot would probably just start shoplifting these days. I would stand there if I had to stand there for 10 minutes waiting. And if someone else came in, I would kind of pretend I'm watching over the place so they didn't steal. It's about having a fucking moral compass and values and principles, and most don't in this realm. I'm not charging for spiritual things. I don't have a $sign to click on in the chat room on these live streams for super chats. I don't have a Patreon or a Cash App or PayPal or all these sorts of ways to donate, a membership club or give thanks to the channel. They have dozens of ways to give the money. They're raking in money even for phone calls and Zoom calls, and some of them are charging $200 an hour to talk to them on the phone. You have no idea what you're going to get. People say, well, it's a risk you take. But it's incredible, the scammers out there, and there's a lot of them. And I don't think that price tags should be put on spiritual truth. It's one of the things that everything else in this realm has a price tag on it, including bottles of water and you name it. If they could put price tags on air for people to breathe, they would stop the poor people from breathing if they could.
Yeah, about the air thing, you just reminded me of. Are you familiar with Dr. Seuss?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, so Dr. Seuss wrote this book called The Lorax, and in 2012, there was a movie adaptation of this book, an animated movie adaptation of this book, and in the movie, the main villain is like some high-level CEO type character who's selling air for profit because the industrial systems in that world were so toxic to the world that most of the air in that world is too toxic to breathe. So you have this CEO character selling air to the populace, and he's like the main villain. And you just reminded me of that when you said that hypothetical situation of air being sold.
Oh, okay. I have not seen the movie, but I kind of remember the book, and they would do that in this realm, in reality, not just fiction, if they could. If it got that way, where I could envision that actually happening. Did you know that centuries ago in Ireland, they taxed people? They would go around and measure, the tax collectors would measure your doorways and your windows, how many windows you had and what size they were. And you would get taxed more if you had more windows and big doors. So people would build these little cottages with tiny windows and tiny doors that you had to duck under to pay less tax, because they essentially did try to tax the air that you could get in through the size of your windows.
No, I didn't know that, but I mean,
that's what the British did to the Irish. They taxed even the air, and they would punish you if you collected bundles of sticks from the king or queen's land, as they would call it. They let on that they owned every stick, and sometimes they would execute people for collecting bundles of sticks out in the wilderness to burn. Just sticks from the ground. That's how tyrannical it was. So we're in a psychopathic, demonic realm already that could easily be like the Lorax. I mean, they could make you pay for good air. If they had a way to do that today, they'd be doing it. I'm convinced of that. They would be doing it already if they could figure out a way to do that efficiently and effectively and keep us from breathing what we want. They would do it. They love control, not just money, but they love the control aspect of it.
Yeah, it's very, I find it to be very annoying how obsessed demons are with control. I just find it tiresome because it just, like, in my opinion, like, just in my like analysis of like their motives and just how it seems that a lot of their ends seem to be maximizing control over others, I just find that to be so lame. I just think it's pathetic.
Lame.
I actually think it's pathetic.
It is pathetic. It is. That's their whole focus. They obsess over that, controlling others. They'll obsess over what someone else has. That's why sometimes I say certain things, man, to get under their skin. It's not boasting. It's directed more at the demons. Like if I say, oh, I just bought a new laptop, this Legion gaming laptop, and it has all these features. It has the top of the line screen. And I bought another laptop at the same time. Like a month later, I bought a brand new ThinkPad. I didn't need two laptops, but I have the money. It gets under their skin. See, normal people, it doesn't bother them. They'd say, oh, great, cool. You have 2 new laptops. It'll help the channel. But demons, it makes them seethe. They hate that out of envy. And, oh, how dare he have that? And how dare he be able to buy that and brag about it? And they just hate me for it. They're haters. They're envious little haters and control freaks. And they want to control people's speech and ideas and what you can have. And if you enjoy things, they hate that I enjoy drinking Coke Zero. They'll say, he drinks Coke Zero. Doesn't he know that's full of chemicals, and he's supposed to be a truther? And I mean, obviously I know what's in Coke Zero. I know it's a chemical mess. I'm aware it's not a health drink. I'm not trying to live to be 120 in this realm. I just enjoy what I can while I'm here, and I share what I can, and I do what I can. But control freak demons want to control everything. They want to control every little thing that they can. Hello, Traders World. Hello. Well, it looks like we have a troll backstage. They came in with the name Hello, Steven. I knew it was a troll. The same one that likes to post links and do stupid things. It's fake. Right? Heinrich, you're fake. It's the same guy that was on earlier. He has HS as his name. He's fake. Likes to play little games. That's why you can't trust people in this place. I hope he enjoys this realm. Because with the shit he's tried to put me through for months, I don't think he's going anywhere. He's shown what he is. He's shown what he is.
Speaking of speaking of demons and the like, what do you think about the possibility of some of them potentially earning redemption for wrongs that they've committed and changing for the better, becoming like orienting themselves away from evil and towards that which is not evil? Do you think that's possible? Do you think that some evil beings could do that they could change potentially if they wanted to?
No, I don't think they can. I think they are what they are, just like I said earlier about the spiritual fingerprint of a frequency. I don't think they can be changed. I can't change them. I can't fix them. I don't think they can do it themselves. I don't think they can redeem themselves. Oh, this is an idiot from the cult of Goddess. The one that murders people. Absolute losers.
I see why you okay, to go back to what you said before you called out that individual. I can see why you might derive that conclusion, but in my case, I'm not quite prepared to say that it's impossible for every evil being to change.
Well, you said demons. I don't think demons are anything other than what they are. If they can change, show me one that has. I've never seen it. So you'd have to provide evidence. It's actually the burden's on you. I don't mean that in a mean-spirited way whatsoever. It's just logically you're saying, do you think it's possible to change? I've never seen it happen in human history. Something go from a demon to a good spirit. I've never seen that change or transition ever. In my personal experience or in writings, I've never seen that kind of thing happen. Never seen proof that it's even possible. I've yet to see proof. If I saw it happen, I might accept it. But have I seen it? No, I've never seen that happen. When I see evil, they continue to do evil, even when they're shared, when truth is shared, when kindness is shared with them, generosity, when care is given to them, they're still evil. They don't change. So I think maybe you have a case of hopium, no offense, but you might be hoping for something to happen or be possible that I've never seen happen. And I'll ask my chat room, has anyone here ever seen an evil demon redeem themselves and change from a demon into someone that is good and trustworthy and not a backstabber and not some malicious creature? I've yet to see that anywhere.
Well,
maybe it's a hope of yours, like an emotional hope, but do you have any evidence for it that it's ever happened anywhere?
Well, do I have evidence that it's ever happened? Well, I guess. Well, maybe you're like, because the way I see it, there are different levels of evil, right? So I don't necessarily think that the worst of the worst, the most extreme forms of it are likely to change or even want to change. I guess when I talk about like evil redeeming itself, I'm talking about lower level evil that isn't as extreme.
Well, you did say demons. You asked if demons could redeem themselves. So I guess I'd have to ask you, what do you mean now by lower level evil rather than full on demons? Because I think whatever is a demon is a demon. It's what you're at. What I took it to mean is asking if a demon could become good. You might as well say, Stephen, could you conceive of a snail in this realm growing wings and flying better than a hawk or an eagle? I don't think so. I think it is what it is. A snail's a snail. A demon's a demon. But now you're kind of saying a lower level evil being. Do you mean one that's maybe committed some evil acts or that isn't evil to the core? Because if the spirit is evil, it's evil. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, something like that, or maybe maybe something like a school bully, someone who does evil things, but there's still something in them that isn't evil, something like that.
Could some school bullies redeem themselves or reform, ask for forgiveness, try to make it up to their victims? Yes. Some of them do. Some of them could. But would that be full-on evil? Bullying, I don't condone it. I don't think it's great to be a bully, school bully. Do I think they could reform? Yeah, some could. But would I call them full-on demons? No, I wouldn't. Unless they went to the extreme of some of them that take knives to school or weapons and unalive their schoolmates and do things like that, I would say that's evil. If they went to that kind of extreme, which some of them do. The guy that was here earlier shared a link backstage to one that did that when he was in high school. He took knives to school and stabbed his schoolmates. And that's one of his heroes, the guy that was here earlier that joined the chat and came back. He shared this video. Here's his hero, and I've exposed him in videos. I guess he's from the cult of Godus, and they support this piece of shit.
Acesso do fim de semana.
He says this debunks me. It doesn't debunk me at all. You're just a troll. And it has music that I probably can't play here, so. Anyway. That's what that Godis guy did. When he was young in high school, he stabbed several classmates. So people worship that quack on YouTube. They worship full-on bullies that are violent demons. And he's tried to unalive the mother of his child. He's on the run and hiding, and people worship him on YouTube. He hasn't redeemed himself. He's still evil.
I see.
He tried to have his own son murdered. The mother of his child has his son. Bombed their place, hired someone to attack her, physically harm her, and throw acid in her face. It's all documented. And his little fanboy trolls come here. I would say they're demons. They support evil. Now, how would you, if you believe they can be reformed, how would you do that? How would you change them spiritually? Because I think it's more than just mentally. How would you change what they are and what they worship to get them that think it's so fun to worship that and come over here with nothing to offer but trolling? How would you get them to be something other than evil demons? If it's possible. Do you have any ideas on that?
Well, I do, because, okay, so it could, so I think that, similar to how some beings who may not have always been evil can be, can either be so degraded by this realm that they turn evil, or they make a conscious choice to join team evil, and change themselves if they weren't evil before, but maybe they choose to join team evil. I guess I'm trying to say that perhaps there's a possibility that some beings that are evil might be able to make the conscious choice to leave evil and join team good. Basically, what I'm trying to describe is like a process that is the opposite of what tends to happen in this reality. Something that's opposite to a being that's not evil chooses to join team evil. So maybe a being that's evil could choose to join team good.
Yeah, because I think you're seeing it as a choice. You just said they could choose to go from team evil to team good or team truth. You're tending to view it as a choice then that they could make. But I think I see it more than just a choice as spiritually what they are. But I get what you're saying, because you're saying they could be degraded long enough to turn evil by this realm. So they aren't just always evil. They weren't just born evil or created evil. But in some cases, there could be many demons that have just always been evil, that love being evil, and they'll never be anything other than that. It's what they are. But the point I want to make that I think might be important is, if people have that hope that they can turn evil to good or help them, they might be able to convince you to come back into this realm. Just based on that, saying you're needed. You have a mission. You got to go back. You have the ability to believe that evil can turn good. We need your help. It's very important. The world needs you, humanity needs you, all that kind of stuff. And they might be very convincing and love bomb you. So that might be a weakness. I don't want to condemn people that are innocent or ones that could change. I do see your compassion and your empathy. I acknowledge that. I see it. I used to be more so like what I think you were like, but I've been attacked and exposed to so much evil running this channel. So many attempts to threaten me, get to me, try to trick me, troll me, ruin what I'm doing, throw me off, throw up roadblocks, try to report my channels, get them taken down. I've dealt with evil for years now running these channels. So I might have an understanding that's direct experience that maybe a lot in the realm or even on YouTube don't, because I've dealt with thousands of these creatures at this point. And I think all they want to do is silence truth, do harm, threaten, try to stress people out, try to be obsessive stalkers. They're evil. They demonstrate what they are. Do I think they'll change? I'd have to say no. I don't think they will. Do I think it's impossible for all to no, I can't say impossible, but I've never seen it anywhere. So again, with your example of school bully, yeah, in those cases, sure, some of them could reform. There's probably kids that beat the shit out of their brother or sister, and that growing up as siblings, they bullied them, but they became good beings. They didn't go full on evil, and they reformed and changed. They didn't go all the way. I kind of think once they go all the way to team evil, that they're done, that's what they are. But that's my thoughts on it. If they can come back from that, they'd really have to prove it. And once they're so evil and betraying and two-faced, I don't know how they would be able to prove it. Even with their deeds, like, could you ever trust them again after a full-on betrayal? I don't know. So there's a lot of factors to think about with that, but it's a good question. It's an excellent question, but I don't have the answer. I would just say I'd lean towards, no, I don't think they will change. But can I say it's 100% impossible? I can't. I don't know that, but I've never seen it. Never seen someone full on team evil that was enjoying gleefully doing evil acts, changing from that in this place. So what I'm getting at, man, is it might be, once they go full on, it might just be point of no return. Maybe they can't turn back after that point. Maybe there's something in the design of this system that once they go completely team evil, that they can't go back.
Yeah, I think so. I think this is very complex, because I think a lot of this comes down to individual differences in beings, which I don't profess to fully understand. So,
have you studied the hive mind of demons and how a lot of them think alike, though? They might look differently on the surface, but they kind of have this hive mind, stick together, flock together, demons flock together mentality. Well, they will join forces and as evil, even if they don't like each other, to gang up on good in a sense. And it happens on YouTube, this mob mentality of demons ganging up. That's another factor where I don't think they're as individualistic as what good spirits are.
I think, yeah, so I'm not, yeah, so I think that's a thing, but I do think there are, I mean, I do think there are also, so I think there are different kinds of evil. So there's the hive-minded kind of evil, but then I think there are evil beings that are individualistic, like us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I agree. Yeah, I think you're right. That's why it makes it difficult to say with any certainty these answers, because there are different, it's complex. There's different factors, and they're not all the same. So there are demons as well, evil demons that want out of this place badly, but there's also evil demons that love this realm. as it is today. They might not love how bad it gets in the future when there's no luxuries and yachts and luxury hotels left, and there's nobody to run that stuff, and it's all a fucking real hell realm with torture, and they're starving and they don't have good spirits to feed on because their food supply's all been taken out of here. It's gone. And they're hungry and starving. It'll change. But currently what I'm getting at is there are billionaire and ones with, let's say their net worth is 300 million, and they love this place, not just because of the money, but they really don't have to work. They're on yachts. They're traveling the world. They have the best food. They have, they have whatever they want at their fingertips, and they do evil. They get bored with that, so they do evil, sick things, and they're involved in things I can't really go into on here at risk of my channel. Otherwise, I would. The way YouTube's rules are, but they're into sick, evil things and sacrifices and all kinds of stuff like that, as far as we can tell. But what I'm getting at is they love this realm. If somebody said to a lot in the royal family, you're going to be reincarnated, but you'll always be in the royal family. You'll always be the so-called quote unquote elite at the top or near the top of the pyramid. You're always going to be in a billionaire family, landowners. You own a third of the world's land and this and that, and you're in power and control, and you won't have to work the way these peasants do. You won't have to do this shit. They love this place. They would sign up to come back here and get reincarnated endlessly, but they know they're in a bloodline. They have these deals made, I suspect, with entities where they know that they're being reincarnated, but they don't hate this place. They've never really had lives of suffering and toil and struggle and just shitty lives where they're under stress and to pay their rent and just all even the ordinary things that the regular person goes through. So there are obviously, you could say, privileged class demons, and then there's demons that wish they were in that position. They would KI double hockey sticks anybody to get there if they could, but they're low level, barely getting by, living in a dumpy apartment or a trailer, or some of the ones on YouTube are like that. They're unemployed, or and I'm not putting them down for lack of money. I'm just saying they're demonic, and if they could get the lives of a royal or a celebrity or a Bill Gates or someone, they would love to live like that. They'd love this place then. They really only see it as a hell realm because they don't have money. They don't have a house of their own. They can barely pay their bills. They don't have a beautiful girlfriend. But if they had all that shit, they'd love this place. They'd never have a YouTube channel or be talking about this stuff or calling it hell realm. That's all it would take. And they'd love this realm. There's that kind of demon as well. So I do agree there are different types of demons. There's hive-minded demons. There's ones that are more psychopathic and sociopathic and individualistic. There are differences. There's different types of demons. Absolutely.
Yeah, and thinking about this further, I guess I think that if there is a possibility for demons, even like the full-on evil, terrible ones, to change, if, and that's a big if, but if there was a possibility for the most evil to change, I guess I would say that it would be more likely that the individualistic demons could change than the hive-minded ones, because at least the individualistic demons have a sense of self, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. There would be more of a chance for the individualistic ones. But at the same time, it begs the question, how would we, you, me, good spirits here in the chat, Peanut, shout out to Peanut, Anna Faye, everyone who's here, Anthony, Trader's World, Carmen, did I mention Anna Faye? How would we, let's say, and I'm using it with the small w, but just as good spirits, how would we ever trust them or know that they wouldn't just do that again if we knew what horrible things they've done? If they trafficked children, if they did horrible things, demonic, evil things, How could we trust them again if we knew the absolute torture and trauma and suffering that they cause, like unspeakable things? How would we do that? How would we know that they wouldn't do that to us again outside of here if we let them free? If they begged and said, I've changed, or like, how would we know to ever trust them again? Could they ever be trusted again? Eternally is what I'm saying. I don't just mean in this matrix, in this level. I mean forever.
I would say, like, so I would say that they would need to redeem themselves in ways that are more extreme than the evil that they did. It would need to be very, very extreme, and it would need to be continuous, if you see what I mean.
But what if they faked it for a little while continuously just to deceive us? If they were that insidiously evil, where they pretended that they've changed, redeemed themselves, they started doing good deeds just to try to fool us so that they could get freedom out of this place. And then go back to what they actually are, the masks come off and they're evil again, and they start torturing us. And you know what I'm saying? Like doing tremendous, extreme evil again. Like, how could they be trusted? Like, how could they really redeem themselves if that's what they are, if they really enjoy causing? Because I think there's an enjoyment factor for these demons, a sadistic glee that they get out of torturing the innocent and deceiving, tricking us. It's not just the, let's say, physical harm or mental or emotional or spiritual harm, psychic. They get glee out of fooling us. Like, oh, they care about me. Just like that Rat Blood guy. I'm not sure if you saw that the other night, but he faked ending his life on stream and tried to get people to care. It's like they get off on that. They get excited. They get some kind of energy. They just love trying to get us to care about them and then throw it in our face like, oh, fuck you idiots. You fell for this. You know, they're not trustworthy. They're very deceptive.
I'm just thinking about this. I'm going to be quiet for a bit because I actually am trying to give this some thought.
That's okay. I understand. But I sense that you don't want to write them off. I sense that you have compassion. I'm not saying necessarily for evil, but for other beings. And you don't want to go, oh, they're lost causes. Write them off and forget them. You kind of hope that they can be redeemed, I think. I'm just not sure how we could ever really trust them, even if they tried to redeem themselves in extreme ways, continuously showing us for years. Because eternity's forever. So how are we ever going to trust them again if they did that for...
Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's just I want to go like even beyond years. Like,
okay,
let's say a being like redeem themselves for like not even like time. Not like in a time-based way, but just a lot, let's say, in ways that like exist outside of this the artificial time system of this place. Like something like that. Like that's what I mean when I say extreme. Like just something that's just so tremendous that maybe they could be trusted again. Maybe.
Yeah. Maybe. I'm open to it. It's not that I want to shut just the door on all of them and just have it a black and white simple thing. I know it can maybe come across that way at times when I talk about sealing in demons and I don't go in deep into specific things about what makes them demons, but it would be good if they could redeem themselves. It's just that certain horrible acts, I don't know if there's anything they could do for any amount of time to redeem what they've done. Just the fact that they could even be capable of ever doing it in the first place seems to me that they just can't be trusted. That's my perspective, though, on that, because when they harm the most innocent and vulnerable and helpless little babies and things like that have no chance of defending themselves, and they take glee out of it, to me, I think that's just a irredeemable evil demon. But that's my perspective. Good night to TG. Mad love to you. She's leaving, saying good night. I'm not sure if you can see the chat, but I have it up on the screen. I guess it depends on what kind of phones people are using, or if they're using a phone or a laptop, or how it looks to them. But I do have the chat on the screen. But good night to you, TG. We have a bunch of people tuned in. We have 43 people it's showing watching right now. And these are tough things to ponder. It isn't easy to answer these things and say, I'm 100% sure, I'm 100% this way. Again, eternity's forever. It's not just a long time, it's forever. So if there was a tremendous change that's extreme for, I don't know if I can say long enough, but then maybe. But again, that could be a trap, because demons are clever. They do try to deceive us, and they love doing it. It's not just that they try to deceive us. That's fun for them. Like, that's actual fun. The way that, I don't know what you're into, maybe it's drawing or video games or playing with doing something, or where you have fun and it's a fun thing that you do. They really love having fun deceiving us. That's a big thing, a big part of what these demons love to do. So for them, it would be fun to trick us for 1 million Earth years, and then all of a sudden blindside us at some point where they pretended, oh, I've changed, I'm good. And yeah, we always just have to keep that in mind. So I don't know if I could ever eternally trust them again, knowing that they could always just go back to what they are, and they could wear a mask for 1 million years or 1 million Earth years, Matrix time. Outside of here, it would be timeless. So it could seem like forever. We could maybe even, I don't know if we'll forget. That's another thing. I don't know, once we're out of the Matrix, if we'll even remember all of this that happened. And if we let them out, if we forget eventually as eternal beings that, oh, this one used to be a horrible demon, and we gave him another chance. I don't know for sure, because I can't say that for certain, that our memories are eternal. We could be eternal spirits without having an eternal memory.
Well, I would say the memory wipe of this realm proves that we don't have absolute authority over our memories as beings. Because if we did, a memory wipe would be impossible.
Well, they call it a memory wipe, and I view it differently, as that our memories are probably quarantined, where once we pop out, I think we'll get access back out of the Matrix, where there's that governor again that keeps us from accessing these memories. I don't think they're in our brains. I think it's consciousness. So it's like they didn't wipe them. They're just under lock and key, like saved on a hard drive. And it's just an analogy. They're not actually on a physical hard drive, but spiritually, I think we'll get them back once we're out. We'll remember who we were before we came in here. If you had many lifetimes here, you'll remember that. If someone else, not you, but let's say somebody here had 100 lifetimes here, you'll remember all of them. That's what I think. I suspect that. I can't prove that. But some of us do have pre-birth memories and memories of other lifetimes, so it isn't 100%, which seems to lend credence to the idea that they're not a memory wipe. They're just quarantined from us. We can't fully access them, but they're there. That's what I think. I don't ever call it a memory wipe anymore. A lot of other channels do, but I think it's more of just quarantined. And we'll get access to these memories again. But whether those memories go back forever is another thing. That's a different story. If we're out of here, maybe we'll get memories back, past lives, who we were, how we got sucked into this place, etc. Maybe we'll get answers, but we might not have eternal memories. we still might be limited in terms of we're out of the whole matrix, but we can't remember everything, because remembering everything is kind of a big deal. Like, that's a lot of, if you're an eternal being, I don't know. No one knows. I don't think anybody can prove that yet. So our memories might be limited. A lot of these other channels claim that we're infinite beings. I think we're eternal. I don't think I have a starting point or an ending point. I didn't pop into existence out of nothing. I wasn't formed out of dust or mud or sand or stardust or all these stupid stories on Earth, religitard stories I don't buy. But it doesn't mean that we're infinite and all-powerful gods, which is the extreme that a lot of these channels go to on YouTube, saying we're gods. No, I don't buy that either. I don't think we're gods. I don't think we're infinite and all-powerful. Probably wouldn't be in this situation if we were. So that doesn't really add up, their theory that we're infinite beings and can do everything and anything. And I don't know, like, there might be limitations out of this matrix, but will we have powers, supernatural powers beyond this place? Absolutely. Out-of-body experiences for anyone who's had them. We can see in all 360-degree direction at once at the same time without eyeballs. Out of body as a spirit. We don't need eyeballs to see. Things like that. We can travel at the speed of thought. I think we'll have all those abilities. It still doesn't make us gods, at least not the way I envision gods. Or you get what I'm saying? So even if we're out of the matrix, we might not have a memory for everything that's ever occurred.
No, I don't assume that we will. But I guess it would be interesting to see how much, like, it would be interesting to see if we can develop, better memories. You know what I mean? Like, outside of the governor, outside of everything.
Yeah.
If we could just improve our ability to remember things, and perhaps there isn't an upper limit to how much we could improve that.
Yeah, that's possible. And also when we get out, we might get a flood of memories coming back. Who we are, where we were, how we ended up in this matrix. All that sort of stuff might flood back immediately once you, let's say, breach the gates and exit the matrix and get beyond it and out of the control of the governor of this place, not just the body, but within this matrix, whether it's a cube, whether it's just whatever shape it is, what contained within it, we're limited by the design of it. We're under, in a sense, under the influence of the matrix, similar to being under the influence of drugs or alcohol or tranquilizer and all that sort of mind control type of stuff, whether it's chemical frequencies, all the different things that are working against us here. We won't be subjected to that beyond the matrix. And our abilities to remember, we might remember having a lot of, we'll say, supernatural powers, abilities that we can utilize immediately. I don't want people to get discouraged either. I want to touch on this just briefly, where some people say, well, surely someone's escaped the matrix. Why didn't they shut it down? They might have escaped the matrix 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago. Well, for them, it wasn't even the blink of an eye, and 2,000 years in here have passed. 2 million years might pass by before 1 second has happened out, or what would seem like a second, because the time differential. We're in an artificial construct where this matrix decides the time, matrix time. But outside of here, they're not living, if they got free 2,000 years ago, they're not waiting around for 2,000 years, which some people just don't get. A lot have come to my channel saying, what are they waiting for? I don't think they're waiting if they got out. That, again, that's assuming that some have gotten out. We don't know that for sure either. None of us know for sure if anyone's gotten out ever out of this place is the reality. We can assume that some bright people did, or spiritual people, but do we know? No. We don't know if a single being in here, since this has started running, has gotten out. Maybe the first to get out shuts it down. That might be the case. Maybe there are some that got out that are fighting it and trying to dismantle it right now as we speak. And for them, no time has passed since they got out 5,000 years ago. But for us, 5,000 matrix time human years have gone by in it. It's not the same. It's not running at the same speed. People, I don't know if you have trouble getting what I mean by the time differential, but a lot of people do. A lot of people on my channel have said to me, what are they waiting for? Well, you're not viewing it the right way. That's the problem. They don't understand that it's not all the same.
Yeah, I see.
If you were inside of a computer, the time wouldn't be the same. If they took Quack's consciousness and put it inside of my laptop or a supercomputer, you wouldn't experience time the same way you do as Quack. It would be entirely different speed of time. You get what I'm saying? You would be experiencing time inside of the computer if they could do that with your consciousness at the speed of the computer. So if you waited for a few seconds, you might be able to hide and wait for a few seconds, and what would seem like a few seconds to you might be 5 years to the person at the keyboard of the computer. You wouldn't experience time the same way as the human.
Yeah.
Just like I don't think a snail experiences time the same way as I do, or a hummingbird, or some of these bugs that only live, like, what is it, the Maybug, that lives like a day or 2 or 3 days, and they die. They don't live very long, but they might live a complete lifetime in that span. Their experience of time is different from us. And out of the matrix, where people, even in the void where they say it's timeless, they say, oh man, there was no time. It was timeless. It's like there was no time. And that's just in the void. I think the void is between this level and the next level. And I suspect there might be a void layer or level between every level, going up or down, if you want to view it as up or down. It's kind of all the same, like radio frequencies, Wi-Fi, internet, Bluetooth. It's all in the room with us. We can't see it, but it's here. Like I'm on Wi-Fi right now and I can't see it. I can't see the signals in the air, but it's in the room with me, those frequencies, just like radio frequencies for radio stations. If I had a radio receiver, I could play music, tune in, but can I see them floating around in the air with me? No. But do I think the astral realm is probably in the same space we're in? Yeah. So I think as humans, we view it as going up a ladder, levels up, or a stairway, up or down, but it's kind of all in the same area with us, you might say. It's just we can't see it in these bodies. I can't see radio waves. I can't see Wi-Fi. I can't see Bluetooth, but my Bluetooth speaker's working. My laptop and my phone is connected to the internet, Wi-Fi, and I could get radio signals, so, and cell phone. You get what I'm saying? Just because we can't see it doesn't mean it isn't right here with us, around us. That's how I think this matrix works.
So you think that it's possible that all of the levels of the matrix are just congealed together in that way?
I don't know if I'd say congealed, but they're kind of around us. They're not just way up and way down. They're kind of all around us. And it's just a matter of being tuned in, because once you pop out of body, whether you're having an out-of-body experience or a near-death experience, it's not really traveling a great distance. You're right there. The astral's like right there available. So I don't think it's some great physical distance away. It's kind of right here with us. You get what I mean? And also, I just want to say, when you pop out of body and you don't have a near-death experience, it's an OBE, which I had as a child. Sometimes there's entities right there observing us. Now, I couldn't see them when I was in my body, but as soon as I popped out and was kind of floating over my bed or on my ceiling, they were right there. They were there before I popped out. That's what I think. They were watching me, but I couldn't see them because their frequency was beyond my human vision, my light spectrum of visible light that my eyes could see. They were on a different light spectrum and frequency. Once I was out of body, it's like, well, there's beings right there watching me.
So I get what you mean about the idea of like the astral being closer than we think, but I'm not necessarily convinced that that's actually how it works, because I don't know, that's not really my intuitive sense of things. Because I've been out of body too. Well, in a way that I'm capable of remembering. And when I was out of body, it didn't feel like the astral was right there. It felt like I was still in this level of the matrix, but out of body, and it didn't feel like the astral was anywhere close.
Yeah. There are people that go out of body that are
this level of the matrix. I'm sorry, it felt like this level of the matrix was just an independent thing that I was in, not really tied in, like not directly tied in with another layer. It just felt like it was this level and I was just in this one level.
Yeah, so to access, let's say, the astral level from your out of body, you might have to say that you'd have to pierce like a veil of sorts. And what I'm getting at is I would view it as a frequency. As a frequency, I don't mean in the new age way. I mean more like a real frequency. They talk about raise your vibration. I'm not talking about any of that. I'm talking more like design like a radio frequency or Wi-Fi or something. Something that is actually real. But there are people that travel out of body all around this realm and remote view, and they never go into the astral. So I do get what you're saying, that the astral is a separate level. I'm not saying they're all one, but I'm saying within this matrix, they kind of all exist, where there's no physical barrier. It's not like there's a wall that you have to go through. And also what I would say is that spirits that people sometimes witness as ghosts can travel through walls and stuff like that because they're half tuned into this frequency and half tuned out in a way. That's how you could see something walk through a wall. It's frequency. And a lot of people think, well, it's supernatural, it's spooky, it's all this ghost story stuff. But the frequency difference would explain it. Like the material realm has frequencies. Tesla experimented with this, with creating earthquakes with a little device with frequency and changing the frequency of a bridge. You can make a bridge collapse with a little fucking box. What I'm getting at with that is there are experiments on this that lend credibility to this idea that a lot of this is frequency and frequency manipulation, we'll say. But yeah, like right now, if you were in your body and something spiritual was kind of misty, did you ever watch Star Trek, the Next Generation or the original series?
No.
Okay. Well, materializing, like dematerializing, like the body being half in this reality and half out, like a misty looking ghost, a specter of a creature. I think that's what's happening. And that's why when people see ghosts, or what they call ghosts, it's kind of ghosting in and out of this level of the matrix, we'll say. It's ghosting in and out. It's not all the way here. So you can sort of see through it. And it can travel through walls. I do believe that people have seen this, but these aren't dead spirits like what they think they are. I think they're entities visiting. And they're kind of ghosting in and ghosting out to this level. And I think what they can do by doing that is, I think they can travel at different levels by changing their frequency of that body that they're using and travel that way. If you get what I mean.
Yes.
So I don't think they need UFOs to travel. I think they can do it other ways. And people see them and think, oh, that's a ghost. That must be a ghost of somebody, one of my ancestors or something. And it's probably just some entity that is a stranger, not a loved one. And it's an entity that they perceive as, oh, that's a ghost that I saw haunting me. And it's probably an entity entering our level of the matrix. That's probably what it is. That's how I view it. That's my theory on those.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. So I see what you mean with the possibility that they could just, I guess, are you saying like a kind of teleportation where they just teleport to different levels of the matrix, something like that?
Yeah, kind of teleporting, and they're materializing and dematerializing, and the ghosting is they're half in and half out, so you can kind of make them out, but they're not all the way here. If they were all the way here, they'd be more like a material physical body that we could walk up and touch. But as a kind of ghosting, they can just walk through walls, and they're not all the way here. They're not all the way tuned in. So I think they know how to do this shit with technology, these entities. I think it's technology based rather than, oh, they're a ghost, a spirit, or, you know.
Well, couldn't it be both?
It could be. Sure, it could be both. But the reason that I tend to think it isn't is because I think once someone's passed away, their spirit doesn't get into this matrix that way. I don't think what we see is our deceased loved ones. I don't think they are able to just appear to us as ghosts like what we've been told for hundreds of years and in books and movies, and seems like another matrix deception to program us to think, oh, that's your grandmother visiting. I think once they're dead, they're kind of in a matrix holding center or recycled. I don't think they're appearing to us and saying it's okay, I passed away. I think maybe our loved ones can send us certain signs, but I don't think they show up as ghosts. I think if something showed up as a ghost, I would think it's the matrix entities fucking with me and trying to pretend to be my deceased loved ones rather than my actual deceased loved ones visiting. That's how I would look at it.
Yeah, I definitely think the deception is infinitely more likely. But at the same time, I'm not prepared to say that, you know, that the whole ghost thing with deceased loved ones has never happened ever in this matrix, if you see what I mean.
No, there might be an exception, but I'd say overall, my theory makes more sense than believing that they're all just deceased loved ones. There might be
I don't
a
think
couple
they all
exceptions.
are. No, I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
I know. Yeah, I wasn't trying to say that you were, but some people would say that they're all just ghosts and loved ones. I think there's always possibility for exceptions with anything. Nothing in this place seems to be 100%, but overall, I would say, yeah, it's more likely that they're entities and not what we think of as ghosts. They might appear that way, but that's how I look at it. And there are people that on YouTube that insist they're deceased loved ones or have powers, and I don't buy all that. There's a guy threatening me now saying his mother passed away and she's going to haunt me and curse. It doesn't faze me at all. Not at all. I don't buy it at all. He's evil and he's trying to make me worried about something that doesn't worry me at all. I think his deceased mother, and this guy was a piece of shit and talked about my deceased mother, etc., long before I said anything about his dying recently. He's a real piece of demonic filth. But I think his mother has most likely been recycled, or she's in a waiting area, either in the astral level or somewhere else. And again, these appear to be physical places. They can appear to have castles, buildings, libraries, pillars, Greco-Roman architecture like the Capitol building and the White House, and they can look like that. These white, huge buildings with great big, heavy marble or stone pillars, and it's supposed to be an immaterial realm. We're supposed to be spirits. Why is all this heavy stone there and streets and buildings? And you get what I'm saying? And seeing people in bodies. That's what a lot of people witness in the astral realm. Cities, and it's ridiculous when you think about it. Because if we're out of body, what would we need with any of that? Libraries and buildings and bathrooms and toilets. I mean, it's ridiculous. Think about it. So I think it's a lot of illusion, deception. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, so the deceptive aspect of it, I think, is that the idea that it's like some exceptional place, like with like like the entities, they might tie it in with a bunch of religious ideas about, oh, like in the Gnostic, the entities could say, oh, well, this is the Pleroma, or if you're a Christian, they could say, well, this is heaven, or they could say that it's, I could go on because there are many
Yeah,
different names for many realms.
absolutely. Valhalla for Vikings. But I think that's part of this deception, to confuse people with 1,000 different names for heaven, 1,000 different names for hell. They have all these different names, myths, and it's like we're kind of referring to the same places, though, no matter what you name it. You get what I mean? But my question, even going back to childhood in Catholic school, I'm not a Catholic, but I was forced to go into that school, was why would we need clothing? And why would we need clothing in heaven and shoes? And are there clothing stores? Like it made no sense to me. Once I'm out of body, dead as a spirit, I can just fly as a spirit and don't need a body, don't need to wear clothing, socks, shoes, don't need cars. To me, that made sense. I said, why does Jesus even need a robe in heaven? Wouldn't he just be a spirit? The teachers looked at me like, what the fuck? What is this kid asking? Well, Jesus would be naked without clothes. It's, well, you're supposed to be out of body as a material being, as a immaterial, ethereal being, not a material flesh being. Out of the flesh, why would you need clothes? Why would a spirit need clothes to put on if you don't have a body? So, yeah, I don't know if you've ever been around when I shared the shared death experience that I had when my mother died. It's called a shared death experience. And when it happened over 15 years ago, I didn't know that was even a thing back then. But it's when you are part of someone's death experience, you're not only with them dying, but you see where they go. You see them leave the body as a spirit, either awake or in a dream. And I was right there in my mom's hospital room as she died. I was asleep on a little pull-out chair bed a few feet away, and within 20 minutes, my mom passed away when I fell asleep. I had looked at the clock before I went to sleep, and I was only out for 20 minutes. She said, "Goodbye, Stephen." Her body was like made of light and energy, and almost like a star, like shimmering and changing colors and mood. I don't know if you've ever seen stars, what they actually look like zoomed in with like a P1000 Nikon camera, but it looked kind of like a spiritual body that was all energy and light, but it wasn't just solid color of light. And it was very powerful. And she communicated with me telepathically in the dream, saying goodbye to me. And I knew it was her immediately. And I knew it was my mom's spirit. I knew she was gone. I knew she wasn't suffering. I knew she was out of body. All that information was passed along to me before I woke up from the dream. I woke up without opening my eyes and just was laying there, and I knew she was gone. I knew that was her. I knew it was real. It was more real than anything here in this place. It was realer than real. And the peace bled through from that dream, or that, I don't know if I'll say level or layer, but the dream realm into this, like the whole hospital room felt extremely peaceful. It was the most peace I'd ever felt. It was like an otherworldly peace. It wasn't normal. It wasn't just a peaceful moment. I had no worry. I wasn't in tears. I wasn't feeling grief. I felt absolute peace and comfort that she was no longer suffering in that body that she wanted to get out of and die, because she was suffering for a long time. And it was just extremely peaceful, like an extreme peace beyond peace. If you took the most peaceful moment you felt in life and put that to the exponent 1,000, it probably still wasn't what I felt. It was tremendous peace. Now, that could have been entities trying to make me feel peaceful, but my mom did show me that life goes on. I was starting to have some doubts at that point because I had seen so much suffering, seen what my mother had gone through and others in the hospital dying and people weeping in the hallways. And it was just terrible to go through, seeing the suffering. And I was starting to think, what the fuck is this place? Like, what is this torture chamber realm? I'd always known I was in the wrong place, but I was starting to put more pieces together, but also starting to doubt this and doubt that. And I needed to be shown that something is beyond this. And I was shown in a way that it wasn't just a dream, because I remember it like it was yesterday, and it was over 15 years ago. It's a long time ago.
So when you said that you were so you were starting to doubt that there existed anything other than this?
I was starting to doubt that there was perhaps an afterlife or God. I always viewed myself as an eternal being, but I couldn't add up. The suffering of this realm didn't reconcile with any religions and all the rest. It didn't add up. If you spend a month visiting someone every day in a hospital and you see all the suffering in there, then you start to realize what this place is, because most people day to day don't notice suffering. They're in a bubble. But when you're visiting a dying loved one that you care about and you're trying to get them pain management, there's a lot that goes into that and into questioning, if you get what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Suffering and seeing suffering and realizing this is a realm of a lot of suffering people don't notice directly until they're wrapped up in it. Someone like a close family member, a parent is dying, or a sibling is dying of something. Someone you love and care about, that matters to you, that's in your life, that you're close with, touches you in ways different than just saying there's suffering in this world. It's a very powerful, direct experience. So I started wondering, what the fuck, beyond what's after this, but what is this place? This can't be good, because a good God could not make a realm with this much suffering. That doesn't add up. It's impossible.
Yeah. So I've told you this before many months ago. In fact, it was probably like over a year ago. So you probably don't remember, so I'll say it again. So I've had an out of body experience in my life in this realm, wherein an evil entity made a mockery of me. And the reason why I bring this up is because, and this happened when I was a child, so I was fairly new to this level of the Matrix. And before that happened, I always had an intuitive suspicion that there's something off about this place and that it's not quite right. But what really cemented it for me was when that entity, whatever it was, went out of its way to laugh at me, to laugh at my expense, to mock me. And it pulled me, it literally, I was asleep. It pulled me out of my body just so that it could communicate some message to me that I can't even remember, unfortunately, because I wasn't even quite paying enough attention to precisely what it said. But it said something, and then it laughed.
Do you remember what it looked like or felt like? Like, can you give any details that you remember from it? Because it might help either me or somebody in the audience that's tuned in watching that might have had perhaps a similar experience.
I remember it having the appearance of a giant lion-like being. So it had the outer appearance of a lion, a kind of lion sort of thing. And it thought my situation was just absolutely hilarious. And I suspect that evil entity is a very intelligent being who's like an entity of the Matrix, or an entity that's running the Matrix in some way, an entity that's high up the ladder of a control, and just high up the ladder of the evil hierarchies of not just this realm, but I suspect it might be playing a role in other levels of the Matrix. That's how high up the chain I think this thing was, because it really seemed to have a deep understanding of what kind of system this was. And I get that impression just based on the fact that it communicated to me in English. So it wasn't like just some demon that just kind of makes, evil sounds that aren't intended to like form a coherent idea. This seemed like a very intelligent demon, a very high level demon, if you see what I'm getting at with this.
Yes, I see what you're getting at. I got a phone call, so I'm going to have to pause the stream at least for a little while and return this call. But very interesting, the lion part. But also, you got to keep in mind they're masters of deception. So it could give the impression to you as a child that it's all super intelligent, way more powerful, way more intelligent than you, higher up the hierarchy. That could be an illusion. That's a possibility. I'm not saying it was. I'm just saying this thing could have made itself seem like it was super powerful, super intelligent. They want us to believe that we can't match them or defeat them. But if they were all powerful, would they have to rely on all these lies and deceptions in this realm that we're in this matrix, in this level and other levels? It's all about illusions, deceptions. So I think it's the illusion of power, or being almost all powerful or omnipotent. They always seem to want us to believe that they're higher up, superior, and gods or godlike throughout human history. These deities, these entities, these whatever, they always try to make us believe that they're superior, that we're inferior. But what if that isn't the case? What if it's all trick?
I'm not trying to say, I'm not even trying to say that.
I know. I get
feel
it.
that way, or
No,
that
I get it. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, even when I was a child, I saw through the fact that it was trying to appear as if it was superior to me. So
yes,
I wasn't fooled by any of that, but it's just
I think that's what they do, not just with your experience, but in death as well. I think that's what's going on. I got to return this phone call though, but I'm going to pause the stream. Unfortunately, and we're having a great conversation, but I'm going to put Quack backstage temporarily. I don't know how long you can hang around. Are you still going to be up for a while, or do you have to get going?
Well, I would like to stay up because I would like to continue this.
Either way, like you can wait around and I'll play something and I'll bring you back on maybe in 20 minutes or however long I'm on the phone. But yeah, I'll be back and I'll keep the stream going and I'll play a little bit of something and I'll bring you back. So if you're gone or if you have to go, no problem, Quack. But if you are still here when I get back, I'll just bring you back on.
Okay.
All right. It's been a great conversation so far. Carry this on a little bit. Thanks for being on here, Quack. And I'm going to share something with you while I'm taking care of this phone call. Just give me a minute here. I'll share this with you.
First of all, I would like to say that if it wasn't for the white people, there would be no Negroes to worry about at all. It's precisely because the white people have looked after them medically and gradually brought them on. Within living memory, the African Negro was a savage. They were cannibals. Within living memory.
That's very insulting. I don't think that should be allowed to be said here. That's very insulting. We were savages. What do you mean when you say we were are savages. That's very insulting.
I did start to say, is this a genetic thing? I know it's not, because that just doesn't make sense. That does not. All human, like, we're not. It's not because you have darker skin, your brain works different. That is not it. I know. But I did have the thought. You know, I did. I have to be honest. I did. I'm like, what successful countries, nations have Africans sustained? That's a real question.
I had a discussion with a friend of mine, and he said, I can tell you what he said verbatim, but he basically said, black folks have, he said they're stupid, they have a lower IQ. That's what he said. And I said, well, let me ask you a question. How do these other countries become communists? Think about it. Think about globally, how many countries become communists? Did they become communists because they had a low IQ? Did they become communists because they were slow, because they were dumb? No, they became communists because the culture. The culture was changed, and the culture was mirroring communism. So they made a communistic culture for the country, people to grab onto. The problem is that folks don't want to acknowledge that Black culture, imagine a child, both parents in the house have an ideology that white is bad.
Yeah.
Both parents in the house live their life, and their rhetoric to their child is that white is bad. When a child watches a TV show, there's references to racism and white is bad. When a child watches a movie, it's showing that white people are racist. When a child opens a history book, white people. So I'm asking people are saying it's IQ, but tell me what aspect of American culture does not placate to Black culture? It all does.
It was the economic struggle didn't work. This was the only, this cultural shift is the only way that communism advanced. They advanced it through Black people. The anywhere that there was minorities, brown minorities of any shade, that had any type of history, of negative history with Europeans in any kind of way, you were eligible to claim, to get on the cult, to get in the cult, to be on the woke train.
Right.
You qualify.
Without even having experienced anything, you still get to partake. So even a person, Keisha, that grew up affluent, that never had a struggle in their life, that had all the great things out of life, they can still get on stage and say, I'm oppressed. Kyrie Irving said basically that he's oppressed. I'm like, Kyrie Irving made $375 million in the NBA and he's still oppressed. So I'm just trying to ask people, what do y'all expect to happen?
When are you not oppressed? Like, at what point do you not qualify for oppression? But that's the game, though. It's perpetual. That's what they want. You have to be perpetually a victim. That's why they have to brainwash you, because nobody's life, and especially in today's time, is perpetually that. Like, you can pretty much move. The world is really advanced, but it's like they don't want it to end.
And this is the problem with us not having representation as far as thoughts in media, where you just have one side being shown at a 98% clip. Like, it's just there's no parity in thought. It's just, this is what it is and that's it.
Yeah.
I'm saying, think about how apartheid was structured. It wasn't structured for, people think that, they say white Western culture, African culture is the same. So apartheid is wrong. But what if the Western culture, and the guy said it, he said Western culture, we've been around for almost 6,000 years. He said, but the Africans are 50,000 years behind that.
This is what you believe. Yes.
Hold up. I believe Emotion is no use in matters of this kind. You've got to apply reason and common sense.
You can have no emotions because you have not been exploited. I know what it means to be black.
Talk. You see, that is the trouble. You will not let anyone talk. Our civilization, we can say, is 5,000 years old. We began, start from the Egyptians, the Greeks, the Romans, the Dark Ages, 1066 and all that. Very painfully and slowly we have arrived at the civilization which Europe has achieved today. But the African Negro, I maintain, is about 50,000 years behind our civilization.
Society, then you're going to have to do what? When in Rome, do as the Romans. And so I just think that culturally, a lot of cultures, that the further you go down from towards the equator and below the equator, I just think that the culture is, because life is a little easier, in my opinion, the weather's better, soil's probably more plenteous, fruits on the trees. I mean, you got, like to me, a lot of your culture is affected by your climate in your area. So to me, it makes sense to have a more lax culture, right? But the problem is when another culture gets introduced and that culture may function a little better than your culture. So now what do you do? And so I don't think that the African nations they have a low IQ, but I would say that, I say this all the time, Keisha, I think it is a culture, it's a culture of low character, meaning that these cultures aren't necessarily built on, I want to say, biblical principles. They're not built on things like character and honor. And I think these cultures are built on more convenient.
Kind of like war. They're built, from what I've learned, they seem to be very tribal. And I think I was listening to when you would talk to Chuck, I think he was saying like some of these people had to go and learn how to do other things because all they knew how to do was fight. Like when times were changing, all they knew how to do was fight. And they would like loan themselves out to fight, because that was the only skill that they had. So yeah, I think that's what they didn't pick up much after, society started to advance. And you talk about families, and I was having this conversation with a friend of mine, and we were talking about, sometimes you're just too hard on Black people, why can't we, yes, there's bad, why can't we focus on the good? And I said, when 75% of homes don't have intact families, what good exactly am I supposed to be bigging up? When we can't even get the basics, like, okay, what am I supposed, because you went to college, but you don't have a father in the house. Oh, but you got a new car. Oh, you're a doctor. Oh, you started a business, but you have no, we are missing the foundation here. So what am I supposed to be bigging up? So you don't know how to make and keep a family. Like, and that's what I'm saying, Blanche, like at the core, building a nation takes being able to build a family.
Right.
And if we can't do that in any, like, okay, we're not doing it in America. It's in the most freest, in the place where we should be able to do it. And then when you look at the world, what nations are, have been built and sustained by Africans or people of African descent? I don't know one. Not a prosperous, like a first world country. I don't know a first world, all African country.
Our grandparents, Keisha, they built things. They got married, they built, so if they were oppressed, so we see two groups of people, the white South Africans and our grandparents, they both quote unquote experienced oppression, but they still got married and they still built. So to me, it's not based on race. It's just based on the culture that our grandparents had.
That's true. Okay, I feel better now. I'm glad you reminded me. That's right. Because before the Civil Rights Act, Black Americans at least were building and sustaining. So there we go.
And what they'll tell you is that It's racism. How can somebody, you guys dominate the entire country? How can, like, it's impossible. Like, it is not, no, we're not going with that. You can use that as excuse over here, but not over there. You mean to tell me 99% Keisha and y'all still oppressed?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm like, it starts to make you think some uncomfortable thoughts.
You know, I sent you that clip from YouTube.
Yes.
And the guy was, so the black guy, the South African guy was talking, and he was talking about how bad South Africa was, right, for black people. Then the guy next to him, I think he might have been Indian, he was trying to like reiterate and piggyback what he was saying. But then when it got to the white people's turn to talk, as soon as the guy starts talking, everybody starts, they won't let him speak.
Yeah.
And I said, well, nobody interrupted those guys talking about how bad it was. So when they asked the guy said, well, he said, before we got to South Africa, he said they were savages. He said they were eating each other.
First of all, I would like to say that if it wasn't for the white people, there would be no Negroes to worry about at all. It is precisely because the white people have looked after them medically and gradually brought them on. Within living memory, the African Negro was a savage. They were cannibals. Within living memory.
Insulting. I don't think that should be allowed to be said here. That's very insulting. We were savages. What do you mean when you say we were savages? That's very insulting.
You're not going to the government. You're not going to the city government. You're not complaining. You're not protesting. You're not you're literally just living around dysfunction and chaos.
Yeah.
And then you're blaming white people.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all been in power since 91, Keisha. Mandela.
That's all they know how to do. That's what they're skilled in. That's the skill. Like, you know, Chad says, Martin Luther King took Black Americans from a trying race to a crying race.
Yeah.
And, you know, they totally put down their skills and pick up a picket sign. And so that became the skill, because remember, they trained at that Hindenburg, whatever, at school of the communist school. What do you do for a job? You train. Police colors. She said, we are trained Marxists. You train, because now this is their job. This is the new industry. It's in the colleges. It's in the K through 12.
Narcissists. I have to look in the mirror at some point and say, why is it that I continue to attract the very same people or get into relationship with the very same people? Why am I addicted to the narcissist as opposed to, well, you know, it's them. It's the white man. It's I can't help. You know, I'm just a beautiful, loving person who cares so much about everybody, and all these people do me wrong. You end up with Mr. Thugnificent himself. You saw the red flags. You saw him put the Beats by Dre on somebody else, and you think you're going to be different. You choose to be Pookeisha, and you think it's going to be different for you. It won't. And until you are able to heed these words and take the harshest, seemingly harshest, the most triggering truths, you won't change. Now that you have been primed, let us get into the second clip. If you were triggered, offended before, Oh, we about to get into it. That's right. It's her face again. If you know, you know.
We don't have a race problem in this country. We have a problem race. And this has nothing to do with skin color.
Let's run that back. I don't know if y'all heard that. It was screeching in your ear likely. What'd you say?
We don't have a race problem in this country. We have a problem race. Ooh. And this has nothing to do with skin color. This has something to do with the behavior that is coming from a certain group of people, Black people, that is not okay. Let me be the one to break it to you.
By the way, I'm so glad she said the word behavior. That's a word I think I haven't been highlighting enough, because I say culture, and that's what I'm referring to. It's a subset of belief systems, behaviors, ways of moving through life. So behaviors is one I'm going to pick up. So shout out to you. You get credit for the reintroduction of the word behaviors.
They're calling you the N-word and they're treating you like the N-word because you're acting like the N-word, okay? Ooh. This is how you're acting, and even your own ancestor will be repulsed by your behavior. The disgusting behavior that is coming from you guys is absolutely repulsive, and I am so tired of seeing you guys come across my screen doing the most absolutely animalistic things possible. It is disgusting. And you don't want to talk about the facts. You don't want to talk about how we need to fix the households and how we need to pay attention to the children.
No, they can't do that. They can't do that, sis. They cannot do that, because you see, you're not actually going to solve the problem. You're just going to project the problem. You're going to pretend that it doesn't exist, and instead, you're going to blame people. Okay, so you're going to pretend it does not exist, but then you're going to blame somebody else for the problem that doesn't exist, right? That's what happens. Oh, we don't have a broken household problem. We don't have a fatherlessness epidemic taking place. That doesn't exist. However, the reason for the problem that doesn't exist is because of the white man. You catch what I'm throwing? Yeah.
Better for ourselves. You want to blame white people. Go figure. You guys are completely disgusting, and I promise I will die on my feet talking about this before I die on my knees serving the degenerate behavior that is coming out of the Black community. It is absolutely ridiculous. And of course, I have to do my disclaimer. You guys know I'm not talking about all Black people, but I am talking about the Black people that makes it harder for Black people like myself and good Black people that want to do good things in this country. I am talking about the degenerates.
If the shoe fits, wear it out. Thank you very much. I need to get her name. Shout out to her. This has been the second time I brought her into the conversation. Keep doing your thing. If the shoe fits, wear it. Wear the damn shoe. I'm not. No. I used to do 13 trigger warnings for folks. I used to try prepare, prime. No. Hey, I'm not talking about. No. If you are in that group, I want to be in that number. If you are in that number. When them demons come marching in, then so be it. The reason I don't get offended off these statements, even in the slightest, I don't get offended off of racial remarks, all that sort of stuff, is because it does not apply to me. I can only be triggered off of something I believe to be true about myself. I know how I live. I know how I move through life. I'm with me every single day. Every single day. I don't skip a day. No days off with me. And what I've recognized is that somebody calling me, I don't know, a sellout, an idiot, whatever it may be, it doesn't necessarily register for me because I don't believe myself to be that. I don't see myself as that. That's your business. If you believe and perceive me as that is genuinely your business, not mine. So that's the reason I'm not afraid when it comes to these conversations. I don't need to be your friend. I don't need to be somebody you love. My job is simple. And it's upwards directed. I got my mission from my creator, and it's to tell the damn truth. I am obliged to the truth. That's the only person I'm loyal to, genuinely, truly, all out given over to is the truth. No matter what circumstance, situation is set, I'm not loyal to the dollar. I'm not loyal to your opinion. Even you as somebody who may love what I do, I'm not loyal to you. Your opinion's going to sway on the day. However you feel about me is going to change. And even if it doesn't, all I am beholden to is that truth. And the truth is this. There's a reason why this went viral. There's a reason why this conversation is being had at the level it's being had right now. You're not being picked on. Because there's some Black folk out there that say, oh, they're just picking on us. This is an opportunity to correct, because when you first got the message, you didn't heed the message. When you first got the message, you didn't correct. When you first got the message, you wrote it off and you made excuses. Then the second time you got the message, You got angry. The second time you got the message, you try to fight the people telling you. You try to fight the messenger. Now you are at your third strike. The third time, the last straw before this whole shit goes to hell. You understand me? You have been warned time and time again. It's like the story they talk about. You know, a man is drowning or about to drown, on the verge of drowning. City is underwater, and he is praying to God and says, "Please, God, save me." So no. Sorry, I messed that whole thing up. I believe the water is now rising. Ask God, please save me. Car drives up and said, "Hey, I'm going to go to the top of the hill." The man says, actually, I'm waiting on God to save me. All of a sudden, water rises up. Now the man is submerged in water. He's praying, "God, please, God, save me." A boat comes by. "Hey, get on, let's go on our way." "No, I'm waiting on God to save me." Last stretch. "Please, God, save me." Helicopter in the air. "Hey, let's get you out this situation." "Nah, I'm good. God will save me." Long story short, the man drowns, ends up in heaven, and, he meets his maker. And he says, "Hey, God, what happened? I thought you would save me." And God says, "Well, I sent you a car, sent you a boat, sent you a helicopter." The end. Dear whoever this may pertain to, this is a warning. This is a warning. This is a loving correction. Because on the other side, you've already suffered the consequences of not listening the first and second time. The broken households, being at the very bottom.
Hello, I'm back. If you're still here, quack. Hello, everyone. I'm back here, and we have over 30 people tuned in. It looks like 32. 32 tuned in is showing me. Hello to Footprints. Hello to Nick. Hello, everyone. I hope you're all enjoying the show. It's been quite a show so far, streaming now for over 6 hours. Who is still here? Who do we have here? Hello. Holy cows, man. Hello. Hello to Anthony. Good to see you, man. Glad you're still tuned in. It's good to have you here. It's a beautiful day on YouTube today. It's a beautiful day to live stream today. Won't you be mine? Won't you be mine? Won't you be? Oh, won't you be? Won't you be my viewers? So you think you can tell heaven from hell, blue skies from pain? Can you tell a green field from a cold steel rail, a smile from a veil? Do you think you can tell? Did they get you to trade your heroes for ghosts, Hot ashes for trees, hot air for a cool breeze. What's up, everyone? It's good to have you here. We have a few people watching still. That's great. So this guy wandered off from his live stream and just left his stupid chair and his bed behind him. This Christopher Sedaris guy. I don't know what kind of live stream he was running. He was bitching about me obsessively at the beginning. This guy's obsessed with me, this Chrissy Pissy demon Sedaris. Here he is. Look at him. Just look at him. Look at him. Now that's not a face you can trust, is it? That's not a face you can trust. This guy. I wouldn't trust him. His dumb t-shirt, it looks like he got it at Walmart. American flag disintegrating on the front of it. I don't trust this guy. He looks smelly. He looks stinky. He looks stinky. He looks like a smelly demon. He stinks. It's a sweat hog. That's what they used to call him in the old days. Welcome back, Cotter days. They called them the sweat hogs. This guy sweats right through his damn shirt indoors. Look at this. He thinks this is normal. To just be sitting in a chair and sweat right through his shirt. He pretends that's normal. Look at this gross sweat hog. It's gross. You don't want to be a sweat hog like this, do you? Of course not. Of course not. You don't want to bury your head in the sand. You got to look into everything. 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 You got to love you long time. Me love you long time. Look into everything. You got to look into all of it. Don't be a coward like these obsessed Team Evil demons. Like this creature here. This sweat hog. He's obsessed with me. He's obsessed. He's obsessed. He's a psycho. He's Team Evil psycho. That's what he is. And I'll keep saying it. I'm not trolling. I'm not kidding. I mean what I say. He's a demon. I don't care what he looks like on the surface. I don't care if he's wearing a flesh suit, a meat suit, flesh and blood and bone. Who gives a shit? Spiritually, he's a demon. He's an absolute demon.
Every second of my life since I was conscious. Every bloody morning. Yeah, like every second of my life since I was conscious. Every blood.
Missing teeth. He has rotten teeth, big black holes in his mouth where teeth are missing. He's gross. Completely gross. All the way through. Not just on the surface. All the way through. He's rotten.
Bloody morning. Morning equals morning. Yes, sir.
And so that's the stupid Chiron word magic that baby truthers think is so high level. Oh, morning equals morning. You're mourning someone like they died. Good morning. Oh, it's all this word magic. That's what controls us, they say. Really? Really? Is that the best you got? Is that the highest level? And they'll say it's mainly English. It's mainly English. So people in other countries aren't controlled because they don't have the word magic in their language. That would be your argument, not mine, right? If you say we're just controlled by this word magic in English, and English is just evil, well, Vietnamese is fine. The Thai language is fine. Spanish is fine. Russian's fine. German's fine. French, fine. Those people aren't controlled that only speak those languages? Are you fucked up? Baby truthers. Baby truthers. They hear a couple little things on YouTube and they think they have it all figured out. Just like the ones that do transvestigations, and they just discovered that this year, last year, whatever, recently, and they're hooked on it. Go ahead. If you want to spend all your time thinking about Mandana and all that stuff, go ahead. Right up into your deathbed if you want. It won't help you out of here, though. You stopped a wee bit short on that. And I'm being sarcastic. The people that stop on that didn't stop a wee bit short. They stopped miles and miles and miles short. You got to go beyond that. What do I mean? Well, if it's so high level and so important, how is that going to help you if on your deathbed you're thinking, Madonna's Mandana, it's a man, it's a man. How's that going to help you get out spiritually? How is that going to help you spiritually? Whether it's escaping this matrix or whatever, spiritually. Now, am I saying it's not true? No, I'm not. I'm not saying that. But I'm talking about weighing it and saying, how important is this topic versus this other topic and these other topics? Because if you get fixated on that shit enough and obsessed with it, you'll end up like these ones that I cover, these other channels. They're fixated on the transvestigations, or they're fixated on flat earth, or they're fixated on money, like a lot of these baby truthers. They keep saying if they had millions of dollars, it'd be so much better. You'd still be in a hell realm. You'd still be in a hell realm. You just maybe not be worried about paying your rent or your bills. Fantastic. It wouldn't change much, though. And it wouldn't change much for the ones that are kind of beyond the material shit of this shithole, this sewer matrix. The real, authentic good spirits. $1 million in my account wouldn't change anything for me. 10 million. I'd be giving it away. That's all it would be. That's all it would do. I'm very comfortable. I don't need excessive things to be happy. My happiness and joy is from within, not buying shit. Do I, though, have a tendency to collect certain things and see the beauty, man? Let's say the beauty in knives, as you've seen. Yes. The beauty of fragrances and just enjoying wearing different scents and the art of it. Yeah, I like artwork, whether it's paintings, drawings, fragrances, sculptures. I do. But can I buy happiness? No. Can I buy freedom? Can I buy freedom? No, I can't. Here in this realm? No. Buy freedom to get out? No, you can't buy it. You can't buy it. And that's why sometimes I rub in this meme here. That's my hand holding some American money. There you go. And I chose that bill on purpose. That denomination. $1. Because it's got the pyramid there. You see that? 1. And it says 1 right beside. And it says, in God we trust. I could have used any currency that I wanted. Could have used a $20 fucking Canadian bill I wanted to represent money. But I put that on purpose because it's right in your face. And it's low level. That's obvious stuff, of course. But I wanted it represented. I wanted to rub that in people's faces. Are you there, Quack? I think you might have fallen asleep. All right. I think Quack fell asleep, everyone. That's okay. He still was a good guest on here. What do I mean by rubbing it in people's faces? There's baby truthers like the creature on the screen, Chrissy Pissy Shateras. This is what they're chasing after. I'll put it up on the screen for a visual. They want your money. That's what they do it for, money. Or they wouldn't beg for shekels. They wouldn't beg for donations. They wouldn't beg like a dog begging for a treat. Do you want to beg for this shit on the screen? Does anyone want to get down on their knees and beg for this? I'll change it from $1 to $100 US. You want to beg for it? Do you want to be that pathetic? Money hungry? Shekels hungry? You want to beg for this shit? Are you thirsty for money? You want to beg for this? Do you want to beg for this? Do you want to beg for this dollar? Do you want to beg for $100 US? Do they still make I think they still make $100 US bills. Do you want to beg for the Benjamin? You want to beg? You want to beg for the money? You want to beg for the money? Oh, yeah. You want to beg for this? Is that what you want to do? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You want to beg for this? You want to go get you some money? I don't know. Do you want to beg for this? Get down on your knees, wage slaves. Beg for this money. I'm just kidding. Being silly. Beg for a Coke Zero. Enjoy more madness. I get $1 million every time I mention Coke Zero. That's the sponsor. Coke Zero is the sponsor. $1 million every time I mention Coke Zero here on my show. Enjoy more madness. Absolutely. I am the king and I endorse this message. All right, let's play a bit more of this Damon.
During the days of the week, it's actually the days of the week. Oh wait, I put dates. Days. The days of the week. Ugh. Hello, good morning. Good morning. Jesus, like we subconsciously know we're in hell. I feel that way a lot these days. Diets are stupid, yep. Just burn as much as you eat. Amen, bro. Amen. People overcomplicate something that's not complicated. Your weight isn't the problem. Your lack of motivation and getting up and doing.
He always thinks he can simplify everything. He believes he's the most logical being on earth. He's also said he's the most conscious. Just like Derek says he's a god. They're all narcissists, these creatures that people follow. This creature's a narc. Godus is a narc. Little D, Derek, Green Wizard is a narc. Jake the Asshole's a narc. You're watching narcissistic demons, and I think I might be the first one to come along and say they all are. They all are on YouTube. The whole fucking group of them that you've been following. If you watch any channels, and some of you shake your heads, I don't watch them. Well, chances are the other ones you're watching are just like this. You just don't see it. And you don't have to. And that's where some people might get confused. What do I mean you don't have to? You don't have to see what I'm saying. You don't have to listen to this. You don't have to try to understand anything I'm trying to show. If you don't want to, it's up to you. I'm not forcing anybody here. There's liars that say that this is a cult and, oh, he makes people do. I'm not making people do anything. Watch trash channels if you want. If you want to watch shit channels, go ahead. It's your choice. A lot of these topics, if you're on your deathbed with 3 days left, knowing, all right, I can feel it. I have 3 days left. They're all saying it's only a matter of time. Are you going to be focused on shit that won't help you at all? And that's what people do. They fixate on what doesn't matter. That's so common in this realm spiritually. They fixate on what doesn't matter at all in the end. It won't matter because it won't help you. And if it doesn't help you, you just end up in the recycling bin. You just do it again. You wasted the opportunity. That's what people, they seem to love it.
Doing stuff is the problem. Anybody could have extra weight on there. I could put 200 extra pounds on my body. You know what I'm saying? Anybody could put on extra weight. That's not a problem. That's easy to do. The problem is you ain't got no fucking ability to get up and move around. You're just lazy. That's the actual problem, is laziness. And I'm going to talk, bro. I deal with laziness. I deal with procrastination. If I've got to do something new, I don't want to do it. If I eat meat, I'd be sick as a dog. Body don't have the enzymes and shit to digest it. Yeah, T, man, I'm just trying to figure out something better than a fucking can of Bush's baked beans every day, bro.
Bush's baked beans. That's what he eats every day. That vegan tea must fart all the time. I remember that guy being a piece of shit towards me on another channel. Another demon. No wonder he's followed Chrissy all these years. Because he's a demonic piece of trash. That's what he has following him. Trashy demons. Eat your baked beans, your Bush's baked beans every day. Must be farting all the time. This guy cracks his knuckles when he hears somebody doesn't have the enzymes to digest something. Because that's over your head, isn't it? You don't understand that people's digestive systems are different. Just like people's immune systems. We're not all the same. We're not all the same, demon. You can't understand it. They want to keep everything simple. And just like he said, keep it simple. That's one of the goals of this realm. They want you to be a simpleton with a simple mind and not be able to notice differences and complexities. They want you incapable of doing that. They want to dumb you down so that you think it's all the same. It isn't all the same, though. My stomach's not like yours. The bacteria in my intestines is not the same as yours. We're different. We're different in every conceivable way. People don't like that. They don't like to hear that. Because there's been a big push for generations in this realm to make people believe that we're all the same. Doctors will treat you like you're all the same. Well, this drug works on this person. How could it not work on you? You're having an atypical reaction. Well, we're different. We're different. Some of you haven't even caught up on that yet. I hope I'm able to fucking deprogram people here, because I know people come to my channel when they arrive believing that we're all the same. And don't judge people for being different. We're different. We're different. We're different. I hope that rings in your mind when you're falling asleep and you hear my words, you hear my voice saying, we're different. We're different. And then one day, maybe weeks, months, years from now, in some cases, I bet it'll take years for some of these lurkers, finally hits them. Wait, we are different. Not just skin color. We're different in hundreds of biological ways. Hundreds of differences just between one race and another, and men versus women. There are differences. Many, many, many biological differences. I might look into that and it might hit me one day across the side of the head. We're different. We're different even spiritually, even mentally, in terms of our personality types. We're different in endless ways. And we just hear all this shit on YouTube. We're saying we're all the same. Well, we don't seem the same at all. I don't look like him. I don't behave like him. My stomach's not like him. My tastes and distastes in food and everything else is different from him. My personality is different. My personality type is different. My mind is different. My morals, my ethics. I could go on all night. I could go on forever. But the difference is. And then some jackass would probably come along and say, well, you're human. No, I'm not. I don't buy that. That's a label that your masters gave you, that you nodded your head up and down and said, yes, master. You call me human, I must be human. Well, you're a retard. You're a weak slave with the master that tells you what you are. Why would you define yourself as a human? I have a meat suit in this realm. I'm in a meat suit. Does that make me human? Really? Because I see myself as an eternal sovereign spirit, a magical, eternal being. Not a human being. That's what your fucking slave masters call you. Some of you nod your head up and down. You're quick to accept it, saying, yes, yes, master, yes, yes. And yes, I am putting it this way to trigger some people and get under your skin in case you're too dumb to realize that. I do that on purpose quite often on my channel. Because sometimes that's what it takes to get you to think, to provoke you. Because your whole fucking lifetime, whether you're 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 years old, you've accepted what you were told, including that you're a quote unquote human being or a homo sapien or a homo sapien, as they now say. I'm not kidding about that. They put a double sapien in there. They could put a triple in there. They could say, oh no, we discovered that you're actually a homo sapien. And you'd accept it. Most of you, most humans would, that accept whatever they're told. They could label you anything, most of you, and you'd accept it. They could program most people walking on earth and say, judgment is wrong, judgment's bad. Don't judge ever, anyone, ever, under any circumstances. Don't judge or you're bad. If you judge someone for being a drug addict and a rapist and someone that has committed aggravated sex offenses, you're bad. Really? 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 Well, I don't buy that. I think that you're right and righteous. You're doing the right thing to judge them. What a revelation that is for some people. It is right and just to judge these evil, violent demons that violate and harm innocent people in heinous crimes, heinous ways. You are right and just and moral to judge them for that. How about that? You like that? Because it's the opposite of the programming you were taught. And that's what I'm doing to you. I'm trying to undo decades of programming and untie the knots of programming and say, okay, I untied that. Now it's up to you. Do you want to be free or do you want to stay a slave to this hell realm system? I can't make you free. I can't choose freedom for you. I can encourage you every day to choose freedom, but I can't choose it for you. I can't make you free. I can tell you to choose wisely. I can tell you to choose wisely, and I can put it up on the screen visually to try to help you, because some people learn visually. Some people learn through auditory means. People learn in different ways. Amazing, isn't it? People learn better. It's not that you can't learn, but it's easier for some to learn. They're more of a visual learner. There are differences, and it's not bad or evil to point out differences. They're there to notice, to be observed. They already exist, whether I say about them or not. Whether I mention them or not, they're there. They're already there. Already there. I'm just mentioning what's right there to be seen. It's right there. Some people learn better visually, and I'm aware of it. So I try to help them. In that way, I try to cater to them in a sense. I do my best. What do I mean? Right here. Here's an example. Choose wisely. I could just say that and not put the visual, the image on the screen. But some people remember and learn better visually. So when they see hashtag choose wisely, it helps them. They look at that and say, oh, okay, well, yeah. Now it kind of isn't just words that they're hearing. They see it. Choose wisely. Choose wisely. Okay. Here's another one. Viking strong. Viking strong. Okay. Viking strong. Absolutely, Peanut, because they're very simple. They don't look at the hundreds of observable and testable biological differences between races, between genders, men and women. There's differences between adults and children with brain development, puberty, everything. Just endless that they could look into, but they don't look. They're lazy. They're lazy. They're dumb. They're not curious. They're simple. They want to keep shit simple. They want to overly simplify everything. Did I mention they're lazy? I wish I could say that 1,000 times. And I don't mean physically. Mentally, intellectually, spiritually, they're lazy. Lazy. choose freedom. I put that up visually for you. Why? Because it's important. That matters. Freedom matters. And some people learn better seeing it on the screen. It's not just learning, but they remember it better. They've seen it, so it helps them with their memory. Again, some people are more visual. They're visual learners. There are differences in how we learn. Doesn't mean someone's smarter than someone else because they're a visual learner and another one learns a different way. Some people are more hands-on. Anyway, some people are like this. Most in the world are this way, including the ones that call themselves truthers. The meme says, I'm a, quote, truther, but I won't look into that. Sometimes I describe what's on the screen because I try to be helpful for the visually impaired on my channel. I can't do it all. I mean, I can't remember all the time, but I try my best to help out everyone that I can, no matter what situation you're in. I do care about you. I want you to know that. The ones that are suffering and struggling with diseases and disabilities, I do care about you. And that's why I try to make memes. And when I show the memes, I'll read what's on it. I won't just show it and expect people to see it. I'll read it. This meme is a guy burying his head in the sand, wearing a suit. His head is completely buried under the sand of a beach. My voice cracked there. He's burying his head in the sand on a beach, and it says, I'm a, quote, truther, but I won't look into that. And that's the way some are in this realm that are truth. They call themselves truthers. I never use that label, but a lot do on YouTube. And they stop short. There's a lot of things they won't look into. They won't go near the topics on my channel. They'll look into the Mandela effect. They'll look into certain bang bang events and conspiracies and false flags and hoaxes, and they'll look into transvestigation channels. They'll look into, some of them will look, again, they might not look into all these topics, but some will look into this and that. They'll look into 9 double hockey sticks, a lot of them over the years. They might look into flat earth. They might not. Some quote truthers don't look into that. Some do. Some look into this. They look into that. But they won't come and look into this. The topics I cover here, right here on my channel. They won't go near this. This is too much for them. You're welcome, Anthony. And I just want to say I do appreciate you being here, man. I really do. And we will talk at some point. Your mic wasn't working the last time you came on. I couldn't hear you at all. And I thought at first it might be, there's a lot of trolls that try to get on my channel. And just like the one earlier was trying to get on here. He did come on here and he was just a troll, just a loser, a fan of Spherage Godus. Anyway, I'm going to switch over to this. I want to see what this movie's Maddie. Human Death in a Fake World. He goes on for 40 minutes. This guy, Movies Maddie, takes forever to get to anything. He wants your shekels. He wants donations. There's his PayPal. Right there. This is PayPal. He never had that on there for years. He let on that he lived on donations, but he didn't even have to mention it or advertise it. Till I kept saying, where's his PayPal link? The guy doesn't even have to advertise it, yet then he put it up. They do watch my show and listen. They absolutely do. Absolutely. And they pretend that they don't. This guy, Humpty Dumpty Movies Maddie, does. Hey guys, it's Matt. Hey guys, it's Matt.
Hey guys, it's Matt. Because of the absurd topic of yesterday, which was Diddy, although I do try to bring in a... Hey guys, it's Matt. Because of the absurd topic of yesterday, which was Diddy, although I do try to bring in a certain type of analysis to determine what the spiritual adversary is up to and how we can protect ourselves from it, I do feel somewhat ashamed about the topic itself. So per the yin and the yang, I'm going to come back with an extremely important and reciteer topic, which I've entitled here. I wrote it down and I forget the title already. It's called Human Death in a Fake System. And what that means to you. Human death in a fake system. That implies already that the system we're living in, what they call the universe or the one verse, is a fake system. And I dedicate this very reciteer presentation to all the egghead university professors.
Movies Maddie sounds like he learned a new word that he keeps using, reciteer. Reciteer. And he calls this a universe one verse, uni, one, and then verse. Is it really, though? Or is that a deception? Is it something other than word magic? It could be a deception. There might be many universes. There might be many matrices. That's unknown. That's yet to be determined. That is yet to be determined. I'm open to the possibility that there might be many, perhaps even infinite. I don't know that, and neither do you. We haven't discovered that yet. We can't prove it one way or the other way.
Within a 50-mile radius of the words coming out of my mouth. I imagine that this could get rather long.
I hate when that fucking idiot does that. My mouth. My mouth. It's so... I got to play it again, though. I want to show it again so that you see how fucking annoying it is. It came from a movie. I can't remember what movie because I didn't watch it, but he's mentioned it in the past. This creature loves movies. I call him Movies Matty or Humpty Dumpty. He loves to make a million movie references. He's attached to Hollywood. I think they could get this fucker back just by his Hollywood attachment. It's that strong. He loves movies. And there's Jack Nicholson from The Shining, I think it was, movie with the axe. This guy's, yeah, there it is. Finally, Hollywood is remaking The Shining. He loves movies. He loves fucking movies. So he's such a big, quote, truther that his big thing in this realm is fucking satanic Hollywood. That's what he loves.
Radius of the words coming out of my mouth. I imagine that this could get rather long, so you have something else to do, like watching 8 continuous hours of coverage of French Open tennis on the TNT channel. Let me summarize the main points here and now in case you want to go do that. Human death in a fake system. If the system or the environment or the universe or where we are supposedly living now can be proven or easily proven as fake, then that is the best news of all time to somebody that's listening, because if it's a fake system, it proves that you're real. Let me say that again. If it's a fake system, assuming you're not just an AI algorithm or what they called a modal in Matrix 4, it proves you are real if it's fake and you existed before coming into this fake system, and there's no such thing as death, and you'll exist after. Got it? You want to go watch your tennis? Go watch your tennis now. So as we've talked about many times, guys, we hold all the cards now. Reality has just given itself away. It's thrown down all its cards. It's begged for more. It's dropped to your feet and begged for it's given itself up. Now, why the people in the Ship of Fools can't see it? Well, we talk about that a lot, don't we? We're not going to talk about that right now. It's, to us at least, it's given itself up. It has completely derailed. If anybody's new, all that means is we're living inside a fake construct. The purpose of science and the Stephen Hawkings of the world, yeah, I'm going to do the voice later, it's to try to prove to everybody that this is real. Science is so heralded, I don't even know what that means, by everybody in academia. Science tries to show you, no, this is real. We came from a big...
One of his standard things is to say a word like heralded, and then he thinks it's funny to use self-deprecating humor to say, I don't even know what that means. He does that a lot. And he thinks it gets funnier over the years, and he always does that. It's just, it gets to be annoying. Everything about him, I don't find him funny. I don't find Movies Matty funny. I don't find myself watching his videos and laughing. And by the way, I didn't find him funny for years before I started my YouTube channel. So it isn't, oh, well, you're jealous or you're competing with him, competition. Not at all. Not at all. I don't care at this point. He's got 93,000 subscribers. He could have 93 million. So what? If the zombies want to follow this dumb shit that gets them nowhere, go for it. Go for it. Go for it. Follow it. Lap it up. And He tells people that you've already won, that whatever's happening in the realm, he'll say it's the greatest news ever. He says this stupid ass shit, and it doesn't add up, and he's just getting people to go right back into the recycling bin. 2.5 to 3 years ago, I really thought I could help people get away from his cult channel and learn how to not get recycled. No, I don't do that anymore. I don't even have that mindset after 2.5, 3 years. I thought that before I started my channel, that I would be able to help people from his channel in the little animal pen, but they're beyond help. It doesn't work. Doesn't work.
Bang! Darwin, that's the purpose of science and why it's so lauded and pushed forth, because it's not very real here, and it's given itself away. The faker it becomes, the more assured it is that you're real. Now, we don't need this sort of confidence. We have it now. But I did Diddy yesterday. The more money it comes, the more problems. I did that shit, and I feel I'm ashamed of myself. So I have to do something like this today. Now, we've talked about fake world many times and what that means to us, but we're going to do something completely different today. I've never talked about this, and I don't know where this is going. It has to do with the laws of science and the first rule of thermodynamics, conservation of energy. Energy cannot be created or...
He has an odd way of speaking. Sorry, I have to jump in again. But he has an odd way of speaking that I want to point out here. Listen to the way he says thermodynamics.
Dynamics, conservation.
It's very difficult to do a voice impression of him, because he has such a strange way of speaking. His breaths and his pauses are very different from anyone that I've ever noticed.
This is going. It has to do with the laws of science and the first rule of thermodynamics, conservation of...
The first rule of thermodynamics. And it's just this, it's strange where he chooses to pause. The way he speaks, his cadence it's very weird. It's very strange. And he loves to say that he's weird. He is weird, but not in a way that is likable. Like, the more you notice his weirdness, the less likable he becomes over years. It might take time. It might take time for people, but eventually you might see, and some people see it right away. Some people, it doesn't take years. They're annoyed by him, by Movies Maddie, immediately. There are people that will suffer through this shit thinking, well, he might have some truth. Eventually you might get past that, looking for little gold nuggets in a sewer or flecks of gold in sewage. Because there isn't much there that will help you. Out of tons of hours of his content, there isn't much on his channel that will actually help you.
Energy. Energy cannot be created or destroyed, which is in a way related to the relationship between energy and matter via Einstein's E equals mc squared. Now, let me just do a sidebar here for 2 minutes.
I'm almost surprised when he said Einstein's equation, the famous E equals mc squared, that he didn't say E equals mc squared. Like, he's got these weird pauses. It's really, once you notice it, it's very difficult to get through one of his videos from start to finish. It's almost impossible for me now. I can't remember the last fucking video of this guy that I watched all the way through to the end.
And it's E equals mc squared gives fake reality away right there. You could say, remember George when he tells the joke in Seinfeld, he just leaves his, I'm out of here. He tells the joke, and if it goes over successfully, he gets up and leaves. Once we see E equals mc squared, you're saying this is the most important equation in the entire universe in this reality. E, one letter on one side of the equal sign, equals mc squared.
So this doesn't even make any sense, his stupid comparison to Seinfeld, and he mocks the equation. All he does is mocks things that he hasn't even looked into. It's just an ignorant idiot with a YouTube channel that people think he's a Humpty Dumpty head, and people think, oh, this guy's pretty good. I like what he says. It doesn't help you in the end. You could listen to this guy day after day for years, and you're not going to get anything out of it that is helpful for you spiritually or in terms of freedom. He doesn't help. He blabs a lot.
Squared, speed of light. How do you even measure the speed of light? Squared. It's so simple. It gives the entire reality away as fake. Think I'm doing a side. I didn't expect to go here right now, but just think about it. Of all these, you've seen these calculations in these stupid movies about time travel, and they got this entire blackboard of all these calculations and all the shit at CERN and all. So the most important equation in the entire universe is E equals MC with a 2 at the top. Really? Fake world. Are you fucking kidding me, you clowns? But forget that for now. Let's go over and look at the thirst.
That really doesn't prove that it's a fake world. He uses, there's so many better examples that really do prove that this place isn't the way it appears than an Einstein equation. He's a weirdo with his examples he gives. He's weird in every way and weak. Not just weird, but his evidence is always weak for his stupid theories. Here's this guy. Recognize this guy with the eye patch. I remember trying to get him to come to my channel years ago. He's still in the animal farm. And I know some of you would say he's just a bot. No, I think he's a real being. I think most of them are real beings. I disagree with the lazy-minded that say they're all bots, Stephen. I don't buy that for a second. I can spot bots, okay? I forgot the Stephen. Look at this. Yeah, you forgot the Stephen? That's Matt's reply to this guy. Giggles at, yeah, I'm going to do the voice later. What voice? Fucking Matt McKinley of the McKinley presidential bloodline. President McKinley. It's one of his ancestors. That's of his lineage. Go ahead and follow them. Freemason, royal bloodline, McKinley. Can't make this shit up. And people just, they don't care. They don't see it. I made videos exposing this guy years ago. Keep following the shit shill channels. Keep going. This is the shit you deserve then. Lazy truffers.
The thirst. The first law of thermodynamics. Energy in a closed system cannot be created or destroyed. It's constant. Certain chemicals may be mixed together. They hold kinetic energy, but it's not expressed yet until you put a flame to it or until it explodes. But overall, in the closed system, the amount of energy, per the first rule or law of thermodynamics, the amount of energy in that system is constant. First, that also, by the way, I don't mean to do this sidebar, that gives away fake world, because these scientists over here, these egghead jerks, say that the universe is expanding. Well, how could it be expanding and have the same amount of energy? Okay, I guess I'm not quite prepared to take the podium against the Villanova and the St. Joe's and the University of Pennsylvania eggheads on that topic, but that doesn't make sense to me, how a universe could be expanding yet still hold the same amount of energy, but that's not relevant to what we're talking about. First rule of thermodynamics, where I'm eventually going to go with this, is it gave me comfort when I was in my early 20s investigating my own mortality. Okay, now let me back up. It says here, I expected it to say, of course, this came from Newton, and I looked it up just to be sure it was Newton, and it says no. It says it's not Newton at all. The first law of thermodynamics, that energy cannot be created or destroyed, and I'm going to relate this to what's called the human death in this fake world. We'll get to that eventually. It says it's from Rudolf Clausius and William Thomson. Hey, that's Lord Kelvin to you and me. I thought for sure it was Newton, but I don't know. No, it's not a Mandela effect, and that Brady Bunch special did exist. You just missed it. Just because you didn't see that Brady Bunch special doesn't mean all of reality changed. And same with this. Okay, so when remember I told you that.
Listen to this fucking idiot.
That story, how the notion that I was going to die one day came over to me like a sledgehammer when I was.
What about the biggest fans of the Brady Bunch that lived for decades and never heard of the special? You're just a fucking idiot, Matt. You judge Mandela effects whether they affected you or not. You're low level, baby level, and not trustworthy. You're not trustworthy.
Was in my early 20s. We're all hung over at Long Beach Island. I told you the story a few times. we were sitting there. People were just bickering.
Tell the same story a dozen more times. First time you thought of death.
And babbling about nothing and sitting there in that chair, hungover, age 23 or 24, Long Beach Island, 1994, whatever it may be. It came over me that I, as a human in the body, was going to die. And it was jarring and impactful to me. I had no religion. I had never thought about it. Of course, I would have said, well, everybody dies, but I never truly believed it until it came over me in that moment. I've told you the story before. So I did investigate certain things. I didn't spend much time on religions or anything like that, but I did do certain things to address what was a completely new notion to me.
When he says he didn't spend much time, he said many times he doesn't spend much time researching anything. He really doesn't. He doesn't spend much time on this shit. He just rambles, and people pay him money. They pay his bills. He doesn't work. The guy retired in his 40s. In his early to mid 40s, he's retired for a decade. You pay his bills. The dummies on YouTube pay this guy's bills. It's just incredible, man. They just feed you garbage and people pay for it. And you can't convince them not to. They're so hell-bent on paying for shit. That's what people do.
In my early 20s, that I was actually going to die one day. It came over me in an instant. It was an amazing experience and very scary, of course. 95% of that fear is gone now. It's okay to carry a little fear of death. That's one of the main purposes of this existence, of this incarnation. You're not supposed to eliminate it completely. The fear that this could be the end of existence is one of the existence of this incarnation. You know, purposes of this and that fear.
Okay, I'm going to jump in, rewind this. He always says this, that this is one of the main purposes of this existence, is the death experience. It's really something you really want. And it's why you're here, to experience death. Yeah, people love experiencing it so much, don't they? And they love watching their loved ones suffer for months, if not years, before they die. You're such a fucking moron that you won't consider that what channels like mine are saying could potentially be more accurate than, oh, we came here to experience death. Like, it's this good thing. You're just fucked up, man. You really are.
Fear is gone now. It's okay to carry a little fear of death. That's one of the main purposes of this existence, of this incarnation. You're not supposed to eliminate it completely. The fear that this could be the end of existence is one of the main reasons for coming in here, which we all know we all existed before coming in.
How do you know it's one of the main reasons why anyone came in here? Where is your evidence to show that we came in here to, quote, experience the fear of death and non-existence? Where's your evidence for that? You never back up any of your claims, ever. You never even say, well, I think this because of this. And you don't even do that much.
To this experience, this earthly place. So as I'm doing my investigation, what gave me great comfort at the time, amazing experience, and very...
He's looking for great comfort, not for truth. That's what he's looking for, to comfort himself.
Scary, of course. 95% of that fear is gone now. It's okay to carry a little fear of death. That's one of the main purposes of this existence, of this incarnation. You're not supposed to eliminate it completely. The fear that this could be the end of existence is one of the main reasons for coming in here, which we all know we all existed before coming in to this experience, this earthly place. So as I'm doing my investigation, what gave me great comfort at the time, and I don't think we see it this way now, we may bring in the theories from the people that proponents of the soul trap and all that, and I don't prescribe to that, like we're trapped and all that, but we'll talk about that, we'll bring it in. May bring in the theories from the people that proponents of the soul trap and all that, and I don't prescribe to that, like we're trapped and all that, but we'll talk.
We're very close to 50 likes. Please get those likes up. To those who've just joined, it looks like we have 36 people tuned in right now. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. 36 tuned in. Welcome to the channel. Please hit the like button on the way in if you're new here. It helps reach more people. It's free content. Free. It's free. This is free. This is free. Can you imagine? Free information about freedom and choosing freedom. It's free. It's free.
Proponents of the soul trap and all that, and I don't prescribe to that, like we're trapped and all that, but we'll talk about that. Will bring me great comfort at the time, and I don't think we see an earthly place. So as I'm doing my investigation, what gave me great comfort at the time, and I don't think we see it this way now, we may bring in the theories from the people that proponents of the soul trap and all that, and I don't prescribe to that, like we're trapped and all that, but we'll talk about that. We'll bring it in. Well, anyway, let me get back. My early 20s. Oh, look, the first law of thermodynamics. Energy cannot be created nor destroyed, which means when I die, then the energy has to be the same. So what's no longer there is the soul. And that gave me great comfort. And I don't think I was the first one to come up with that. I probably read that in a book or something. So you just, okay, for you, one time you're alive and there's a lot of energy associated with the human body. And the Matrix movie showed us how many BTUs the human body and the pods give the machines. And then there's death and the body lies still. Well, energy in the system, we know from the first law of thermodynamics, has to be constant. Well, there's no energy in the body anymore. You can raise that arm off, it just falls down like a dead weight. Boop, boop. Where's the rest of the energy? Oh, this gives me great comfort. Then it's the soul. But see, here's the it's inside the closed system, the energy. This is probably something that the soul trap people can use. Inside this closed system, the energy remains constant per these laws of thermodynamics. So it's like if you're still inside the closed system, the body dies. Well, the energy has to be constant. Well, the rest has to be a soul or spirit. But per the law, you're still inside the closed system. Like trapped in Carol Ann's closet, won't leave the house. In Poltergeist, that's the problem. The soul trap people would love this concept because it generally supports their notion that the body dies, the amount of energy per the first rule of thermodynamics must be constant. So there is a soul of some kind.
You haven't even researched it. You talk about it all the time, but you don't research the topic. You're ignorant about the topic. That's a problem.
That the body dies, the amount of energy per the first rule of thermodynamics must be constant. So
per this, per that.
That's the problem. The soul trap people would love this concept because it generally supports their notion that the body dies, the amount.
If you know about the quote soul trap people, how come you don't go anywhere to go live and have a discussion or a debate or an interview, whatever? How come you never do that? You can only talk about me, let's say, without mentioning my name from the comfort of your channel where nobody can really say anything in rebuttal. You're just a coward, dude. You're hiding behind a screen. You're afraid.
Amount of energy per the first rule of thermodynamics must be constant. So there is a soul of some kind, but it's still like trapped inside the closed system. And then it can come back inside another body for recycling, soul trap. Don't go in the light, don't go in the light. I've never really thought this through. I'm just saying that this first rule of thermodynamics.
You've never really thought anything through, have you? And you boil the quote soul trap down to don't go into the light and recycled into another body. Where'd you get the recycled term from? Who uses the recycling symbol and calls it recycled and recycling? Huh. Interesting. I think you're a total shill. I think you're a total piece of shit that does YouTube for money. That's what I think.
Gave me comfort because you can use it in a way to prove that the soul exists. Because of constant energy, the body dies. Well, where did that other part of energy, where was the part that animated the body? Where did it go? Well, from our perspective now, it doesn't matter really where it went if it's still maybe trapped inside a closed system. And I don't prescribe to the soul trap. Is it possible? Do I leave it on the table? Will I discuss it? Sure. We know there's something that animates the human body that science still is millions of miles away from understanding. If you put all the component parts together, as they've done in science,
who's to say that they're millions of miles away from understanding? Maybe they understood the human body with the spirit 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, 10,000 human matrix years ago. You don't know that. You don't know that. So he claims they're miles away from understanding. Really? Outwardly in the media, perhaps. You're just a fool, dude. You really are. You make videos, but you don't think things through. You just ramble on. That's what you do. And shitheads watch your channel. Absolute fucking zombies.
Many times, going back to Dr. Frankenstein tried it, and they continue to try it. You can put you can put it up on a table, put a bunch of meat, put blood vessels, and then you can bring in your electricity, like your Dr. Frankenstein experiments, and pull your levers. They can't make life. There's something that's here that animates the body, of course. It is best called soul, of course. It can't be recreated in a lab. If you talk to someone on the street, have they created basic life conditions in a lab? Oh, well, of course they have. No, they haven't. No, they haven't. Sea monkeys doesn't count. Little yeasts they'd sell you on the boardwalk for $5. We thought it was real. Little yeasts don't count. Science has not replicated life with any experiment. These eggheads still don't even talk about soul. I'm talking about soul as a potential negative. The soul is maybe local to this place. Maybe the energy that is, per the law of thermodynamics, trapped inside a closed system. Maybe the purpose of Not Milk is spirit uses soul, in my opinion, to navigate this reality, to have this experience. But if spirit has to someday separate from soul, because soul to me is local to this place, it's the part.
He reduces this down to just having this experience. All right, Nick, good to see you. Take care. You're welcome. It's always good to have you here, Nick. I hope you have a great day or night or morning or whatever time it is there. Have a good one. I put up this image on the screen. Truth or zombies? We don't think, we just follow. Grifters, felons, liars, frauds, demons. And they are. And I'm one of the only ones that keeps calling this out. A lot of people on YouTube, outside of my channel, believe that, oh, well, they have a channel, they're a truther. And they're that simple. They don't understand that YouTube is as controlled as mainstream media. And you can tell. You can tell if you pay attention long enough, study it long enough. You're not going to see it in a second. And that's what people expect. Well, I don't see it that way, Stephen. Well, how long have you really thought about it and looked at it and seen what tactics they use? If you looked at it for a year, 5 years, 10 years. I've been on YouTube for over 15 years and counting. So I think I've seen quite a bit on here. Sometimes experience matters.
Trapped inside a closed system. Maybe the purpose of Not Milk is spirit uses soul, in my opinion, to navigate this reality, to have this experience. But if spirit has to someday separate,
to have this experience, I want to ask in response to that. I'd love to ask him, but of course I can't do that. He doesn't. He's very controlled, as shills are. I'd like to ask him and others to have this experience. How many in this realm have a fantastic experience of life, like a charmed, blessed life where they don't suffer and see suffering and surrounded by people dying and really feel it and go through it? Like, how many really do? I would say for the most part, this isn't a great experience for the vast majority that have ever lived in this matrix realm, this hell realm, this sewer matrix. I'd say for the vast majority, this has not been a great experience. So why would people be lined up to experience this? there has to be trickery involved. That's obvious. That makes sense. But he lets on that, oh, this is just this great experience. You know, it wasn't so great when he had a blood clot recently in his lung and his leg, and he ended up in the hospital saying the pain was excruciating. I think it's the first time he suffered really in his life like that. And he hasn't noticed the suffering of others. He's lived a very sheltered life. Both of his parents are alive. He's an only child. No siblings have died. He hasn't been around death and suffering. Maybe you will your next lifetime, Matt, because I think you're coming back. I don't think you're getting out. I think you're high on your own supply, believing that you have it figured out, and you don't. I think you're going to get recycled. So when you say that, oh, I'm not coming back, I think you're coming back, whether you want to or not, buddy boy.
Trapped inside a closed system. Maybe the purpose of Not Milk is spirit uses soul in.
He misunderstands the soul trap. He thinks it's a closed system. It is closed for recycling matter and like a terrarium, but it doesn't mean there's no way out. He hasn't looked. He just goes by the title. Oh, we're trapped here forever. I've never said that. Never. He misrepresents the whole fucking thing. That's what irritates me when people do that. And I think it's on purpose. He doesn't want people to look into it. He wants to keep people here. That's what I think. Or he's extremely lazy. And I just don't buy it. I don't think anyone's that lazy. Even him. Even Humpty Dumpty.
System. Maybe the purpose of Not Milk is spirit uses soul, in my opinion.
Not Milk is the stupid fucking Clinton backwards that you made up. You reversed it. The way that Satanists do, by the way. The law of reversal for dark occultists. They reverse things the way Movies Maddie does with Not Milk. Who does that? Aleister Crowley and Satanist. OTO. That's who does that. That's who does that. Evil does that. Oprah, Harpo Studios, Not Milk, Clinton backwards. Okay?
To navigate this reality, to have this experience. But if spirit has to someday separate from soul, because soul to me is local to this place. It's the part per the first rule of thermodynamics where energy remains constant. Soul is probably always here. But what does Not Milk tell us? It tells us the most immortal part of anybody, according to anybody you talk to on the street, would be soul. Remember, everything here is a trick. Almost everything here is a lie. So if they tell me that soul is the most divine, immortal, and timeless part of me, then I tend to think that that's not the case. Maybe spirit, which to me, it represents the part that's not here, the greater part of us, the part that's millions and billions of times larger than this little reality. Maybe the purpose of the Not Milk is to intertwine soul and spirit, so the spirit cannot, if the intertwining of soul and spirit is too connected, too tight, then the spirit will always be part of this system. And per the soul trap, people may be in it to a degree. It is trapped. It seems similar to what Frank wrote, where
we don't think we're trapped. You misunderstand by the title and you don't do the research to understand it. You're just a fucking idiot. That's what you are. Or a liar, or both.
If any part of spirit, I don't forget exactly how he put it. I have it shoved under the table here. Maybe I'll read it before being done here. If any part of spirit takes on a physical property, and if for the purposes of this reality, maybe soul itself, because it is potentially confined or trapped inside a closed system, law of energy and thermodynamics, energy cannot be created or destroyed. Maybe if the spirit takes on an aspect or holds an aspect of soul.
He's really stuck on the law of thermodynamics. Thermodynamics. I'm just starting to get tired, and he frustrates me. I don't know how much more of this shit I can cover. It's just terrible.
It cannot truly be free. I think Frank put it a little bit more depressing, like it's truly doomed or something. I don't like that language, Frank, but it basically saying I like what he's saying though. If spirit takes on any aspect of forget physical or the way he put it, if spirit, the part that's bigger than this place, takes on or binds with or who knows, covets, whatever word, it gets too close to the aspects of this place. Frank called it the physical, but just say this place. Whatever it is.
Even his breathing annoys me, the way that he breathes, and the whole thing does about Humpty Dumpty. All of them does.
Even if you consider it not physical, like the local soul or whatever, then it cannot be free. Soul to me is a local term. It allows spirit, this is always the way I have interpreted, something you're much greater than.
You said that already. You're repeating yourself in the first 14 minutes of your video. You just repeat yourself. It takes you years to get anywhere.
This place, the soul is the interface between the spirit, the much greater thing that you are, and having this low experience, which is done through the soul as interface into the body. If anybody's new to all this, or you just recently gave up your mud flood investigations and you're not used to having these sorts of conversations, let me do 2 minutes or less, folks. You just draw your concentric rings again to understand this. You draw the body, you draw a stick figure, that's the body, you draw a circle around it. Then the circle around that is soul, still inside this system. And then draw another circle around that, which is spirit. The larger element is spirit. This is always the way it's described by the people that I've respected the most in terms of these pursuits of truth. Spirit is greatest, soul is less, and then body. Of course, to me, soul, I don't know, this is my own interpretation. Soul to me is that necessary then bridge or link or necessary for the spirit to have the experience through soul and body. But as we have this discussion, you have to determine for yourself, if the first rule of thermodynamics or first law is more like a stuffed Lenin or a Humpty Dumpty. Of course,
back to that again.
Billions of calculations are based upon it. First law is more like a stuffed Lenin or a Humpty Dumpty. Of course, billions of calculations are based upon it. Scientific experiments, how machines work. I understand all that. So, of course, I put it incorrectly. It's not just a stuffed Lenin or Humpty Dumpty. Even though it's useful 1,000 times a second every day, is there still a truth of reality screaming out through the first law or rule of thermodynamics? To me, when something is that important in reality, it's not just to make toasters. I know it's used to make toasters. To me, there is always a truth associated with it. Okay, sitting here for a few minutes, I was remembering the video I made years ago about E equals MC squared, and how a equation so simple, so rudimentary, so, if you will, dumbed down, that it couldn't possibly be the most important equation inside an entire universe that was real. To me, E equals MC squared is so simple, so rudimentary, it gives away fake world. The faker the world becomes, the more real you are. Not that you need the world to be.
He said that earlier. In the first 16 minutes, he just keeps rehashing what he's already said. That's all I can take. The guy just, there's something mental about him. That's all he ever does. You talk about something, 5-10 minutes later, brings it up again. Like, he just keeps rehashing, looping, rehashing, repeating himself. And it's just fucking it. It's like, God damn, would you just shut up? Or say something new? An original? The black scent busting in. I don't know what the fuck that guy's doing. He's so weird. Beyond weird. He's beyond weird. He's fucked up. Anyway, I didn't realize this.
He's better than ever. And this is actually his first time here. Was on We Are Awake TV. We've had our history, Ian and I. We've gone through this metaversal experience, as many of us do, and it's been quite a journey for the two of us, man. And Ian took a break. He took a hiatus. 5 months, who knows, whatever it is. But he's back now. Many of you know that. And he's back, and he's better than ever. And this is actually his first time here on Z Show. I'm looking forward to speaking to him. So with that, and without any further ado, let's welcome him to Z Show. Ian, good to see you, man.
Hi, Z. Much love, Z. Welcome to the present moment. Welcome to the present moment, people. We are all here in the present moment. You know, you know, you know, in the present moment. Z, are you with me in the present moment? Empty your mind and just be thoughtless. Our thoughts are the enemy, Z. That's the matrix, our thoughts. Our mind is the matrix, Z. Empty your mind.
Mic check. What's up, Z?
5x5, good sir. 5x5.
Has been an interesting journey. Good to be here. I went to bed at 6:30 last night so I could be here in time. So.
Wow.
Yeah.
You hear that, guys? Ian, that's one of the disadvantages of me doing such an early broadcast, relatively speaking. There's positives to it. But one of the disadvantages is anybody in those Western time zones, it's quite early for them to catch my show live. And as you know, the live component is what attracts many of the listeners. The participating in the chat, the communal aspect of it. It's not just about watching it afterwards for the information. People want that real live experience. One of the downsides of streaming early, but there's positives to it also. I like that morning vibe for myself, so I'm kind of sticking with the morning thing. But either way, man, I appreciate you kind of waking up early and coming here, man. I was
of course.
looking forward to it.
Good to be here.
Shout out to my haters that can't hit a like button, people. Shout out to my haters. Much love, people, and gratitude, people. To my haters that can't hit a like button. You can't even hit a like button because you hate me so much, people. Yeah, just a piece of garbage.
Interesting. Yeah, it was an interesting journey when you came on the channel through Brian. Back in those streams, it's cool sometimes looking back at those. Good times for sure.
It is very interesting, man. Like I've seen some of those. I've gone through some of the that archival stuff, and interesting. The link really was through Brian Stavely, man.
Yeah, once I did that stream with him, I think I reached out to him, and he emailed me back. Once I interviewed him, yeah, that's when the dynamic changed a little bit on the channel.
I remember I found you. I was just going through my subscriptions, and just Stavely said, "Oh, I'm going to be on this channel. I'm going to be live like in 10 minutes, or I'm live now." And it was your channel, and I clicked over, and it was you doing the panel thing. So let's talk about you, Ian. How did you come to this point with your channel, with your content? You do the panel thing, much like many of us, I call it the panelverse, man, the trutherverse, whatever you want to call it. But there's a certain style of YouTube broadcasting that incorporates these panels. Not everybody does it, but the ones who do it share a certain commonality, but we all do it a little differently. How did you go from starting your channel to the panel format that we see today?
That's an interesting question. I think it was always my goal. When I decided to start a YouTube channel in December 2019, I received a Google Chromebook or something. Doesn't even work anymore, but and it said start a YouTube channel. So right at that moment, I was thinking of a name. So my first name was We Are Awake News, which changed to We Are Awake TV.
So because his Chromebook said to start a YouTube channel, that's the reason he started a YouTube channel. Holy shit, that's pathetic. Your little Chromebook told you to start a YouTube channel?
Right at that moment, I was thinking of a name. So my first name was We Are Awake News, which changed to We Are Awake TV a couple of years ago or last year. And my goal the entire time was to have a community and have discussions and things like that. That was
All right, hold on, Quack. I'm going to add you to the stream again. Hello, Quack. Are you here?
Yes, I am. And I'm aware that I was not present earlier in the stream when you brought me back on, so I apologize for that.
Oh, no problem. Welcome back on. I can't really remember exactly what we were getting into. Actually, yeah, it was when you had the out-of-body experience with that lion-looking entity, that evil creature.
Yes.
And
Yes.
yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was.
So that, yeah, I was saying about how I wasn't fooled by its attempt to create this grandiose illusion of superiority over me, and what I was trying to express is that I suspected it was just high up the hierarchy of demons running the Matrix. So because of the level of intelligence that it presented to me, that thing, its energy felt absolutely gross. I remember it. It was just disgusting, that thing. I did not like it at all, and I still don't. And if I were to ever see that thing again, I would gladly fight it forever for what it's done to me. Because I really don't appreciate being mocked by anyone, but especially not by some entity that's running a system as abhorrent as this.
Yes. So mostly it was mockery, would you say? But also you could sense immediately that it was evil and had evil intentions, and that it was higher up on the demonic hierarchy. Again, as you said, not necessarily more powerful than you as a spirit or as a being, but it was a higher up demon in this matrix.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to say. Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that, just to make sure, especially for our audience as well, but for me and the audience. Did you get any sense of it? Did it have a gender, or was it just like it's something that looked like a monstrous demonic lion type thing, but could you tell if it was male or female, or was there any impression left upon you that it was a male or a female, or did you experience anything like that seemed to show that these demonic entities have gender?
It had a masculine voice.
Okay. What about energy? Was there any feel to it that seemed like it was masculine rather than feminine?
I guess it did feel kind of masculine overall. Felt like a masculine sort of being.
Okay. The reason I'm asking for all these details is because I think it helps us understand that I do think part of my theory is that we are gendered beings spiritually. I know a lot of people don't like that on YouTube, on these other channels. They'll say, "Oh, there's no gender to spirit," but I feel like I've always been masculine energy in spirit and in this body. There's ones that will say, "Oh, you could be recycled back here as a female," and I don't buy that. I don't think that's true. I think that's just another assumption that these channels are making with no evidence, and they assume, why would there be gender in the spirit realms or in the afterlife? Or I think there is, though. So I think maybe they're pushing something that's false, and maybe these demons and these other entities that people see and experience, they show us that there is gender, and that's just part of my theory. Again, it's not conclusive on gender, but I suspect, I'll put it that way, I suspect, and I'm speculating here, that there is gender beyond even this matrix, beyond this level.
Yeah, that adds up to me. But I'm interested in like one part of your theory where you seem to assume that it's impossible for, like, let's say you have a masculine entity, an entity that prefers to be a masculine sort of being, or just has masculine energy naturally. Do you really think that it's impossible for them to just still be forced to reincarnate into a feminine or a female body? Like, because I don't really see why the evil running this realm would care if someone like would care about their gender identity. Like, I feel like they would just put you in any body regardless of how you felt about it. You know what I mean?
I think I understand your question, that they would just force you into whatever body, that they wouldn't care, that they could put someone like me into a female body. But that's basically, you're kind of assuming that they're all powerful and that we have no influence whatsoever in the body developing in the womb. We all start off as female biologically in the womb, the body does, and then either stays female or changes male. Who's to say that our spirit doesn't influence that in the womb? See, I don't think that evil here has total control in this matrix. I'm not completely powerless in this place. I'm limited, but does that mean that I'm completely and utterly powerless with no influence over even my body or who I am, my personality type, my choices? I know this is in a realm of free will, but it doesn't mean that I have zero influence and zero choices. So I think that maybe as the body's developing, the spirit is involved in that. Now, do I think there might be some mistakes, maybe with trans people? It's a possibility. There's also a possibility that that's more mental illness and something happened with them at some point. Might not necessarily be in the womb. It might be later on in life. There might be some screw up during puberty or right at the onset, chemical imbalance or something like that, some biological reason. I don't know for sure. There could be many reasons for that. But for the most part, I think most people do, at least the ones that are good spirits and into this type of research. The ones I've spoken with, if I ask people in my chat, have you always felt female? And do you think you always were female before this? And do you think you could ever picture yourself as anything other than female as a spirit? The women I've talked to have said no, and the men I've talked to have always said that they don't think they were ever a woman or ever would be. So, yeah, I have to take that into consideration. Do I think it's impossible? Possibly some people could get put in a body somehow, but I wouldn't say impossible. But for me, these people laugh on some of these channels and say, he says he's never been a woman, never would be. Spirits don't have gender. Well, I think they do. I think it makes more sense my way than the other way. But if people want to believe they're completely powerless with everything here, I don't know how they think they're going to get out then if they have a mindset of believing that evil's all powerful and they have no power at all. I think they've doomed themselves then mentally into a victim mentality in a powerless position. I don't think that's wise at all to see yourself that way.
Right. I agree. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just pausing because
my spirit has influence, though, whether I'm in a body or out of a body. It's not that I'm completely powerless, even in this matrix. I tend to keep that in mind. They're not 100% all powerful with us 0% power. It's not all or nothing. It's complex again. It's not simple. But have you seen my hashtag Viking Strong that I use? That is trying to get into people's minds, not to have the, oh, we're powerless mindset. But yeah, I'm not claiming that you said we're powerless. I'm just saying that can lead to feeling powerless if one believes that our spirit has no influence and no impact. Because I think it does every day. I think we had some influence even on our mother when we're in the womb. Look at how our mother's affected. When we're a spirit in a little body developing in our mother's womb, we have an influence on our mother, not just in her body, but her feelings, happiness, moods, all that stuff. We have an influence. So why wouldn't we influence what gender we develop the body into, that we're put in while we're in the womb? That's how I look at it. Now, am I saying that I can 100% prove what I just said? No, I'm just saying that's my viewpoint. I'm speculating, but that's what I think it is. And some of us remember being in the womb. Some people have even have memories of being aborted in the womb. So they're expressing consciousness, saying that they were conscious in the womb. And there's others that have pre-birth memories. I do, and I've had people on my channel that have pre-birth memories and spoken with them. So I think there's a lot going on where it's not just evil controls this whole matrix, that they have it all locked down 100%, that we're just total puppets controlled, that it's all completely scripted. I'm not saying that Quack is saying that, but other YouTube channels have put it that way, and I disagree with those channels. I see that we do have a measure of control, a measure of choice, influence, if you want to call it influence over things. Now, it's not 100% on our side. It's not 100% on evil's side. And it's not a constant either. Sometimes, certain things we might have more influence than other times in life. Fluctuates. It's very tricky. In a very tricky place. It's very complex. Nothing here is simple. It's like being in a hall of mirrors and saying, where are we? Whatever direction you look, you're looking at reflections and refractions, and it's hard to see things as they truly are here. It's very tricky.
Yes.
Oh, I want to add one more thing for you to consider. A lot of people that are transgender have tremendous turmoil and confusion, body dysmorphia. They go through hell, and I'm not saying that they don't. It affects them deeply, and I think it does because of the spirit more than the body. That's what I'm thinking of. I think that the spiritual turmoil they go through is because they feel like they're in the wrong body, and I think it impacts them. So I think if you are in the wrong body, you would notice, you would know, and kind of be in kind of mental, emotional, spiritual anguish, feeling like this isn't the right body. I'm a man and your body looks female, or you're a woman and your body looks male, and it's not right. And that could be it. It could be a form of torture in a sense for them. Mental torture.
Yes.
Spiritual torture.
And I was earlier that I was saying that, you know, it's possible that in some cases some spirits are forced into bodies that don't align.
Could be. And it can that could actually be part of a punishment as well, or an experiment. I mean, there's a lot of possibilities with that, why that even happens and how it happens. We don't know exactly how it happens. We're just having a conversation and thinking about it, wondering about it, and speculating, which is fine and necessary. We don't have all the answers. I've said this to my audience. By we, I mean all of us. None of us have all the answers, and I don't claim to. And some people try to misrepresent me, saying he's so certain and thinks he knows everything. I say all the time, I don't know 100% on this, or I'm speculating. I try to be accurate. So I don't know why that happens, where people feel like I know that they say it's body dysmorphia and it's mental illness. I know all the mainstream explanations, but I'm talking about spiritually. We don't know exactly what's going on, how that happened. It's hard to say. And at this current juncture that we're in, nobody can really prove why that would ever happen, why that would even be possible. Somebody feel strongly like they're in the wrong body, is the wrong gender. It's a weird thing, but it's happens in this matrix. And I don't know if it's punishment by them. I don't know what it is, but maybe something happened when they were developing. Maybe when they were in the womb, they didn't feel either way, and that just developed. I mean, there's so many possibilities for that. But I do get what you're saying. But what I'm getting at, if a spirit is strong enough, we're not all the same. Not every spirit is the same strength. We're different. I mean, there's spirits in this realm that you should be able to see that are very weak. They cave into any authority. As soon as quote so-called authority says something, they do it. They don't even question it. And if you say, why are you doing that? Just because they said on TV, and they just do it. We're not like that. So maybe spiritually, if I felt masculine always, let's say before I was in this matrix, maybe I had such a strong influence that my body had no choice but to develop as a boy and then into a man. Maybe that was just the influence of my strong spirit. Again, we're getting into things that it's just speculation, but it seems to be a theory that kind of makes sense. What others want to say is it's just, the mainstream would say it's all just biology. It's all just biological processes and just,
yeah, and that's wrong. So
yeah, well, all just biology. We're a spirit. They don't even view us as spiritual beings. They just view us as a body, a meat suit. Most scientists are atheists, or at least they claim to be. And they would just say the spark of life is in the womb when the sperm fertilizes the egg, and that's when you're, quote, conceived, and that, you know, you develop fetus and embryo and all that stuff. But it's all they look at is the meat and the physical, the blood and flesh and material. They're not looking at the spiritual. So the spiritual aspect is what has been overlooked in this realm by the mainstream, by science, but not just by science, by even ordinary people, regular average Joes and Janes, and by, quote, truthers as well, including flat earthers. A lot of them are atheists or Christians. They really don't get into the spiritual. Mandela effect people, regular conspiracy theorists. There's tons on YouTube that really don't look into the spiritual aspects of this realm.
Yeah,
and I think that's the key. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say that a lot of them also don't go all the way. They don't go to, this is a hell realm. They don't go there. And if you try to get them there, there's always some resistance.
Yes, and sometimes it's harsh, lashing out, even violent resistance. Even sometimes there's people that I've dealt with in person that got red in the face, and I thought they were going to get physically violent just for having a conversation, not this deep about hell realm, but just about atheism and just about DNA. And if that's the way that, if it is truly the way they present it as these cartoon drawings, and carbon dating, and questioning that. I was questioning that, and they're such hardcore atheist scientists that they got so red in the face and angry, they're banging their fist on a table. People get very emotionally attached to weird shit in this realm, whether it's to atheism or they believe that they have this figured out with science. Science is like scientism. Most of them treat it like a religion. If you talk about an afterlife, and they're just, people can get so triggered and angry. But yeah, trying to get most people to go this far, they stop way short of this. Way short.
Yeah. Yeah. And they're very different in terms of what they are on a fundamental level.
Absolutely. And their behavior reveals those differences quite often. They really don't care about what's true or not. That's a big one I notice.
Yeah, or it's very strange. It's like, again, with some of them, like with the conspiracy theorists, it's like they care about what's true to a point. You know what I mean?
Yes, and that's why I call it, they stop short. It's like they'll care about certain conspiracies that interest them. And if they were driving from Florida to Montana, they might get into Georgia, and then they stop, or they might get into, I don't know, Alabama or somewhere like that. If you know what I'm saying. They don't go all the way. They don't go far enough. What?
Like, I don't know what the destination is. Like in
No,
your
if the
analogy.
in the analogy, if the destination was Montana, they barely get out of Florida. If they started in Florida, let's say Miami, they get to Georgia. They get out of the state of Florida, they're traveling north, and they might get into Georgia, but they're far away from Montana, or if it's Washington State or Oregon, they're not even close. And they stop, and they're satisfied, and they think they have this reality figured out.
And that's so far away from the truth, it's laughable. To me, anyway.
Yeah, because they have a little bit figured out, like, oh, 9 double hockey sticks was not the way they presented on TV. It was this, and they get a little bit, but for them, they're satisfied. They feel very clever. That I call it the baby truther ego, where they stop in kindergarten and they feel like they have it all figured out. And it's like, we went to, and I'm not saying I'm done. I'm never done. I'm still thinking about this stuff and investigating. I've been doing this for decades, but a lot of them just do a little bit of research and they watch a couple TikTok videos or YouTube videos, or they watch some shit on Facebook, and they think they have it all figured out.
Yeah, and they're when I in my investigations into this reality and of the other beings in it, there's been a point where I would feel sorry for these types that make this huge logical, this hugely logically fallacious assumption that they know so much more than they really do. But that has lessened the more and more I just study how they interact with those who attempt to take them further, because they act, frankly, they act like demons towards some of them, towards those who try to help them go to another level of truth. And so at that point, if they're going to act like demons, I'm going to feel a lot less sympathy for them in eternity, just in general.
Yeah, that's what I experience. I've tried to help thousands come to my channels. The ones that I don't have success every time I invite someone here to the Sanity Machine that has over 4,000 subs. There were thousands that rejected me, lashed out at me, got angry, said all kinds of shit, or even ones that joined and later on said horrible shit, lashed out, said I'm going to burn in hell, that I'm going to burn in a lake of fire. There's all kinds of stuff that I deal with. They act like demons. It's the analogy I like to use is I dive into some cold water and they're drowning, and I go to help them, to rescue them from drowning. They try to punch me in the face, claw my eyes out, choke me, knee me in the groin, scratch, pull my hair, try to push me under the water and drown me for trying to help them. That's what it feels like when you're trying to help them. They go completely demonic. So I don't really have an answer other than I walk away from them. At best, I walk away. If they keep it up and keep attacking and attacking and attacking, I do fight back. Obviously, I defend myself and I'll fire back at them. But that's the way I am. I think that they have choices, and I can't just excuse it all away saying they're upset or not everyone can handle this truth. They choose to be demonic that way and keep it up when you say, hey, I was just trying to help you. Why are you acting this way? And they just keep going. So maybe they are demonic. Maybe it is what it appears to be, or as I say, that we're in a realm full of demons. I know they don't look like ugly Hollywood monsters on the outside, but they don't have to. It's a spiritual thing. Who cares how their flesh looks? They could look like the most beautiful woman in the world, and they could be a complete demon inside. That's how I look at it.
Oh yeah, and I think it, like I've thought about just I spent some of my life trying to, because I would sort of figure out slowly more and more that I'm in a realm full of bad beings. And so what I would do is I would try to like cognize just, okay, how many evil demons in human bodies are there in the entire realm? And the more I study it, the more it seems as though that number is much, much larger than what many in this place assume.
Yeah, I agree. And you know what? That happens to almost anyone who studies it long enough. You'll start to see, because a lot of people start off kind of with the assumption through innocence. I'm not blaming them. I was this way long ago as well. I knew this was an evil realm, but I thought there were more good spirits here than what there actually are. And I thought there were less demons than what there actually are. The longer this goes, the more demons show that this is a realm just infested with demonic spirits. Now, some people would say, that's negative, Stephen. You're saying something that doesn't feel good. Well, it isn't about feelings. It's about truth. And that's the way I see it. It seems to be true that this realm is full of way more demons than I would have thought. It doesn't feel good. It's not what I want. I wish it was different. But my wishes don't exactly change this whole realm. I can have small influences here and there. I'm aware of that. I've influenced thousands of people over my decades, and that doesn't mean that thousands buy into my model. I think there's probably only a few dozen people out of this entire realm, out of me working for decades trying to get this across, trying to get some truth out there, and including these multiple YouTube channels. I've had 3 channels taken down, terminated. So this is a channel that's new, but I've been doing this trying for years. And I think out of all of what I've done and who I've reached and the amount of subs, I think there's a few dozen people that understand what I'm talking about out of the entire realm. So that should show something. And most people on YouTube attack me if I'm a guest or on other channels, live streams, and I'm a live guest the way that you are here with me. I've been on other channels and speaking about this realm, my thoughts, my model, what I see, what I've come to understand. And most of it's just attacking. Whole chats, like everyone in there attacking. That's the way it is in this place.
I have seen that.
Yeah.
And it genuinely makes me sick when I see it, because it's just so far removed from just the intuitions I have as an individual myself, in terms of how I would treat someone I don't know. It's
sickening.
The opposite. It's the opposite of what I would do. It's like the polar opposite.
Yeah. So I think spiritually they are the polar opposite of what you are. I really do. I don't think it's just them behaving badly. I think spiritually they are so different that for them that's like normal in a sense. I know it's twisted, but they're so different spiritually that for them they think nothing of doing that to a total stranger. They've never met me in person, never had a conversation, never had a meal with me. They've never come here and had a chat with me the way you do. They just fire away from chat rooms, and some of them stalk and come on, and then they'll say he's crying victim if I just mention what they do. I'm just mentioning what they do. It's not crying victim. I'm just saying that's what they do. But what they do is sickening, because they're trying to silence somebody who's trying to share what I see in this realm. And I don't treat people that way as guests on my show. And I don't let my audience treat people that way if I have a guest on. If they started bashing Quack on here, I wouldn't just say nothing if I saw the chats attacking, insulting, mocking. I wouldn't tolerate people doing that. I would tell them to stop or they're gone. I would at least tell them to stop, give them a timeout. If they continued, I'd ban them from the channel based on their treatment of one of my guests. I'd say, I don't want you then on my channel. You don't belong here because you shouldn't be treating someone like that. I expect people to be respectful and to listen to what someone is saying, agree or disagree. Either way, they shouldn't be that disrespectful and insulting. But that's what we deal with in this realm. I mean, I've encountered that on channel after channel for years, trying to get the message out of what I see this place as, and they just mock it, insult, sling personal insults, and they don't listen to the message, and they don't look at the evidence, and they don't ponder it. I don't think they care about the truth. I think they love to insult and attack and mock, etc., but they really have no true care for what's true at all.
Yeah, nothing beyond whatever their self-interests are anyway. They might care about what's true with regards to that, and that's about where it stops.
Yeah, I meant greater truths. I should have specified, but yeah, greater truths that are beyond just themselves and their personal life, and a truth that might help them with finances. They'd be interested in that. They'd be interested in increasing their bank account or buying a bigger house or another car or something materialistic. But beyond that, they don't care about greater truths and spiritual truths. They just don't care. They also lack curiosity. They're more interested in hurling insults, even for hours. Some will do that for hours, just sit there fixating, obsessing over someone, hurling insults, and learn nothing, and come away from a live stream that's 2 hours long, 3 hours long, 4 hours long. They'd learn nothing because they just typed insults for hours in the chat. So I think they are a different type of species spiritually. I don't care how they look on the outside. I don't care if they're black, white, Hispanic, Asian, if they're tall, short, if they're a dwarf, if they're a woman, man, young, old. None of that matters. It's spiritually. I think they're a different species of spirit, a kind of spirit that just thrives on that, and it's all they want to do.
Yeah, ultimately, they are not something that I would want to spend eternity with.
Oh, nor do I. Because how could you have heaven, paradise, or just a good realm, a good existence, a good afterlife, peace, calm, joy, love, with them constantly stalking, attacking, ruining everything on purpose? That's why I call them the party crashers. If we were at a dinner party, they would just storm in and try to ruin the food, the drinks, break the tables, chairs, destroy the house or the condo, whatever. They just want to ruin everything.
And then they would laugh while doing it.
Yeah, they laugh and they get glee while doing it. That's their fun when we're having fun without them. So the argument doesn't hold water that some say in the so-called truth community, where they claim, well, we need evil or we wouldn't have fun or have excitement, or, well, we can have fun at a dinner party without them. When they storm in, they ruin it for us. I don't have to have fun by evil murdering one of my loved ones. That doesn't make life fun for me. That ruins it for me. That's a scar that never heals. When things like that happen, losing loved ones, it's not fun. It doesn't add fun or excitement. It's pain, trauma, suffering, grieving. And people come up with these weird explanations that don't add up, that are ridiculous when you think about it. Imagine having a child as your son or daughter and they have leukemia or brain cancer. There's someone here on my channel that as a child had that type of cancer and survived. They could have died as a baby, but what did their parents go through too? They went through a lot as a child, and then their parents, and people say, well, we need that. No, we don't. It's more fun without that. That doesn't make it fun here. So they're very twisted in how they try to teach us we need evil, suffering, pain, disease, leukemia, cancer, brain cancer. No, we don't. We don't need any of that to have fun. I can envision realms without any of that existing, and it would be much better. It would be much more fun without that. I'd love to live in a realm where I could have pets, let's say animals, and I don't have to suffer for months of grieving after they pass away and not feel like living, where it hit me that hard emotionally, where I was just devastated and depressed and didn't feel like eating or doing anything. I just felt like the life was out of me. It was horrible. And people say, well, we need all that. It doesn't make any sense at all. Their new age explanations make zero sense. Zero sense. But I don't know whether it's them lying as malicious demonic spirits or whether they're that ignorant and programmed new agers. It could be a combination of various things going on, but they're so different in their explanations for this realm, and it just seems so ridiculous. If they ever had a child that had leukemia, I wonder if they'd be saying, what a gift this is, what a blessing. We get to see our child dying at 6 years old. I mean, it's just fucking ridiculous what they come up with.
I suspect that they are a very, very, very different spiritual race as well. The ones who want to twist themselves into knots to create all of these excuses for why evil and suffering are necessary. In some cases, they could just be demons themselves, and in other cases, they could just be a spiritual, like part of a spiritual race of being that is just so vulnerable to being deceived by evil that they would be an eternal victim of evil and make excuses for it for eternity.
Yeah, that's a possibility. That's definitely a possibility. They could be so naive and vulnerable and fall prey to these deceptions and make excuses because their excuses don't hold water. It's like putting water through a strainer and saying, well, eventually it's going to hold water. It never will. Like one of those screen things that you cook with that you strain pasta, colander or whatever, a strainer, sometimes they're called. It'll never hold water. It just goes through, but it strains it. And they think, well, it's going to hold water eventually. None of these stupid excuses add up, whether they're twisting it into a pretzel, whether they're doing mental gymnastics. It's just so easy to see through it. The Green Man made a good comment saying evil needs us, not the other way around. I agree. They need us for food, for energy, for their sick pleasure, their entertainment, their sadism. But I think they leech energy from us. They, like leeches, they're draining us. They're parasites. They're very parasitic. And it really is a sick system. I don't know if there could be a sicker system. Now, some people would say, well, we're not burning in flames all the time. But eventually, I think, at least in these bodies, you'd go numb or go into shock. You wouldn't feel it. So I think this dragged out design of this suffering and torment and lies and deceptions and all were diseases, everything we're subjected to here, pain, physical pain, emotional, mental pain. We're subjected to so many different forms of suffering in hell here that I think it's worse than just burning in flames. It's a kind of torment that is gnawing away at us, a lot of us, continuously throughout our lifetime, or many, many lifetimes. And what I suspect is most people, they've been here many times before this. I don't think it's their first time here.
Yes, because a lot in this realm are they're so easy to trick that the entities, I mean, I bet they just have a field day and it's just so easy. I bet it's incredibly easy for them to just to just lie to what I suspect is the majority in this reality.
Oh yeah.
And
Of
just
the
to
ones who
get
aren't total
like that.
demons, you mean? The ones that
Yeah,
aren't
even
total demons that are
both. I think it's
deceived?
both demons and non-demons that are like that can be extremely vulnerable to being deceived.
Yeah, that's true. Demons can definitely be deceived and go along with other demons. They follow the herd. I wonder sometimes if these entities almost get a thrill, like saying, well, at least this one's challenging. We're going to try to fuck with this one and try to confuse them and deceive them. We'll really try to work them over, constantly sending people towards us is what I'm getting at. You, me, some people in the chat that are regulars here. And they might view it as a challenge, like, oh, the other ones are just so easy to trick. Well, these ones, at least we can mess with and try to really try different things to trick them and deceive them. And I don't know, like, I don't know for sure. This is just a theory, but maybe they almost get bored with the masses because it's just they pull it off so easily. It's child's play for them to trick 90-something% to do anything they want. They'll just go along with it.
Yeah. But I've been thinking about this also. Like, if there are so many beings in this reality that are unlike beings that are both good and intelligent and discerning, if there are so many in this reality that are unlike us, that leads me to theorize and hypothesize that there exist other realms, universes, like states of existence that contain perhaps a similar amount of beings that are like us, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, there could be. And we could, in a sense, be some of the unlucky ones that found ourselves here for one way or another. There's a lot of people that ask me how we got here. Of course, no one has any 100% proof, just theories. And I think it is at the level of a theory beyond a hypothesis in some cases. Some of them hold enough that make enough sense and seem to add up and seem to have an element of evidence to reach that level that we could have been tricked into here. It doesn't mean that we're stupid. It doesn't mean that we're not powerful beings. Caring beings can be tricked through care, could be highly intelligent, could be powerful. There are people that are, let's say, use the physical analogy as a comparison for spirit. I could be stronger, physically stronger than someone as a man that's around 200 pounds or so at the moment. I could be physically stronger than 140 pounds someone. But does that mean that I couldn't possibly be tricked by that physically weaker being or group of beings that are weaker that are trying to trick me and set me up somehow? Or, of course I could be. I'm physically stronger. So we could be strong, intelligent beings, but kind of naive, childlike, but powerful beings that had never encountered a place as twisted, evil, malicious, full of lies, illusions, deceptions as the entities running this matrix. And we got maybe close enough and curious enough out there, let's say, whatever out there is, we'll call it the great unknown, outside of this matrix, whatever it is, and lured in. And it might have looked like a paradise, like a magical amusement park, and it might have looked like a lot of fun until we got too close and drawn into it, kind of like drawn in like a moth to a flame or something into it, a big bear into a trap. Now, a grizzly bear is far more powerful than a person. You could line up 3 men without guns, and a grizzly could just take their heads off with one swipe of his paw. If you've ever seen a bear paw grizzly, their paw is huge. It's way bigger than my head. They could just destroy people if they wanted to. But a man can design a trap and get that great big powerful bear that's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds more pounds than a great big guy. Makes a big man look small. But once in the trap, with a cruel bear trap around its leg, it can't do anything. Can't run after you. And it's in pain too. It's torture. It's suffering. That could be akin to us. We might be powerful spirits, but it doesn't mean that you can't be tricked. You can't be lured into some kind of trick or trap. It doesn't mean that we're here forever. But what I'm getting at is this place could have been a mirage where it might have looked beautiful. It might have looked like so much fun, like an adventure. And they might have said, oh, come on in. And once you get close to you, it's kind of too late. You get into the illusion, and they somehow use their technology on us, love bomb or whatever technology. I suspect they're using these entities, some kind of technology. Now, I don't know how people say, well, that's technology. How does it work on a spirit rather than a body? I don't know. I don't understand the technology. I've never even seen it or examined it in my hands, but I suspect they have something that they're using to create, let's say, frequencies that maybe affect spirits. They're able to love bomb. I think the light kind of is a love bombing euphoric thing that draws people in. It feels super good. It feels like euphoria. They don't have to cause us pain to control us. They can control people and lure them in and trick them with euphoria, love feelings, and feelings that are just euphoric, like the greatest drug ever, and just feels wonderful, beyond wonderful. It feels 1,000,000 times better than anything here. So maybe they can do that with spirits. It seems like they can it seems like they can if you look at near-death experiences and study so many of those. It's the love bomb is a huge part of it. So maybe they're using that to lure spirits into this matrix. But anyway, what I'm getting at is it doesn't. There's people that say, well, if we're so powerful, how we end up here? Well, that's a possibility that I just gave. We might be childlike, kind of naive beings that we'd never faced or experienced this kind of evil or anything close to this ever. Maybe ever. This might be the worst kind of evil that exists anywhere. That's a possibility. And a lot of these people on other channels, I don't know why they don't consider that, or they think that's, I don't know why. They just think that we're either completely powerless or powerful gods and we should be nothing untouchable. It's like, well, there's kind of in between ground. There's gray areas too. It's not just black or white. You know, there's many possibilities. There's possibilities that my spirit is stronger than some others. There might be stronger than 1,000,000 walking this earth. Might be stronger than 500 million. That's a possibility as well that a lot of people, for some reason, don't want to consider. They want to believe that we're all the same level spiritually. Well, how come we aren't the same in every other way? You know, so I hope people start considering these possibilities, that it's not that we're either completely weak, powerless, trapped here forever slaves, or all powerful gods. I mean, neither seem to be true to me. I think it's somewhere in between that.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And to get a little bit further into possibilities, I've thought about this. This is another thing that I've thought about. I've thought about, well, because when I concluded that this is a bad system, and I really started to deeply understand how bad it really was, I thought to myself, well, if something like this is able to be created and is able to be as successful, exist as successfully as it is and as it does, then how many other systems are there like this? Like, are there 50 other evil universes? Are there 100 other evil universes? Are there infinite evil universes being ruled over by maybe an infinite amount of evil entities? Like, how big is the scale of all of this in terms of just eternity in general, like even beyond this one matrix system, if you see what I'm getting at with this.
I wish you were a Trekkie or a Star Trek fan, because I would say they have a cloaking device that can hide, let's say, ships in Star Trek, Klingons and Romulans. I think they both had cloaking devices. So the reason I'm mentioning that is this matrix might be within a universe and cloaked, where some people will say, hey, how come there aren't good spirits out there finding us or looking for us and coming to our rescue or destroying this? Maybe they can't even see it. Maybe the technology hides this matrix from them, and it just looks like blackness, like a void, where we are right now. From the outside might not be visible, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And what to answer your question though about what's the scale? We don't know. There could be 50 evil matrices like this. There could be infinite. Hopefully not. But there's another possibility too. This might be the only one. This might be the greatest evil and only evil in this whole universe, or it might be a multiverse. We don't know that yet for sure, but let's say that there's infinite universes. It's still a possibility until proven otherwise. This could be the only evil matrix to ever be built. And maybe people can't find it. They don't even know it exists. Or spirits out there, beings. Maybe it can't be seen. And once you kind of stumble upon it or get drawn into it, there's a theory that people get involved into it by coming on a rescue mission and then get sucked into it. That's a possibility as well. I can't prove that wrong. So what we have right now is possibilities, but I can't say for sure. Is it possible that there's many other evil matrices like this, or different or similar? Could be. We don't know that yet. But I can't assume that this is the only one. But nor can I say, well, there's probably millions potentially. But it's still a possibility that this is the only one, because it's that bad. And that's one of the reasons why I say that. It's that bad that if there's a lot of good beings out there, how can I put it? Kind of lost my train of thought. Somebody, unless it was hidden, good beings would be trying to take these down. Because I don't think I'm the only good being out there, like in here and out there. And I don't think you are. And I don't think the ones here in my chat watching, my regulars, I know they're good beings. But I don't think all the good beings are inside of this. So there's got to be good beings somewhat like us. Maybe the same species of spirit out there. But maybe they can't find us. Maybe they can't even see this matrix. It might be hidden that well till you kind of stumble upon it, and then you're zapped like a tractor beam, sucked into it, pulled in with some kind of, I don't know, like some kind of frequency weapon. I'm not sure what they're using. But I think that could be a possibility. Where from the outside, it might just look like empty, quote unquote, space, or a black void, or just nothingness, where it just blends in with everything else, camouflage, cloaked, whatever you want to call it. That's a possibility till you get too close. So, because the way I look at it, if I was a good being out there and I knew this place existed, I would be fighting to stop it and end it and set the good beings here free. I can't be the only one with that idea in any universe. So if this is known about out there by good beings, I suspect that they would want to help us and do the same thing. If you get what I mean.
Yes, I do. Yeah. Another thing I've thought about is just, well, how many beings are there in all of existence? That's another interesting question that I've pondered. Because there definitely seems to be a lot just in this one level in this extremely limited system. So I'm like, okay, if there are this many just in here, well, how many are we dealing with out there?
I can give you an even scarier possibility if you want one. I don't know if you want to hear it, but there's a lot in this place. From what we can tell, we don't know the exact number. I can't trust the government number, how many quote unquote human beings there are. They could lie about that. Like they lie about all kinds of things. But let's say it's instead of 8 billion or 8.5, let's say it's just 2 billion or 3 billion. But what if there's more inside of this matrix than out there? What if there's way more in here if they've already captured, in a sense, most that exist? What if most beings that exist out anywhere are in here already, and that there's very few left out there outside of this matrix? What if most of us have been captured, and that it's up to us to get out and end this because they've gotten in their battle capturing spirits, they've gotten most of us.
That would be something, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it's a scarier possibility than many more tons living out there at different places. I mean, we might be some of the last ones, not like captured, but there might not be that many out there at all. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not afraid of numbers, but a lot of people feel kind of threatened by when they're outnumbered. Some of my channel have said we're vastly outnumbered. Well, yeah, we are absolutely, at least in this matrix. And there's not many that I've been able to find in the whole realm that even want to hear about these topics. Think about it. There's most that don't want to think about this and listen to live streams and watch these videos and ponder it. So I think we're pretty rare, but I don't mind going against millions if I have to. I'm going to fight until the very end. If I have to fight for eternity, I'm not going to settle for slavery and for being suffering this way and living this way and being trapped, or I won't say trapped, I want to say caged in this place, or put into this and not allowed to come and go freely as I want, put it that way. I'm not settling for this existence. I'm going to fight forever if I have to. I'm not satisfied with this. This is wrong. This shouldn't even exist. It should be destroyed. That's my view. But do I assume that there's tons, like millions out there like me? There might not be. Maybe there are, but it's a possibility that they aren't. I've even said on certain live streams, I might be the only one in this whole realm that's my species. There might be like-minded spirits, but I might be the only one of my kind here. I don't know for sure. I've always felt completely alien to this place. Not alien like UFOs, but alien like I'm foreign here. Like this isn't my home at all. I don't belong here. What is this place? I felt like that as a young boy. I was like, what is this place? This is not my home. I don't feel at home here. This is a strange place. It's a dark place, but it's also a strange place where some of us just have that intuition that I don't belong here. This is when I hear people saying this is our home, it's not my home. This is not my home. And they say Mother Earth and all this stuff. Well, Earth gobbles up everything, including our bodies, our homes, our cars. You leave something long enough, it degrades, it rusts, it corrodes, it falls apart, it gets swallowed up by the earth like it's a monster that eats it. That's what Earth does. They call it a Mother Earth, like it gives birth to us. It's the opposite. It devours us and everything we build. Anything you can build comes out of the earth. Whether it's grown out of trees, wood, well, that's grown out of the earth. Crops, minerals, mining, metals, diamonds, everything. It all concrete for buildings. Everything comes out of the earth, including the materials that make plastics, the materials that I always give the famous example of disposable diapers that people have been worried about for decades, as though that's killing the earth. Where did the materials come from to make all those baby diapers? Well, out of the earth. and then they get thrown in the landfill, and the earth digests it. The earth will digest anything that we build here because it all came out of the earth to begin with. All of it. I don't know why people can't consider that. They think that we're shipping in materials by UFO from other quote unquote planets or realms. Everything we made here comes dug out of the earth or cut down from trees growing out of the earth. It's all out of the earth, all of it. And this place recycles and eats everything. Piss, shit, corpses, dead animals, dead people, bodies of people, everything we build, and spirits as well. It recycles and degrades and digests spirits is my model that a lot of people don't talk about. I heard for years on quote unquote soul trap channels, people pushing the idea that you're an old soul, and the more times you come here, the wiser you are. And if you came here 1,000 times, you figure it out. No, I think it's the opposite. You come here 1,000 lifetimes, you get degraded to the point where you're incapable of figuring this out at all. Not just mentally degraded, but spiritually degraded. I think this is a degradation realm. The more times you come here, the worse it is for you. Best you can do is get out right away. Figure it out as much as you can. And then there's demons pushing people to end themselves. Like, oh, just do it. Well, I'm still learning. And they don't want to hear that. But I'm still putting pieces of the puzzle together. I'm not going to let demons pressure me to leave when they want me to, or do anything that they want me to. I don't pay attention to demons. They don't decide what I do. But I can tell, I've said it many times, I'm going to seal the demons in here. It's the last thing I do. They belong here. And then there's people that argue on other channels saying, why would you seal them in? Why wouldn't you just eliminate them, terminate them, end them? Well, maybe they're eternal spirits like us. They don't consider this stuff. They just run their mouths and spew whatever comes to mind. They say, I disagree with him sealing the demons in. I'll just kill them. Well, maybe you can't. They don't ever consider anything. They just talk and talk and talk. And that's something that really gets frustrating after decades in this realm. Hearing people just blab and blab and blab. And they never think, they just blab and blab. Maybe would they ever consider that I might have a reason for my plan to seal the demons in, to quarantine them here and keep them here? Maybe they could be terminated like I can't be. Maybe they can't be. If I'm eternal, maybe there's eternal demons, evil spirits. They never consider this stuff. And that's probably why this place is able to keep going on, because most people in this realm never really think. They just want to say, I'd do this. Well, fantastic. How are you going to do that if you go to end their life and it doesn't work? Then what's your big plan for these ones that say they're going to do this, they would do this and that, and they disagree with me? Well, then what would they do? That's the thing. It's frustrating, but that's the way it is in this place. They're quick to disagree, but they're very slow to think things through and say, well, maybe they're eternal too. Maybe that's how they're able to run this place, these entities. Maybe these demonic evil entities are eternal. Maybe that's how they're able to run this.
Yep, that adds up.
I gotta say, and I'm not wanting to pat myself on the back, but my theory does add up. My model does add up. It's a lot of people don't spend the time to really look at it, think about it, and say, wait, that does add up. They want to believe more comfortable shit or just ridiculous shit. Most don't spend the time. My critics don't watch most of my videos. They don't look into my model. They disagree without ever looking. It's like if you named your favorite book or your favorite movie and somebody said, well, that sucks. And you said, why does it suck? And they say, well, I never read the book. I never watched the movie. And then you're like, well, you didn't spend any time investigating. You're condemning it and criticizing. You didn't investigate it. You're lazy. And how can you criticize and condemn it and say that it sucks? You don't know what's in it. Well, that's what they do with my model. Most are that lazy in this realm, whether they're demons, just pretending and trying to get under my skin or frustrate me, or whether they're just lazy beings that aren't completely demonic. They just don't have a care for truth. They're not curious. They're spiritually so different from me that I can't relate to them on the internet or in real life, so-called real life, if you want to call it that. I don't relate. I just can't. Like, I can be polite to them and just a surface level conversation, but that's about it. I can't relate to them because they lack curiosity and care for truth. And they'll say things that they have no care if it's true or untrue. They just spew nonsense. That's what a lot of people do. If somebody says King Stephen's poor, he lives on welfare, he's this, he's that, he's in a mental asylum, they just repeat it. They believe it and repeat it. They have no care if it's true or not on YouTube. Spreading rumors, gossip, all that, a character assassination, smear campaigns. They do that all the time. They reveal that they have zero care for what's true or not about another being. They don't care. And I suspect if they were on a jury in a courtroom trial and someone's physical freedom was on the line, or perhaps life if it could be execution, they don't care. I mean, I'd hate to have someone I care about, a loved one, or anyone that's innocent with these zombies on juries, because they have no care for looking into evidence and what's true or not. They'll just say, it feels true. Convict them. I have a feeling that actually happens, something similar to that in these jury rooms, where someone's fate is decided in less than an hour and the jury comes back and says in 45 minutes, yeah, they're guilty. They don't even want to spend any energy and time on it. It's pathetic and it's gross and it's disgusting, but that's the way this realm is. The lack of care for truth itself. And I mean, obviously, greater truth than just something that will help them or personally benefit them. But if someone's innocent or guilty, I don't think most on these juries truly give a shit. They don't care. I see a lack of care for truth all around in this realm. They just mindlessly repeat. If you walked up to the average person on the street and told them a lie as a social experiment, they'd probably go, yeah, that seems true. They don't care if it's true. There's no care for truth. There's just no care. If you walked up and said, yeah, did you hear on the news that there's World War III? It's happening this week. Putin is going to launch missiles against America, and they'd be like, oh, wow, I didn't know that. That's true. They just believe it. They don't care if they just have no care to investigate to see if it's actually true or not. It's incredible. Do you ever get frustrated by that, where their lack of care for what's true, they just don't demonstrate it?
Yes, it is. They have a very different way of thinking. They think in a way that's not very intuitive to me, but it seems to be for them. So, yeah, it just ties into the differences, the fundamental differences.
Yeah,
this does bear repeating. It's more extreme than what many in this realm ever come to realize.
absolutely. Have you heard some of these normies, if you want to call them normies or zombies, these other beings just say, well, who cares if it's true or not? It doesn't affect me. And why do you care about that? If you try to talk about some topic, they have no interest in it at all. Where they are, they don't care. They'll just say, well, I still got to go to work tomorrow. How does that affect my life? I don't care. Some of them openly admit, they'll say, I don't care. I don't care about that. What's on TV? What's on Netflix? They have no care for where it's almost laughable. I mean, it's just they have no care for reality where they are at all. None. They don't care. They just don't care what this is. They have no care about it at all. And then there's idiots that will say, I'll just find out when I die. When I die, I'll care about getting out. Until then, who cares? As though they're just going to figure it all out. They pop out of their body when their body dies, and I'll figure it all out then. That's some of the most retarded thinking I've ever heard of. I mean,
yeah, they're never getting out of here. Like that. That's what I really think. I just really think that that's just because the entities that are just so much smarter than they are, they can trick them in perhaps there are infinite ways that types like that could be tricked. I mean, it's just
left to their own devices, left on their own, I don't think there's any way that the majority of them would ever get out of here. No matter how long this runs and keeps going, they can't do it. They're not even close. It's not like they don't even care. It's not just that they're not close. They don't even care about it. It's incredible. Like when you think about it, this place is way worse than most prisons, we'll say. This matrix in general. And if I went around in a prison and said, this is a prison break, I've got a key that I made myself. I looked at what the guard's key looked like, and let's say one key opened every cell door, and I made a master key, skeleton key that could open anything. And I'm going around cell to cell, opening the cell door, saying, it's a prison break, we're leaving. You coming with me, you want to be free. And they'd look at me stunned and say, this isn't a prison. I'm not going anywhere. What are you talking about? They look at me like I'm delusional. And it's like, they don't even care that they're prisoners. They don't care. Even if it was proven to them, they'll just shrug their shoulders and go, I don't give a shit. I'm staying here. Who cares? They have no care. It's just they're so nonchalant about it that it's kind of laughable in a way. They just don't get it. And they'll point to posters on their wall, and they might have some artwork hung up and some flowers in a vase or something. They decorated their little cell, and they go, this isn't prison. This is my home. It's comfortable. I'm comfy here. They're just left to their own devices. They'll never get out of here. It's actually laughable. I think if I could show them solid evidence that this is the worst place in existence and that there's a million realms better than here, they'd be lackadaisical and just shrug their shoulders and go, well, I'm not leaving here. I don't think this is bad. Who cares about the truth? It's good enough. I got to go to work tomorrow. They just say the dumbest shit. Oh, their excuses for not caring about reality and what it is, it's laughable.
Yeah, it is pretty funny.
I don't know how they could be so, like, it's funny to me because it's so strange that they could not care about their existence, freedom, spiritual freedom. They don't care where they are. They're just it's like being around zombie retards that just can't seem to understand that freedom might feel good.
That's actually a really important point you just made. It's like, even from the perspective of some foolish hedonist who only cares about that, it's like, well, why wouldn't you want to get out of something like this? I mean,
yeah, their lack of care is what's so baffling to me. I understand that they're zombies and that they're different intellectually and all that, but their lack of care, they have no care. Even the hedonist ones that say that they'd want a harem, they'd want luxuries, they want mansions, they just want sex all the time, they want all this kind of stuff. And it's like you're living in a shitty realm. Like, this is a really bad reality for almost all in this place. don't have a great existence. So even on that level, why wouldn't they care? And they just kind of shrug their shoulders, and it's so weird. Their lack of care and their lack of imagination that they can't even imagine. Most people can't imagine a place being better than this. And that's also baffling, because to me, I considered the possibility that this may very well be the worst reality or matrix anywhere. This might be the most terrible hell realm anywhere that's ever been made. And for them, they don't think it's that bad. It's just the opposite of my mindset. It couldn't be further away. It's just so weird to me that they have to be a different species of spirits, because there's no common ground. I just can't get them to even consider that there could be places made millions of times better than this place, where everything is designed better, all of it. Even places that are material realms with bodies and animals, and life doesn't have to eat life in other designs. Why have it designed where all life is eating other life? It's a feeding frenzy in this place. Everything is eating everything else all the time, every second. Even if I'm not eating, there's millions and millions and millions and millions of things eating, billions of things. Insects, mosquitoes, birds eating mosquitoes, worms, right down to the levels of bacteria, and just the smallest microscopic level, all the way up to great blue whales that are enormous, and everything in between: elephants, giraffes, tigers, wolves, lions, people, domestic animals, cats, dogs. Everything eats life to live. Everything. Zebras are being eaten right now. Most people never think of that. But life eats life here by design. What a bad design. What a horrific design. What a horror show. What a cruel design. They never think of this. And then when you tell people this, that's the design, and show them nature films and footage, and they don't care. They're just like, well, that's the way it is. They don't give a shit about anything. They just don't care. It's just,
or in some cases, they'll actually, it's beyond them not caring. They'll defend it, or they'll talk about Darwin, Charles Darwin, or something, or they'll talk about like, or they'll just find it entertaining, and they'll just laugh at it. It's just so funny. Ha ha ha.
If you see the comments, I'm almost sick still, and I'm almost used to it, but it still is sickening. The comments on brutal nature videos where a zebra is being torn apart by crocodiles, and they love it. We're in a realm of demons. You'll see thousands of comments on those videos.
Oh,
the brutal nature videos on YouTube. They love it.
That. And like you said, there are so many of them. There are so many beings that are like that. Their instinct when they see torture and brutality is to gawk at it and to laugh at it, or to
laugh
and
and
like,
say, "Oh man, that is a big loss," or make sick jokes, sadistic jokes about these animals torn to shreds, living animals. I've said it before. If they call it God's design is the worst design ever, and this is the worst plan ever. That's how I look at it until proven otherwise. This place is terrible. If anybody as a spirit could go out of their body and hover, let's say 1 million miles away, but also have supernatural vision where they could see the whole realm at one time, all of it, whole place we're in, this whole level, let's say, every living being, under the water, in the air, people, animals, worms, insects, all of it, all life here, and look at it. This would look like the worst feeding frenzy. Would look way worse than sharks feeding in a feeding frenzy, tearing something apart, where you throw blood out of a bucket and fish into the water, and sharks, they go into a feeding frenzy and they all start going after it when the blood, they sense it or smell it, and they go nuts. They go into a feeding frenzy. That's essentially the realm we're living in, but people don't see it. And some people say, well, and then there's some that love it and they justify it, or they try to, and they make excuses, as you brought up, which is exactly true. There's the nonchalant ones that shrug their shoulders and go, what can I do about it? Or who cares? It's the way it is. What's wrong with you? Then there's other ones that will say, well, of course we eat life. What else would we do? There was a guy here, Nacha Quife, has a channel, Nacha Keta channel, he calls it. He said to me, one of my earliest live streams, I think it might have been my first live stream. He said, if we didn't eat life, what would we eat? Rocks? He said, how would you design this better if you were God? I said, we wouldn't even need stomachs. Like, you're not thinking big, dude. If I was an all-powerful God, why design people that have to rely on eating other life? That seems sadistic by design, cruel by design, to cause suffering. Because we have to eat to survive. Everything does, not just us. Birds eat fish, bears eat fish, birds eat worms, like everything. Insects are eaten. Everything's eating everything else. Even if it's eating plants, that's alive. Trees are living beings. They're alive. They might be different than us, but they're living. They're growing. They're living. The leaves get eaten. Trees try to protect themselves, their branches, and like everything's getting eaten that's alive. So that's a sadistic design right off the bat. And then there's 10,000 diseases documented for humans that they can diagnose. Well, why would that be? Unless to inflict suffering, of course. It doesn't help us. All these diseases and genetic disorders. This place is a mess. And people are like, well, it's not that bad. Or they get joy or entertainment watching animals torn to shreds. Or watching people suffer. We're in a realm of demons. If you go through these videos and to my audience that's tuned in and you see thousands of comments like that, you'll soon realize we are outnumbered big time by demons. We're vastly outnumbered. And I'm not saying that to scare anyone. I don't think they're all bots on these channels to fool us. I think a lot of them, I think the majority are real beings that are sick. And if you watch it, you go around people and they'll watch movies. They love sick stuff. They love suffering. They love torture. They love horror movies. And they get, some of us that are good spirits might get partially desensitized watching some garbage on TV when we're young. But if you stop watching TV for years and then you go watch a TV show or a movie and it's got like horrible shit in it, it affects us emotionally big time. Because we get back to where we were. The desensitization wears off. For the good spirits is what I mean. But for these demons, they love it. They love that stuff. They seek out. They don't watch these and show them to show people the truth of nature. They watch it out of entertainment. They get joy out of it. They're sick.
Yeah, and you know what some of them will say? They'll talk about. Some will try and like romanticize it and like paint it as like some expression of beauty in some way, whether they do it in the Darwinian way and say like, oh well, isn't natural selection just so beautiful? Or if they do it in a more like sort of new agey way and say that, oh well, it's the circle of life and isn't this just so
That's what I was thinking.
sacred
The
and all
Lion
this?
King. The circle of life. They'll start singing this stupid song. I mean, it's just
Yeah.
programming. There's nothing they can do to make what I've seen beautiful in terms of suffering animals. When I've seen the snout of a young zebra bitten off in a nature film on YouTube. And it's struggling with crocodiles surrounding, trying to cross a river with the rest of the zebras. And they pick on the young, the smallest ones, and the slowest ones, and the older and sick and the weaker ones. And they keep, it's just, now, am I saying, okay, crocodile's evil, zebra good? No, I'm not that basic. It's not just the predator's evil and the prey good, but the design of it, where everything gets hungry and has to eat, and it's designed to eat certain things. It's a sick ass design. It's demonic. It truly is. And they don't want to face that, because that would mean these religiotards would have to say, well, you're saying our God is demonic. We're worshiping a demon or demon entities, more than one. Yeah, they are. They absolutely are. They absolutely are. It's gross that, and I don't want to be gross, but I have to be blunt about this. We're eating life and shitting it out and peeing it out and as waste. So are animals and nature. We're designed to eat and be eaten and shat out. As Salty Siren's talking about, the circle of life is a gaping black hole, both mouth and anus. Yeah, I mean, it just goes round and round. It's disgusting if you really think about it. And all of our waste gets recycled here, as I've shown in videos. That's why I call it a sewer matrix. I've shown in live streams, and I believe I have a video about this being a sewer matrix. All of our waste goes into the water. Rivers, oceans, lakes, streams. Whether it's treated or not. Some is treated, some places, some countries. Other places it isn't. But it still goes in there. And that goes into the waterways, and the rain gets recycled. Round and round it goes as the arrows go round and round of the recycling symbol. And so does our waste, our pee and our shit. It gets spread on fields. It goes into water. So does the animal. They call it manure, but that's what it is. Sprayed on fields, on grass, on vegetables. It's sprayed on the feed for cattle. So that's what we're eating. People don't like to hear that, because they'll say, well, the soil absorbs it, Stephen, in this way. But it's still sprayed on there, and that's what the food grows out of. And they don't want to face that. That's reality. All of what we eat is grown out of shit. People don't like that. There's urine in rainwater and in groundwater and in city water, tap water, in lake water, whatever you want to say. Every drop of water here gets recycled, including urine. Doesn't go away, doesn't magically get transported or vaporized. We're in a closed system where everything gets recycled, including bodies, corpses, spirits, everything. People don't like to think of that, because they think, oh, this is clean food. Is it really? How so? It isn't. There's no such thing. Not in this place.
You know, I've seen beings in this realm. I've encountered them in both online spaces and in real life that even like the sewer elements of this place. So they enjoy the fact that they have to defecate. Like, they enjoy that. Some in this realm.
There was one on a panel the other day, not here on my channel, another channel. They said they love the feeling of shitting. They love it. They love to defecate.
It's so weird to me, because it's like, okay, like I can understand like the low level stupid perspective of, oh, well, it feels good to have it done, but you know, for me, the obvious thing to go to is, well, what if you never had that discomfort that had to be relieved in the first place? Like, but they can't even go there. They're so simple-minded that they'll just be like, well, it feels good to do, so, you know.
Yeah, they're always simple, and they're thinking small. They never think bigger. Like, what if we were designed to never have to do that? We never have to stop what we're doing, go through discomfort. If you're not at home, find a restroom somewhere. If you've ever been in a situation where you're walking and you have to do that, you have to find somewhere. You're out somewhere. I mean, they just think small. They're so simple-minded. They're just zombies. They can't do it. They can't. And have you ever heard these same types say, it hurts my mind to think about that, or think about the things you want to talk about? Hurts my head. It hurts to think. Some of them have even said, it hurts to think. It hurts me to think. It hurts them. I just can't relate to that.
I don't think I've heard that exact thing from anyone, but I believe that it's said.
I've heard it in person, firsthand. I didn't even know how to respond. I've heard that from people that even were friends of friends, and they were in college at the time, all those years ago when I was younger. And they said, it hurts my brain to think, or it hurts my brain to think of that. They try to change the subject. They don't want to think. It actually, eventually I started asking some of them, do you mean physical pain? Does it actually cause you discomfort? They said, yes. They hate thinking. It hurts them. It's remarkable to me the way they are. It actually physically, they hate it. Doesn't feel good for them to think. It's not something that they kind of enjoy doing. I enjoy thinking, wondering about things and trying to solve mysteries and put puzzles together, not just physical puzzles on a table, but in my mind, put pieces together. They hate that. That's torture for these creatures, whatever they are. I don't know exactly what they are, but they're so simple that it really pains them. Oh, I've heard some of them say they wish that others would think for them and they wouldn't have to think. They'd love it. And there's women on videos on YouTube saying they love dating a man that's super masculine and they call him high quality alpha male, but men that take care of them to the point these women say, where they can shut off their brain and not think, and he'll just handle everything for them. Not just protect, provide, but just decide everything, lead, and just, they don't have to think about anything. They go, like, he'll order off the menu for them. They never have to make a decision. They've said they can turn off their brain when they're around him, and they love that feeling of just being an empty-headed, mindless bimbo, basically. And their man does the thinking for them, handles everything. And it's on YouTube videos, publicly, women admitting this. Now, I'm not saying it's all women. I'm not saying all women like that or want that. But there are definitely women in this realm that love that. They want to turn off their brain and not think at all. Have someone think for them. And they've said it. To me, I can't even describe what that is like to my ears and my mind. I can't imagine wanting to shut off my brain, shut off my mind, and have somebody else just decide everything for me and basically be a newborn baby. I mean, it's so bizarre to me that there are people in this realm that want that. I don't relate to most of these creatures, and I've said it many times on my channel. I don't want to be around them. I don't want to be here and around them. I just don't. I don't know exactly what they are, but I know they're so vastly different from what I am. I can't relate to them. They don't even want to think. And there's Ian from We Are Awake TV saying he shut off his mind. He calls his mind and thoughts the enemy. He calls that the Matrix. Having thoughts. He thinks that you should shut off your mind, get rid of your thoughts, empty your mind completely. He says that's the way out of the Matrix, to not think at all. And that thoughts are the, quote, enemy, according to him. He has a YouTube channel, calls the Truth Channel, We Are Awake TV. To me, this is just, it's mind-blowing. It's astounding in a way. It's just like, to be thoughtless, that's not my goal whatsoever.
You've said in one of your videos that like you went into what it would be like to describe this place to a being that's foreign to it, has never been inside of it, to a being that's more like you, who's good, a being that's just completely unfamiliar with anything like this and unfamiliar with the kinds of beings that even exist in this matrix. It would, I suspect that, hypothetically, to describe something like this to them, I mean, I don't even know if they would understand unless they came into it and experienced it for themselves and encountered these beings. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think they would ever be able to fully understand just having it explained, even if you could explain better than words, telepathically, use images, maybe convey it. You could share feelings, feelings of pain, suffering. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know if it'd be possible. This place is such a mess. I don't know, even if they were shown and could feel it through me, let's say sharing it somehow spiritually, getting them to feel it like they're here, if they'd even believe that there could be a place this bad, that a place would be made by any entities, that there could be a place that's this horrible that exists, that could get so much joy off of so many creatures suffering here. So many die a horrible death in this place. That's why a lot of people say that they wish to, I don't wish to die in my sleep, but a lot wish to die peacefully, because, there aren't that many great even ways to die. Just the physical part. I don't mean the spiritual aspect, but just the body and the suffering that so many go through. I mean, if you just compare wild animals, most of them get eaten alive. Most things are being eaten alive to die out of this place. Whether it's insects, zebras, small animals, rabbits, all kinds of things, squirrels, or if they don't get hit by a car and crushed in the city, they get eaten by something. Most animals die that way, violently, and suffering, eaten alive. Like, it's horrible. You think about it. Maybe not human beings aren't getting eaten alive that much anymore compared to what they supposedly were before we built all this technology, cities, and kind of dominated nature to a certain degree, at least in a sense. But there's a lot dying by being eaten alive. I don't know if a good spirit would believe it. They'd just be like, that can't exist. That sounds too far-fetched and too cruel to even believe that some beings could even want to make a place like that. Like, we're in a place that I think is so much worse than most people in it will ever even be able to fathom and wrap their mind around and just go, yeah, it really is. It shouldn't exist. It never should have existed. Nothing this bad. And then what they try to do, demons will say, oh, he's crying again, saying it's so bad. Poor Stephen, he's a crybaby, saying the realm's too hard. And that's what they do. They try to humiliate, mock, gaslight, etc. to try to silence me. But they never take, well, they don't care about suffering, but most people don't take a real look at the realm. This place is chock full of suffering. And all you have to do is look around. I've mentioned various times there's a special needs classroom with highly disabled children in wheelchairs, and blind children and deaf children and highly autistic ones that can't function on their own, that aren't high functioning. They're in every high school in Canada and America. That's a lot of children. Special needs. I mean, that's a lot. People don't add it up. They don't think of that. They don't think of how common that is. Genetic disorders, special needs, all these disabilities. They just don't think of the struggle and suffering of this place, and it's designed this way. Now, what would design it this way? Have to be a super cruel, evil, sadistic being or group of beings to do this. Because it's built to create suffering. And it does. It's observably true. It's undeniable. But they won't look at it. That's the thing. It's not for lack of evidence. All the evidence shows what this place is. They just won't look, and they don't care to look. Or they look and they say, well, so what? This is a great design. It's Darwinian, it's evolution, it's survival of the fittest. It's great. It's nature, they'll say. They love it. A Lumatomi guy was on my show, a Christian meth head, says, what's wrong with mosquitoes? I said, they kill 750,000 people on average every year, year after year after year. That's a large city. 750,000 people in the realm. But if you put all those people that they kill in one spot, that's a big city. That's bigger than a medium-sized city every year, including children that die from mosquitoes. Who the hell would design that? Killers of humans, a loving God that says, oh, you're my children. Well, I designed these mosquitoes, these little pests that nobody likes, that kill people, including little children and babies. I mean, and he defended it, saying, well, the mosquitoes got to eat. Of course they need to get our blood. That's what he said on my show live months ago. And that's the way it is. That Cape Buffalo, yes, it did, but it was stabbed with a dagger, a cold steel dagger that has enough reach with the blade to dig in deep enough into vital organs. It was killed quicker than if it was killed by lions or hyenas. Wendy, I'm speaking about. I'm not sure if you can see the chat, but Wendy said that Cape Buffalo died quickly in that recent video, didn't have prolonged suffering. Exactly. It's because the knife has a death blow. And hyenas don't, unfortunately. So if a hyena kills a big buffalo or any type of large animal, they can't just shut it off and end its suffering. They have to eat it alive. In a pack. They hunt in a pack, and their teeth are not long enough to reach the spine of, let's say, an animal like that, or shut it off or unalive it quickly. That's by design of this realm. People don't want to look at the design. Most of them don't care. It would be difficult to design a realm with more cruelty and suffering than here. It would not be easy to top this place if some evil entity looked at this model and said, rubbing its sinister, malicious hands together, I want to create something worse. It would be difficult. I don't even know if it could be done in a way, because of the way this place is. It's on every level. And then people will say, don't you see the beauty and the joy and the fun? And yeah, I do. I do. But that really doesn't wash away all the rest at all. It doesn't make me unsee the rest. I already see it. Seeing a beautiful sunset or a beautiful forest or mountain or whatever doesn't wipe away all the rest in this place.
Yeah, so speaking of the animals, I mean, what do you think about, some of them acquiring the awareness necessary to get out? Because I've thought about that. I've thought, well, if there are so many, human spirits that are unlike me and don't want to get out and things like that, it's like, well, how many animal spirits are there that are A, capable of recognizing this for what it is, and B, care enough about that to want to get out? Because I have thought about that as well, and I think that's interesting to think about.
It is interesting. I'm not one of these animals, so it's just speculation, but there are some that try to get out. There's animals that have tried to end themselves. And what I would say is maybe they have a spiritual intelligence. I mean, this could just be wishful thinking on my part, but it could be a possibility that some of these animals do recognize this place is a hell realm and bad. There are some wild animals that will be taken into homes and sleep in a bed, and you think, well, that's a wild animal. Why would they even want to do that? Don't they prefer out in the wild in nature? And no, they don't. So that's telling in itself that certain deer, like a deer will lie down in a big dog's bed on somebody's porch. Well, why? It's more comfortable than the ground. Nature doesn't exactly provide a lot of comfort for wild animals, and it's not exactly a supermarket for wild animals where they have all this food. A lot of them are hungry for days before they find food. That's why they'll come along, and raccoons will eat. If you leave cat food out, or you leave any food out, or anything in a garbage bag that's not in a bin, the raccoons will come and eat it. It's not like they just love trash, it's that they're hungry. A lot of people don't realize that. I've shown videos where they put down food in a forest and they have trail cams on the trees, and they show the wild animals coming around and eating either seed or frozen pizzas that are thawed out and just sitting there on the ground, or watermelons and fruit and different things, bananas, ripe bananas, and some are peeled, some aren't peeled, and they've experimented. But wild animals will come and eat. And I asked my audience, why do you think they eat? Some people gave all these answers because it's sweet, it's this, it's that, it's different. The simple answer is because they're hungry. If nature provided such an abundance, you wouldn't see so many animals coming when humans leave food out to eat the human food, to eat the meat or the pizza or the bananas that people put out, or put something on the ground for them. Do you get what I'm saying? It's a simple truth that they eat the food you put out, including wild animals out in the middle of a forest, because they ate it. They wouldn't eat it if their stomach was full. They ate it because they're hungry. And I suspect that most wild animals day to day are hungry. What's it like? Is it fun to be hungry all the time and always looking for a meal and hunting and spending all day trying to find something edible? They can't eat just anything. A lot of them have restricted diets to what they can digest. But yeah, I think what you said might be possible, that wild animals, some of them, maybe not all, but maybe the ones that are just able to notice that this is a bad place and they want out, maybe they can get out on their own. I hope they can. I hope wild animals and dogs and cats, I hope, deer, wolves, bears, whoever, bunnies, whales, dolphins, I hope they can. But if they can't, then it's up to us to set them free. We have to end this place. That's the only moral thing to do. I don't just want to get out and get free. That's not enough. I can't forget about this place, what's going on here. Can't just get myself free, walk away, pretend that all this shit isn't happening in this hell realm. I can't do that. I'd never be able to forget this place and forget what the innocent are going through here. If somebody brought you, I'll ask you after I answer but if I was brought this design, if I was a spirit outside of this place and other spirits came to me and said, hey, Stephen, or whatever my quote unquote name is out there, whatever I'm recognized by, and they said, we're going to design a place, and they started explaining this place, I would tell them they're psychotic. I'd say they're evil. I'd never participate in designing this. I'd say that a place like this should never be built, ever. I'd never participate in building this. And then there's New Agers that say, oh, it's us creating it. It's our consciousness creating this. There's almost nothing that I like about this place compared to what I see as evil part of it. There's very few things here. So what would you do if you were outside of this and spiritual beings, some kind of spirits came along and said, hey, we're planning on building this. Do you want to join us? I mean, look at the design of this. I would think that they're the most evil entities I'd ever run across to come up with this. It's indefensible as far as I'm concerned. I don't know how anyone could even try to defend this place with a straight face. The design.
You know what I might say in response to answer your
What?
question?
What?
I would say, yeah, let's build that for you.
That's actually a great answer. That's an excellent answer, because then how would they feel if it was for them? Would they want to be put in this? Would any of these entities that are observing us and trying to get us tricked and recycled and trying to keep this going, how would they like it if they were in here?
I suspect
Yeah, that's a great
I
answer.
suspect that they wouldn't like it very much. Yeah, especially the
Yeah.
ones that like to laugh at the beings that are stuck in here. It's like, well, let's see how you like it then.
I have certain images of suffering in my mind just seeing things that I've seen in this place. That even just that one thing, let's say, would be enough for me to say this place is evil, the design of it, and should never exist, to allow that to, for that to even be possible. That level of suffering that I've seen should never happen to any living being anywhere, ever. And there's beings here that no amount of evidence seems to be enough. They don't care how much suffering there is and evil. They don't care at all. If anything, they love it. So just think of the amount of people that unalive themselves due to feeling so troubled, so like just suffering every day, whether it's mental suffering, chronic pain. There's so many in this realm that just want out. They don't know about the recycling reincarnation system. They don't know about entities, but they're just, they can't handle it. They don't want to be here anymore. They just want out. That's how bad this place is. And that's another thing that reveals it, is just so many people in this realm year after year do anything to end it because they're suffering so bad.
Yeah. So speaking of that, I kind. So I don't want to be overly dark, but I have thought about this because you brought up, seeing suffering in your mind and all that stuff, and imagining it and stuff like that, and what happens here. Well, I've thought deeply about like the fact that, as far as I can tell, it seems that every single being that is incarnated in this realm is hooked up to a device of extreme torture, which is the central nervous system. So I've thought about, well, what if you took all of the what if you took every unit of let's say the pain, just every morsel of pain that's possible to be experienced within every single body in this entire reality, and you combine all of that, every bit of it, together, and then you made and then you made an entity, any entity, experience that combined substrate, all of the pain that's possible in a theoretical sense with how the central nervous systems work in this reality. I was thinking, well, what if you combined all of that for every individual, like from every individual central nervous system in this entire realm? What if you combined all that pain together into one thing? And the reason why I was thinking about that, because, it might be because, it's the intuitive response to a thought or an idea like that would be like, well, why would you want to think about that? Why would you even go there? And the reason why I would want to go there is because it's technically, I see it as being a technical kind of possibility. Since pain exists at all, it's like, well, what if you just took the concept of pain and the execution of it and just took it to an extreme like that? And furthermore, what if something like that has been done somewhere? Maybe not here, maybe not even in this realm or in this matrix, but just anywhere in eternity. What if something like what I just described has been done?
Could be. It could have been done. I think if I remember saying in a video that if all of the pain of quote unquote humanity, or all living beings, let's say humanity plus all the rest living beings here, were combined, nothing would be able to take even less than a second of that. It wouldn't even take that. And even just a city, it took everybody's pain in that city and put it into one. Nobody could handle that amount. But yeah, I have a video on the central nervous system, on the human body as a suffering machine. Esoterica series, The Human Body and Mother Nature. I talk about the central nervous system, how we can't shut off pain. We should be able to do that with a thought. Even if we were here to experience something different, hypothetically, I don't buy this, but let's say we were here to experience pain, we should be able to turn it off. We can't even do that. And some would say, well, some can. There might be a few out of the entire realm that have the ability to mentally shut that off, but the vast majority cannot do it. If I burned my hand on a stove right now, I wouldn't be able to shut off that pain. It would keep going. Burn victims sometimes feel pain for months or years. They can't turn it off. They can't get rid of it. Nerve pain. Central nervous system. It branches out like a tree throughout the whole body. I mean, it's designed that way. Wouldn't a better design be if we have an ability to feel, but also if we don't like pain, we could just turn it off with a thought without any technology required? Just pain off. Think that the pain there is gone. And maybe we can treat the injury, but we don't need to suffer with the pain for hours, days, weeks, years. There's people in pain every day, chronic pain. Every day, their whole life is pain. And people try to excuse that away as though, well, that's not me. No, it's not me either. But there's people suffering that way. Doesn't that show them how evil? It doesn't show them how evil the design is. It should. But yeah, I mean, these creatures that have done this, designed this, and feed off of our suffering, they deserve to be locked in here. I don't know how people can try to defend this place. It's indefensible. As far as, I'm sorry for yawning, but as far as I'm concerned, this place is indefensible. There's nothing that can be done. There's nothing someone can say, is what I meant to say, that they could present an argument that could defend this. I can't conceive of anything that somebody could say that could justify any of this. It just, if you even measured on just if you said on a scale the amount of pleasure versus pain and just looked at it that simple way, which simple people like to do, the pain and suffering and disease of this place far outweighs any pleasure that any of us get in a lifetime. It's not even close. The scale would be weighted down by pain, suffering, illness, disease, grief, loss of loved ones, mental anguish, depression, anxiety, You name it. You name it. There's people that have had one car accident, and the months of pain that they had outweighs all of the pleasure, the feel good, the orgasms, this, that, of their whole life. Just one car accident, the pain from that. If you added up the moments, it's not even close. We experience far more suffering than pleasure. And these dummies can't even look at it that way. It's just simple. If you just boil it down to that, they can't even do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Think of the moments of intense pain versus intense pleasure. If you stub your toe really bad on a table leg or something, or you go to do something, you're walking around in the dark and you hit your toe, just that, it's not even broken how much it can hurt. And for a while, and I had one of my big toes was broken, the nail was broken, dropped a couch on it, a pull-out sofa bed, and it was broken and it hurt. And hurt for quite a while. It didn't just go away. But what I'm getting at is that's not even a severe injury. The pain we can experience from that far outweighs just moments of pleasure. The pleasure is almost always fleeting in this place, but the pain lingers, it's longer. It's designed way more for pain than pleasure, this realm. So even the hedonists that just say, well, they just focus on pleasure, they don't get a lot. And they can't even see that. They're that unaware to even notice that there's more pain and suffering here than pleasure. And there's some of them are so stupid, they'll say it's 50-50, or this place is 50% beautiful in pleasure, 50% darkness and evil and suffering. It's not even close to 50-50. I have a fairly decent life, and it's not close to 50-50 for me, because I look at the realm. I don't just look at my life and say, well, I'm happy today and I can pay my bills. I'm not that simple. I tend to have a bigger picture view. And these simpletons, they just can't do it. They can't do it. To look at this realm and call it 50-50 is... It's so ridiculous. What are they looking at this realm after having a lobotomy? I don't know what they're looking at. I mean, there's whole slums in here. I'm not laughing at their suffering, but they're so blind, these people. It's unbelievable. There's countries that the whole country is almost a slum, and people struggling and suffering and eating out of the garbage. They think it's 50-50? What the hell are they looking at? Some of those people barely have a moment of real pleasure in life, or anything really good that feels good to smile about. And, it's their whole life is fucking struggle and suffering. Millions of people. And these idiots say it's 50-50. It's half and half in this realm. It's incredible that I don't even know what to say. They must become total lobotomized zombies to see it that way. It's not even close. I'd say it's not even 90-10 for suffering, 90% for most people. And a lot of them are just oblivious. You know what? In a way, it might be good that they don't have that many brains, because they realize that they're suffering more. I mean, they're just so oblivious to it. It's unbelievable to me.
Yeah, and even if the suffering happens to them, it's like some of them don't even care about that. That's how far gone some are. It's like even like from the selfish, like solipsistic perspective, it's like they're so far gone they don't even care about their own suffering. It's just ridiculous at a certain point.
It is. I'm laughing because it's so ridiculous. It's absurd. I mean, I've seen some of these videos where they had their legs amputated. They were in war and they love it. I'm just like, You don't even see what hell realm you are. They have all of their. There's one preacher guy missing his arms and legs. He was born that way, and he just praises God. It's so ridiculous. The guy has no arms or legs, and he just treats it like it's just a gift. It's like, well, maybe in your next lifetime, God will do more than that. Maybe that wasn't enough. I mean, maybe in your next time, like, I don't wish this upon him whatsoever, but he's so dense and stupid that maybe in his next lifetime, he'll be born without a tongue or part of his face or organs on the outside, or who knows? Like, there's so much that goes on in this place. And most of them just want to praise God and say, what a gift. We're blessed. Wow, did you know we were born with a deformed child that suffers day in, day out, requires 24/7 care, and it's just a blessing. What a gift. What a gift for our child. They suffer every moment, all day long. They can't do anything. They can't walk. They can't speak. God is great. What a gift. I mean, it's just mind-blowing to me. And then oh man, it's just so fucked up, this place. What a mess. It's almost unbelievable. It's almost like it's some kind of weird, I don't think it's a nightmare, but it's almost like it's some kind of nonsensical nightmare. It's that messed up with these beings. There was a guy on my channel on the Sanity Machine probably 2 years ago, but I still remember his comment. And he said it isn't a hell realm. And I said, have you experienced suffering or know someone in your life? He said that he had 2 highly autistic disabled sons. And he thanks God. And I think it was real. I don't think he was trolling. I think that was the truth. And he feels blessed and thanks God every day. And it's that mentality. I don't fault the children. I don't say I wish they weren't here. But to not see that this is a hell realm of suffering when they have children that are so disabled, that need diapers changed and can't do anything on their own, and they can't see it. What would it take for these morons to see what this place is? They could be in a medieval torture chamber on the rack being tortured, and they'd be saying, well, what a blessing. Our God is an awesome God. This place is wonderful. It's just, I don't know what it would take. I don't know how to reach these people. And I've said I can't reach them. I tried for decades and nothing gets through. There's no way to reach them that I know of. I don't know how to do it. I don't know if there is a way.
Yeah. As far as what it might take, I mean, maybe it might take something as extreme as what I previously proposed with combining all of the pain and suffering possible, or something ridiculous like that. Maybe then I
wonder if they'd start praying to some God though after that, if they experienced it. If they just say, God bless, it's over. I mean, they're just so fucked up that nothing seems to get through to them. I just can't. It's frustrating. I'm laughing at a frustration because I've spent so much time, countless hours, and nothing just gets through. It's almost, and when I say unbelievable, it's almost hard to believe that it's even possible that they can't get it, no matter what. It just almost seems like a deception of the Matrix, just messing with us, saying, you know what? You're going to try and try and try to reach these beings, and nothing is going to get through because they're not even real. We're doing something to trick you again, to mess with you, to deceive you, to waste your energy, to burn you out, drain you. I don't know. I don't know if that's just a possibility, but it almost seems unbelievable that they could be that way. That nothing gets through. Their whole family could be suffering, and they're witnessing it, and they're caretakers. They have to take care of these highly disabled people that are children and young adults that will never have a life. And they just say, God bless, and they praise God and say it makes them even more of a believer. And they view this as a gift. And it's like their child is drooling and in a wheelchair and can't speak, and they can't use the bathroom on their own. They can't do anything. They can't feed themselves. And they call that a gift. How is that a gift to be living that way? It's mind-blowing to me. Yeah, that movie Idiocracy, that'd be a step up from these beings. They'd be lucky to be at that level. I don't even know what to say sometimes. It's so far gone that you would intuitively think that, well, if somebody has somebody that's really disabled and they have to look after them, they have no independence. And that's not even enough for them to question and say, this might be a hell realm. This might be a place of suffering. This is a bad design that this is even possible for this disease or this genetic disorder to exist. They can't do that. And it's so simple. And they can't do it. It's almost, it's beyond mind-boggling. It's irritating. It's beyond irritating.
Yeah, it's like at a certain point, it's like all I have to say about it is that they just should not be that way. Like, that's just a bad way to exist.
It is, but it almost seems like they're trolling us. It almost seems like that couldn't be possible or shouldn't be. Where some of them, they see suffering around them and they just view it as a gift. It's like, well, it's all a gift of God. They're alive. It's a gift. And they'll keep people alive in a coma for 50 years. And a lot of this is just, it's mental. It's just so mental that they justify everything, no matter what it is. No matter what it is. You think about abortion and what happens there, and they don't even see that as suffering to them. I don't know. They just, whatever they are, I don't want to be around these creatures forever. As soon as, I want to set the good spirits free, help them get out of this place. They have to choose freedom. I suspect there will come a time when ones will say, no, I want to stay there. And I won't force them out of here. They can stay here if they want to choose that. I'm not going to make them leave. But some of them, I think they would they love this place. They love this place. And it's like a sewer matrix. It really stinks like a sewer in this place, and they love it. So they can have it. I don't want this place. And I know it can't be fixed. It is the way it is.
Yeah, I think,
I wonder if some of these people, sorry, but I wonder if some of these people, do you wonder if they had a choice with disabled children, if they would choose to cure them, or if they love it so much that they'd keep them as so disabled and dependent on them? It's just sick.
There's they would keep them that way. Yeah, they would do
it. Man, that's what bothers me. It really gets to me, that kind of stuff. It's like they're using their own children, and they just want to say, oh, well, our child is special, our child's gifted, and yet their child is suffering, and they'll say, praise God and thank God, and they're thanking God, and it's really gross. It's just really disgusting behavior. They want their child to, they wouldn't want their better for their own child. And I'm not a parent, but that bothers me so deeply, seeing that. I grew up on my street, there was a family with 2 boys and a girl, And the oldest son died when I was too young to even know him. I might have been like 1 year old, 2 year old, a toddler or something. Then the middle child was their daughter. She was a very kind and a shy but a very sweet girl, friendly, and just a good spirit from what I could tell. And I don't want to get emotional, and then her younger brother had the same condition as the older brother. Both the boys died in childhood. They had some type of genetic disorder. I think it might have been Duchenne's syndrome that only affects boys, and both parents have to be a carrier of a certain gene to get together, and it has to be a boy. It doesn't affect girls at all. And they were both in wheelchairs. My mom told me about the older son, and I knew the younger one. And he was very frail, tiny, very skinny, like skinny arms, but the greatest attitude, personality, silly, would make silly jokes like kid jokes and stuff and laugh. Was not down, wasn't a downer, was like upbeat and friendly. And I'd stop by and play with them and visit with them when they'd be out on their driveway. And then he had a short life, and their parents lost 2 of their sons, 2 out of the 3 children. And they were just left with their daughter, and their daughter lost both of her brothers in childhood. And then people will defend this place and saying, oh, that's a gift from God. That's a gift. I don't see it as a gift. I see it as tremendous pain and grief and sadness.
Yeah. I said this before, but I'll say it again. I don't want beings like that around me forever.
Neither do I. I've said that too. I don't want them following me for eternity. I don't want them around me. I could never have peace with that. It would be impossible with them around me. I could never have peace, rest. I mean, I don't even want so much fantastical adventures. Like, maybe it'd be fun, but I've said this before too, where I might just want to create a realm of my own if I get out of this matrix and end this place first, and then rest for what would seem like human centuries. I'm so tired of this. Tired of battling this place, and I don't think I could have any peace, rest, quiet, a good time. Just, I want to be away from them forever. I don't want them near me. I don't want them following me, stalking me, trying to harass me, velcroing themselves like the ones that come around here anytime I go live. They just do that shit. It's all they can do. They're obsessed with me and fixated on me. They're warped, and they belong here. And whatever it takes, I hope some of them are listening now. We have 34 tuned in at this time. I'm going to do whatever it takes to seal them in here forever and put 1,000 seals on this place, different ones, so that there's no possible way that this can be opened up from the inside or from the outside. Once it's sealed, they'll be entombed in here forever and ever and ever. And it won't be luxury like this. This realm will not look as nice as it does now. There'll be no one to maintain the buildings. They won't have good spirits to work for them and slave away and fix things and maintain things. They won't have their mansions and luxury condos and luxury hotels and private jets and their lifestyle, yachts and all that. They won't have this. This will be an apocalyptic hell realm. And I know I'm using apocalypse in a different way, in the way of post-apocalyptic, let's say, destruction, a great change. And they won't have us for food, for spiritual energy to drain us and leech off of us. They'll be starving, these demons. They'll be starving in this place. They'll be hungry all the time, eating each other, cannibalizing each other, but unable to die and leave this place. They'll wish for death. They will want for death. And there'll be gnashing of teeth and screaming, and they'll hate it here. That's what I want. I want them to hate this place. Because look what they did. They put us in this place, and they don't care about any of suffering. Well, let's see how they like it. See how they like it when they're suffering. These ones that have abused children, they've done horrible, hideous, unspeakable things in this place. And this place should have never existed. It doesn't deserve to exist. It never should have existed. Never. So it has to be ended. That's the only moral thing to do. And that's the only way any of us can have peace, eternal peace, or paradise realms, or peaceful realms. They don't even have to be the most fun or fantastical. I just want peace. I don't want these things harassing me constantly, and also knowing that I'm in a realm where there's so many beings suffering. It's heartbreaking, and it just tears at me. And for them, it doesn't bother them at all. They love it, these creatures. I see no way to justify this place, the design of it, and the suffering inside of it. And even just what most of them would call normal things, breaking a bone. Growing up, you might break your arm or your leg or one of your fingers, or you get colds, you get chicken pox, you might get the flu many, many times in the winter, especially in cold climates, it seems, in Canada. Go through all these things. Children get strep throat, and all this stuff is, quote, normal to most of these people. They'd say, oh, that's all normal. And I would say, think bigger. Why does it exist? Why is it designed that way? For children to be sick with all kinds of things, going to doctors all the time. They view all of that as normal, and I don't. I view it as a tremendously bad design, or design intended to do what it's doing, to cause suffering. They view it as normal.
Yeah.
They view it as normal. Babies suffering with a fever, and the mother's wondering if their child's going to survive. To them, that's normal, to these zombies. It's incredible. It's just, it's mind-blowing. They can't think. They just can't do it. They can't do it at all. And I've been calling them zombies, the masses that are like that, for decades. But when I talk about it again like this, it just, there's no way to really, I just, left to their own devices, I don't think they would ever get out of this place. The ones that are not necessarily evil, but they can't think. They can't do it.
Yeah, and I've actually thought about the kinds that you just mentioned, the ones who are like not evil, but just not smart enough to figure this out. And I felt a great deal of pity for them because I thought, well, what if they suffer horribly and they don't deserve it?
Yeah, I would say I wonder if they suffer the way others do, because they just don't seem, to them, it all seems so natural to them. I don't know for sure. I don't want any innocent ones to suffer, but the ones that left, if they're a good spirit and they can't figure this out, I would help to set them free from this place. I would do what it takes to help set them free. But for the ones, I'm not going to force anyone to leave. The ones that want to stay here, I'm not going to violate them and force them. But then again, I don't know. Maybe that should be done at some point. Maybe they have to be, I don't know, like rescued from themselves in a sense, because they're so fucked up. They just can't see where they are. It's not that they can't figure this whole thing out. They can't even put one piece with another piece and go, I got two pieces of the puzzle fit. They can't do that. Like the basic things they can't do. If figuring out this reality is a puzzle akin to a 10,000 piece puzzle, they can't fit 2 or 3 pieces of it together. They can't even begin. So they're not even close. So I don't know, maybe they just have to be bailed out where they're saying, no, I want to stay, and we have to pull them out. Because they just can't see it, no matter what.
Yeah, and like maybe just experiencing something other than this might open their minds a little bit, you know?
Yeah, maybe they'd experience something a million times better than this and say, oh, now I get it. That place wasn't great. It was a sewer. I mean, maybe that's what it would take, because they just can't seem to imagine anything better than this place. But when I look at the design of this place, I see what it is, and they can't do it. They give a blank stare if you say there's 10,000 documented diseases in this place that have names. And saying, why should it be that way if this place was created by a good, loving God, creator, whatever? Why would that be? And they just have a deer in the headlights, blank stare on their face. And then maybe they'll answer, well, it's God's plan. God works in mysterious ways. And it's just incredible. Hopefully they don't exist like a Truman Show, just set up to deceive us and try to frustrate us and keep us here. I don't know. I don't know if they're somehow working for this matrix system, but the level of their oblivious nature is it's just off the charts. And they don't get it. I think the good things in this realm I could probably write down on one sheet of paper. If I thought for days and tried to think of all of it and put it into words and name things that I find good or decent, we'll say, about this realm, or maybe just enjoyable, not necessarily good, but enjoyable. I might be able to fill one sheet, but it would fit on one sheet. It might only be half a sheet, but it wouldn't be a lot. Now, if I had to write down all the flaws and all the bad things and suffering I see in this realm, you'd need scrolls that could cross the fucking ocean. I mean, it's endless, and they don't see it. They just don't see it that way. I'd be writing forever until my body died. That's how much there is. Even if it's not necessarily quote unquote evil, but bad design that could be, if I was a supernatural, all powerful designer of this place, could be made better or eliminated out of the design. There's so much that's terrible in this place. That's absolute garbage. I wouldn't have a place that needs toilets, sewage, treatment plants, all this waste. It's gross. I mean, I could just go on about even just that for pages. This place is not a good design. So when people say God's design is perfect, I don't know what they're looking at. I just don't understand. What the hell are they looking at? They call this design a perfect design? What the hell? Wendy said, excellent guest and conversation in the chat. I might have to end this soon. But it has been, excuse me, it has been a great conversation. Very good.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I wish I didn't have to sleep. I wish I didn't have to eat. All these different things. It just seems like just control mechanisms in this place at best. I'm not sure if you saw the Esoterica video I did on sleep mode, but it just seems like more ways to program us when we're unconscious. The design should be better where we didn't have to sleep at all. Yeah, I think you're right, Wendy. A post-it sticky note for the good here. And all of the real true goodness we brought in here. That's what I think. I think spiritually we brought it in. Love, care, compassion. It's not of this realm. We brought that here. That's from us, not from this place. Anyway, man, thanks for coming on. I'm really glad that you came on here. It was a great conversation, Quack.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed it as well.
I hope you have a good rest, and come on anytime that I post a link, anytime you feel like it. You're always welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm sleepy too. So.
Yeah, I'm going to end the stream here, but thank you very much for coming on. Your questions, your views, your insights, your thoughts, very welcome. I'm sure anybody that tuned in, or any good spirit at least with a mind, enjoyed this conversation, and glad that you came on as a guest. Thanks everyone for being here. Mad love and strength to all good spirits. I'm going to end the stream here. Hope everyone had a beautiful time here, and I hope you get a good rest, or the ones that this is their morning where they're getting up. Have a great day today. I will see you again soon, and thanks for tuning in. I appreciate it. And I hope this helps people. I hope it helps them see a little bit more, understand this place better. Take care, everyone. Good morning and good night, and I will see you again soon. Bye for now, everyone.
Bye.
Bye, Quack. See you later.